This novel was requested by Titus of More Clan, Volume 7, Chapter 196, and so, the fierce battle ends. We did it, right? The voice of my friend that I can't even remember well within the countless corpses in the battlefield. The ones raising cheers of victory are the comrades that fought together with my friend. Ah, that's right. This is like the past of humans. When the world was overflowing with war, there were endless reasons they could think up. Countries would be born and perish, days where you would always prepare yourself for battle and take arms. I am proud to say that I was someone who was fortunate to have been born as a warrior of a country with power. This victory has fortified our territory even more. The neighboring countries won't be able to attack us carelessly. We were the ones. We were the ones who seized it. Finally. Finally peace will come. We stopped the invasions of the neighboring countries over and over, and we finally defeated the empire that had the most power from within those. A victory seized through the countless lives of comrades, countless lives of friends. Even someone as silent as me couldn't enjoy overflowing feelings and cheered at this victory together with my comrades and friends. We succeeded in showing the power of our nation by continuously winning and increasing our territory. The world may still be battling over and over, but peace has been ascertained in the near future for our nation. Hey, what do you plan on doing from here on? Even if you ask me that, I have been promoted to a general after this victory, so I will simply do my everything to protect this peace. I see. It is not like this peace will continue forever after all. What about you? What do you plan on doing? I'm thinking of becoming a blacksmith just like the dream of that guy. He was spitting an ocean of knowledge while cleaning his weapons at night. Right? The best ending would have been for him to have become a blacksmith though. So you are inheriting the dream of someone else. Don't you have your own dream? It was all about the peace lying ahead. I honestly had nothing. But I remembered that guy and felt like doing something. All the people of my nation had taken arms and fought. But there's no need for that anymore. And a lot of warriors let go of their swords. The people who are specialized in that path will be the ones taking charge of the military from here on. And the civilians will watch over this. It is not like I had a dream like my friend. It is because battles were being done so much that the ones who could have dreams were limited. I fortunately had talent in combat. My achievements were acknowledged, and the king asked me to please continue protecting this country. There's no other path I want to aim for. I accepted this as the fitting position for my own talent and my role. So this is your workshop, huh? It is cramped, but it has taste. Are you mocking me there? It is fine for it to be cramped. It saves me the trouble of going somewhere to look for the tools. The people that I called friends all went to their own respective paths, faces filled with life that I couldn't see in the battlefield. That figure of theirs trying to share the peace that they themselves have fought and won made me a bit jealous. A few decades went by peacefully. The other countries continued fighting, but my nation didn't get invaded by other countries and continued its peaceful days. Or so it looked. Attacks increase again? We are not expanding our army anymore, right? It is the decision of the king and the nobles. It will be a necessary expense for the sake of making the nation a better one. No one had the leeway to save up anything in an era of continuous wars, so there was a limit to how much tax could be collected. But the nation began to collect tax with the populace beginning to amass wealth. The nobles learned how to whet their own profit, and began to use all manner of means. I could feel the rift of the social standings getting deeper compared to the time when we fought together as one. Listen here. If so much tax is taken, I won't be able to do my job properly. You know, the nobles are the ones who have more money than us. Our country has become far richer compared to that time. We are not troubled with food and we don't have to worry about invasions from other countries. We need the help of the people in order to maintain this rich and prosperous country. I tell him the speech I was told from the king and the nobles. I can understand the point of both sides as someone caught in between the both of them. That's why I should be maintaining an amicable relationship for both. But about that peace, I don't know how to put it, but it feels more suffocating than before. That might be true. You can't just readily wield your animosity towards compatriots. But there's no one to vent those feelings on, and their displeasure is just accumulating. Well, there's no point complaining to you who is caught in between a rock and a hard place. That said, you are still using that axe? Yeah, why? It is properly maintained, but it is questionable as a weapon an esteemed general should be carrying. How about getting a brand new one? I don't think there's a need now that there's no wars though. It works fine enough for training. Come on, Don't say that. Think of it as giving me work to do. I've got some skills, you know. Phew. Right. Confirming your growth as an artisan doesn't sound bad. Ooh, those are fighting words. Your valiant figure in battle always gave us courage. I will hammer the best weapon to pay you back. I will show you the accumulation of this lack shows here. Most of the citizens were comrades that fought together with me to protect the country. It is because that notion still remains that they could swallow most of their gripes. But it is not like that continued forever. They eventually began to complain to the king to improve how they treated them. They colluded and raised their voices. It at first were complaints through words, but it steadily grew more extreme, and it finally became an issue that the nation couldn't just ignore. Suppress the citizens. But if you subdue them with power, and then, me, someone who protects the country, had to take weapons in hand. They are the people that fought through wars. Half-baked suppressions were not enough at all, and the nation itself had already changed into something no different from a war. Hey, is this the peace we won? Torn down cityscape, corpses laying about, the scent of fire and blood that remains in one's nose, but there's nothing to gain from the victory of this. This can't bring about any happiness. The only thing that remained was the sensation of the axe that was given to me by my friend. I would have rather died in the war if I knew this would be the result waiting for me. What do you think? Sorry, that must have been a tough one for you. You may look unfriendly the whole time, but I think I can understand how you feel. There's no need for you to say anything. My friend fought by the side of the people. I punished them on the side of the nation. My bad. Can I request one thing of you while at it? I don't think I will be able to die as it is. I will most likely be caught somewhere and end up as a decapitated head. In that case, I might as well with the tax. Are you telling me to kill a friend? I am so happy I can still be your friend. Let me burn that figure of yours in my eyes one last time. I will feel as if I returned to those times. The sensation remaining in my axe is not disappearing no matter how much time went by. The smile of my friend that I can't even remember the face of would peek in a warped fashion when I close my eyes. What should I have sought for? What should I have done? The other countries saw the internal conflicts of the nation growing worse as an opportunity and attacked us. We did fight back, but our country that reduced our numbers with our own hands had lost even the power to fight, and we already didn't have the power to survive and the world of war once more. I continued swinging mine axe despite that. There's no way there would be a reason for me to let go of this axe anymore. There won't be anything remaining for me if I don't continue fighting until my own life is extinguished. Oh, I thought there were only corpses here. But it seems like there's someone who still has breath in him. I met Yugura when I thought everything would end. Within that place where everyone was collapsed on the ground, covered in blood, there was a single person completely clean standing out in a bizarre manner. Oh, it is the face of someone who has accepted death. Well, that's fine by me. How about monologuing since you're going to be dying anyways? I may be some stranger you have no idea of, but it is better than talking with corpses, right? I wished for peace together with my comrades. And fought. The peace we had won created further conflict, and nothing remained from it. I expressed my mind towards Yugura at death's door without feeling any doubts or being cautious. I see, that happens often. People can't go without making enemies after all. They may unite for an outside enemy, but once that's gone, they will begin creating new enemies inside. That goes for both humans and demi-humans. Don't worry, you will simply be dying the common death within the common laws of the world. There was nothing you would have been able to do as you are presently, as I am presently. Then, when would I have been able to go against it? I didn't put it right. It would have been impossible for you no matter how much you went back in the past. However, if you were to live from here on. Is what I meant. You have simply been matching answers until now. Nothing will be solved unless you act with those answers you have obtained. I see. Right. But I don't think. The current me would be able to accomplish anything. I could understand that that's how things are. But I will most likely die before I even reach the answer to how I can prevent a conclusion like this one. Yugura said this just as I was thinking this. Just become a demon lord. Lord. If you want to stop the battles between humans, just become their common enemy. Demon lords are immortal beings. If you create strife eternally, humans will have no choice but to continue joining hands. I see. It makes sense. But even if you tell me to become such a being, you can become one. If you so wish. Do you have any regrets? Do you have the resolve to make the whole world your enemy? I shall grant that warped desire of yours if you form a contract. And so, I became a demon lord, a being that doesn't perish even in death, a being that continues living for eternity outside the laws of the world. Yugura also gave me the power of strife, a power worthy to let me become the enemy of the world. However, it is not like the other demon lords had the same objective. There was even a time when mine objective had begun to go awry because of the rampage of Black. Sorry about that, but the humans might really go extinct if you were to move. I will have you sleep for a bit. You can act freely after you wake up. Humans will have gained a bit of power by then. Yeah, let's do that. Yugura had the demon lords go to sleep for the sake of the survival of humans. He also placed a measure in order for the unwieldy Black to not take the stage ever again. That's how it should be. I began to form an army of monsters after I woke up in order to fulfill my contract with Yugura. I will become a threat to all the humans, take on all the hatred, and become an absolute obstacle. All strifes will gather under me as long as I continue existing. At the very least, the one who knows the sensation of this axis already. It is truly stupid. An ideal that I would never want to sympathize with even if I were to comprehend it. You bastard. What would you even know? If battles don't happen, humans will eventually. Scarlet. Spare me from that. I have no interest. Your words won't resonate in my heart. I couldn't feel any will from the eyes of the man looking down on me. But those eyes were completely seeing through mine heart. There's a lot of things in me, like how the life of an important person to me has been taken away. But more than that, I don't like your way of living in the purest sense of the word. It is just displeasing. I would want to correct you if possible, but your resolve is strong and your heart would never bend towards me. That's why I will end it. You won't be coming out of this cave. For eternity. Your strife will end today, at this very place, with no one sympathizing. And as a worthless attempt. This man is trampling on my desires as if they are worthless despite knowing what lies inside my heart. Despite comprehending my resolve. There's no way it is okay for someone like this to be in this world. But my body has already lost its faculties due to the Mana Eater. This being that I would be able to end by just moving a single finger of mine. Yet, I can't do anything to him. Your ideal will be trampled by the ego of a single individual you don't even know the name of. Bye. Scarlet Demon Lord. Continue living in a hell of no worth. He turned his back just like that and began to leave. Is it going to end like this? End? Then, for what reason did I even become a Demon Lord? What did I achieve? Don't joke around. If you are a human. If you are someone who has comprehended what lies deep inside mine heart. The Mana Eater tore away at my throat and poured inside of me. I can't even string up words anymore. RGH. Scarlet. There was only one thing I could do, put all my emotions into the roar and curse him. But he didn't turn around even once and left. It will most likely take a bit more time before the body of the Scarlet Demon Lord is completely disintegrated. The danger would be the Mana Eater that has already flown all over to even the entrance of the cave. I can't see monsters on the way anymore. What I can see in the surroundings is the immense amount of Mana Eaters. Once the living creatures with mana are gone, the next thing it will attack is anything that moves. But it is currently showing no signs of jumping at me. Makes sense. Since the mana flowing in my body is thinner than the mana flowing in the whole air of the nether, the Mana Eater is devouring even the mana in the surroundings. It will be a while before I am a target for consumption. That said, it probably won't be like that if I were to move intensely or make a loud sound though. I do have the spirit that has a tiny bit of mana inside of me after all. The Mana Eaters in the surroundings stopped moving and were slowly getting bigger as they ate into the mana of the surroundings. If this continues, it will absorb all of the mana of the Ghani Nether, and it would turn extremely bad, but that part is fine. There's already signs of change in a part of the Mana Eaters. It is wondrous no matter how many times I see it. The Mana Eaters that had become a certain size began to move, stuck onto others, and their sizes gradually got smaller. And then, the surroundings steadily became transparent and began to grow luminescent. This sight is reminiscent of the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain. The Mana Eater eats mana, enlarges, divides, and increases its numbers. But once a certain amount of mana is absorbed and there's other ones nearby, it most likely judges that there won't be any more food. They begin to stick onto each other, and change the surroundings with the mana they took in. They are making the unnecessary ones into materials for their nest in order to not increase their numbers too much. The reason why the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain has turned into such a peculiar space is because of this nature of the Mana Eater. At the time when I was learning about the Mana Eater, I wondered why the Mana Eater wouldn't eat stuff like the trees that overflow with mana and shine even in the night if they are creatures that eat all mana. And so, I reached the conclusion that maybe that space was created by the Mana Eater itself. There's a number of other things I learned. The Mana Eater won't increase their own territory more than a certain amount, and in the end just turns into one and grows more docile. This is most likely the consideration of its creator to not wipe out humanity against an enemy that could increase their nest endlessly. You could say this fits Yugara Naraya. The Mana Eater was used in order to stop the Black Demon Lord. The Mana Eater was born with that intention, so there's most likely no doubt that it was the White Demon Lord Yugara Naraya who created it. If this was a monster prepared for the sake of stopping the eradication of humans, he must have restrictions placed on it. This is what I hypothesized, so I observed and experimented over and over the nature of it in the simulated world of gold. The inside of the cave will completely become a nest of the Mana Eater, but the erosion of the Mana Eater will most likely stop at just the surroundings of that cave. I have turned it into a place that no one can get close to, but if the Scarlet Demon Lord won't be coming onto the stage ever again, you could say this is a good price to pay. Even if the Scarlet Demon Lord revives in the future, it would be in the deepest part of the Mana Eater's cave. He will be eaten before he can do anything, and will repeatedly resurrect without even being able to move. For the Scarlet Demon Lord who doesn't have knowledge of special magic like the Black Demon Lord that summoned me, it would be impossible to get out of there and even leave his will behind for others. Was this really for the best? Me? I didn't have the intention of using this method. The reason is simple. There's no way Elias and Marito would allow that. I have to capture the Mana Eater and have it attack the Scarlet Demon Lord all by myself. It is a method that would definitely not be possible to do if there were a resident of this world nearby. I wouldn't have allowed someone to perform this with the resolve of dying along. I would need to distance those people in order to perform this method. I would need to put them out of the stage. But I was the one who yielded this method to me. I relied on me who can perform all of this without feeling remorse. I of course can comprehend this since it is about me. But I still throw questions at myself despite that, even though I haven't even confirmed if Karaji has died or not. Marito said at that time there were no other urgent reports to make. He even reported about the matter regarding the parents of Ekdoik, so it would have been possible to think there was no need to report about Karaji. Then it is possible Karaji is alive. No, you could even say the chance is high. But, even if so, I escaped from that room and decided on using me. There should be a limit to being cowardly. The reason is simple. If I were to hear the next day that Karaji had died, I wouldn't have been able to take this method. I wouldn't have been able to take revenge using the Mana Eater with Ilias and Ekdoik as my bodyguards, and it would have turned into a situation where I would have had no choice but to leave the Scarlet Demon Lord be. I was scared of that. I was scared that I wouldn't be able to do anything against an enemy I won't ever be able to forgive. That's why I went off without even confirming the well-being of Karaji with Marito. If I were to confirm that, it would be the end. He would have strengthened the security around my room. It is fine even if you don't tell me though. You are me and I am you after all. It is not like one or the other are the real ones. This is simply a way of being where I can switch depending on a case-by-case basis. I might have had more chances for exchanges if I had split personalities, but a difference is beginning to be created between me and me. The reason goes without saying. Those girls are changing me. I have no intention of thinking of this change as bad. On the contrary, I even think it is good. But relying on me, who hasn't changed since the time on Earth, is hard to say is good for me. Mediating properly is your job. It is impossible for me. Now then. The remaining issue is, there's no worries of falling thanks to the light created by the Mana Eater. I will most likely regret the pain in my whole body in the future. So there's no worry about that one. The issue is after I leave this cave. There's no Mana Eater outside the cave. They will most likely show up a little later, but not now. I still have time to move away from here. The issue is whether I can return safely. I would definitely die if I were to go by feet from the Garni Nether to Garni with this body. I would die if I encountered a monster on the way, and I would die if I ran out of stamina. It should be safe to assume that Duvalieri has already retrieved Katu, but Duvalieri won't be able to approach this cave after obtaining the information. Marito and the others should have at least understood that I have brought the Mana Eater with me. We are talking about Purple here, so she most likely has left Duvalieri on standby at the place where Katu was. As for whether I can get all the way there, I don't think so. You get it well. I felt a shock as if a stun gun was pushed behind me. I would have easily fallen with just a light shove though. Well, it makes sense that you would act carefully. I am injured as you can see. I would like you to at least hold back. Ray 8. I can't get up at all, but I managed to at least confirm my back. There were 3 unknown people there. No, I can tell by instinct that one of them is Ray 8 in a new body. To think you would head to the Scarlet Demon Lord alone with no bodyguards. It is an action unlike you. Ray 8. Not really. It was an action with a chance of victory. I thought you went to the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain to commit suicide or something, but to think you would use the Mana Eater. You really are one troublesome guy. Ray 8. If you have been watching since then, you could have caught me at that time. We were also interested in what manner you would make contact with the Scarlet Demon Lord. I thank you on behalf of leaders for getting rid of one future obstacle. Ray 8. I managed to predict the encirclement of the Taizu Knights and Ghani soldiers, as well as the actions of the Demon Lord's side to slip by, but I couldn't grasp the actions of Ray 8 and his group completely since I have not been able to read all their cards. However, I was certain that they were going to make a move in some way in this battle between the humans and the Scarlet Demon Lord, as well as the fact that they might try to capture me if I were to act alone. It was unclear whether I would encounter Duvalieri or A8 first, but it ended up like this. Well, this is the luck of the man that didn't rely on his comrades. So, it would be better for you to finish kidnapping me if that's what you plan on doing. But the Mana Eater will most likely jump out in an instant if they feel your mana. Right. We are using a spell that keeps the mana down, but that will most likely just be a matter of time too. Ray 8. Ray 8, you are going to be bringing him all the way to Rishal-sama? One of the companions of Ray 8 raised their voice. Judging from their tone of voice, it is most likely a woman, but I don't feel emotions as if she were a robot. She matches one of the subordinates of Rishal that Duvalieri and Purple encountered. But in that case, she is the user of teleport magic. Looks like it is going to be hard to expect Duvalieri to pursue them. No, I have already consulted with Rishal-san about what to do with him. We will make use of him as a negotiation chip. Let's move away from here first. Ray 8, got it. Also, Sama, I am going to kill you. I would just be switching bodies if you kill me, so please don't make me use energy pointlessly. Ray 8, alright. I will kill you later. Let's move. The one remaining man carried my body. It feels like he has it rough, but judging from the personalities of Ray 8 and the woman that uses teleport magic, I can understand why. If I am to make them crumble, I would have to begin with him. Please make him lose consciousness. Don't talk to him at all until we pass him on to the one we will do the trade with. There won't be any threat to him if we do that. Ray 8, got it. I don't hate people who can learn, but there won't be a time when I will like Ray 8. I lost consciousness the moment I sighed. Chapter 197, that's why I won't hesitate. I know this is a bit of a late clarification, but when Nameless uses me and me, I only use them when explicitly stated in the Japanese text. If there are other pronouns that don't have that, it may not be that he has switched to a normal state, but more that the English required it to not sound awkward. Japanese can go without using pronouns a lot, but that doesn't fly with English. That's it. Enjoy the chapter. People see dreams of their past. By seeing scenes of the experiences you had when you were a child or a young man inside your dreams, you can process just how much this experience influenced you. Fun memories, moving memories, and memories that angered you. Sarai-sama, excuse the intrusion. My consciousness got clearer at the sound of the knocking of the door. I reconfirmed that I was taking a nap on top of the chair and fix my breathing. One of my disciples opened the door not long after and showed up. A visitor? Sarai-is. Yes, he didn't introduce himself, but he said Sarai-sama would be able to tell who he is. Guide him to the guest room. I will receive him alone. Ceres, understood. I leaned deeply on the chair after seeing my disciple leave the room indifferently. I don't even need to remember what the dream I saw while I was taking a nap was. The dream of the past I see is always the same after all. But I must process the meaning of why I am seeing this dream. That's the reason why I am an archbishop, my origin after all. I swiftly finish fixing my clothes and head to the guest room. My disciples have already moved away from the guest room. Most of the guests that show in my place don't introduce themselves. My disciples understand correctly the meaning of this. There's people in this world they must not get involved with, and they understand who it is that should make contact with those kinds of people. Excuse the intrusion, Archbishop Ceres, an unknown man, but the way he talked made me know who he is. So you showed up boldly, Ray 8. Ceres, my appearance is a whole different human, so I don't know if to call it bold though. Ray 8, you have come to the facility of the Yugara Church despite being a criminal. What else would you call that? Ceres, true. But intentionally letting me escape makes you even bolder. As an archbishop of the Yugara Church, Ray 8 laughs. Even if his appearance is different, his mannerisms are the very same as what I saw in the prison of Kyama. This man is a dangerous individual. I understand this plenty well, but there was a reason to free this man. Ray 8, the underbelly of Letus, has grasped the truth of the world that even the Yugara Church doesn't know of. I ended his life with his weapon with the condition that he will provide me this information. In order for him to be able to use the teleportation magic set in his soul once his body died. The surface pretext was that he died due to excessive torture. I was made to suffer a bit of shame from this, but there was enough worth. Get to the main topic. I have no intention of spending my time having a long talk with you. Ceres, my apologies. We captured the resident of Yugara's planet the other day. I would like to negotiate his return. Do you need proof? Ray 8, I have already heard about it. What are your demands? Ceres, you may already have an idea, but... Ray 8 speaks of what he wants. It is possible for me to obtain those things, but it would require me to take quite the risk. I put both on a scale and ask myself which one I should prioritize, just as I have done until now. Fine, wait around 3 days. I will make the preparations. Ceres, that's faster than I expected. So you already predicted this would happen and made preparations beforehand, huh? Ray 8, don't pry unnecessarily. Ceres, right. Where should we do the trade? Ray 8, the place I will be heading to the day after tomorrow. You people should be able to keep an eye on me without issues, right? Ceres, understood. Then, I will do so. Speaking of which, how long do you plan on staying in the Yugara Church? Ray 8, the hero Yugara that defeated the demon lords left teachings to protect the order of the world. But the reality was that the one who created the demon lords was Yugara himself, and he didn't teach the humans the technique to defeat the demon lords in the true meaning of the word. What this means is that the worth of the Yugara Church itself, which has been getting ready for the resurrection of the demon lords, has been lost. I am fully aware of this. There's already no worth in enforcing the teachings of the Yugara Church. Yugara created order in the world regardless of who he truly is. I need to use him to protect the order of the world. Ceres, even so, the influence of the Yugara Church is big. They have many connections spread around the world and have the power to interfere with a variety of events. There's still no need to throw away my position as an archbishop of the Yugara Church. I think that you leaving the Yugara Church won't change their influence that much, as you are someone that managed the other face of the Yugara Church. Now then, I will be taking my leave. Ray 8 exits the room. Thinking of the objective of Letus, I can guess the demands they will make to me and also the developments after that has been achieved. Order will be trampled down by the new order. Will I be able to accept the new order as someone who lived to protect order? If I can't, I will have no choice but to become order itself. Ceres, according to the report of Diuvileri, that man had come out from the cave that was the headquarters of the Scarlet Demon Lord. But that's when his scent was cut off. 3 new scents were mixed in at the same time. 2 of them matched the 2 that were by the side of the Guildmaster of Morgana, Rishal's entry, when he was cornered. This has led us to believe that he has been abducted by Letus. We were surprised by the fact that he killed the Scarlet Demon Lord, but it doesn't change the fact that we are still worried about his safety. Ray 8 was affiliated with Letus and he was aiming for that man's life. He has been captured by such people, so there's barely any leeway here. The fact that he wasn't killed on the spot means that there was a reason why they wanted my friend alive. But as long as we can't grasp the objective, we can't loosen our search. Marito. Right. Purple is continuing her search by infiltrating the devils in the nations. There aren't many monsters within the control of Blue that have infiltration skills, so she is avoiding countries with a lot of people and searching mainly mountains and forests. Gold. The Gold Demon Lord and His Majesty are forming plans for his search. The knights that were sent to the Nether have been called to retreat. They will be returning to Taizu soon. What about the Golden Foxes? Marito. They are creatures that chase scent. It is hard to chase someone after they use teleportation magic to move. We are having them carried with the Devils of Purple and searching the countries, but it is basically an inferior version of Diuvulari's nose. Gold. That's enough. I have mobilized the ambush of Taizu. I have made preparations for Megis and Kiwama to move too. Marito. But the ambush were already following the trail of Letus, right? If they didn't get a clue at that stage, I find it hard that they will find anything now. Gold. There's a high chance they will be making a move if they are using my friend. What's important right now is to keep our senses sharp in as many places as possible to detect anything. Marito. His Majesty and the Demon Lords are moving for the sake of searching for him. And yet, I can't do anything. I was of no use in battle at all. What would I be able to do? Lady Ratzel, we will be returning to Taizu now. You should finish your preparations too. Marito. Yes. Ilias. You have your role too. I will have you interact with the Demon Lords in place of my friend. You are more acquainted to the Demon Lords than me after all. Marito. In place of him. Ilias. This one will be acting as the King of Ghani. Yagan just hold the reins of Purple and Blue. Gold. Substitute. For him. I would like to do it if I can. But what has he actually said to them? I remember what he has done with the Demon Lords. There should be nothing physically impossible for me that he could do. But even I know that's not all there is to it. That's the face of someone worrying a whole lot. Gold. I said to act in place of him, but there's no need to move like him. In the first place, I would have already placed a replacement if there was someone who could just concentrate on maintaining the present relationship in the time he returns. Marito. You understood? Ilias. Lady Ratzel. This matter is different from before. You fought while placing my friend as max priority for protection. You simply lost against the Scarlet Demon Lord due to pure difference in skills. My friend slipping out of this place was his own decision. There's nothing to fault you for. Marito. The one who couldn't see through Sir's change and left him alone was the Taizu King anyways. Gold. That's how it is. What we should do right now is to save him, and then, avoid something like from happening again. Marito. I don't see the usual energy from His Majesty. If I had been able to fight off the Scarlet Demon Lord, if I had been able to stop him, everyone is aware of their lack of strength. I return to my room and begin packing my luggage. I have barely brought any personal possessions. If anything, it is mainly packing up the things that man brought. He wasn't involved in any plans in this time's war, and carried on a variety of preparations. Considering the many possibilities, I can't grasp the use of everything, but there's most likely things here that were prepared in case we were of no use. How laughable. I kept on saying you are weak, so I will protect you, and yet, I couldn't do anything. And you went, defeating the Demon Lord by yourself. Ilias. I have trained in order to not lose to his fast pace. I ended up having the delusion that I had caught up to him. But the reality was that there was a gap impossible to fill between him and me. Not even vexation welled up in me. I simply felt pathetic. Wolf entered the room while I was packing. Wolf's expression seemed clouded, and it felt as if her heart was elsewhere. Ilias. Where's Shizu? Wolf. Still unknown. His Majesty and the Demon Lords are still searching. We will return to Taizu for now and wait there. Ilias. Can't we go search for him? Wolf. We don't have the ability to. What we can do is to be ready to move immediately at full power when necessary, and also to protect the place he will return to. Ilias. Yeah. Wolf's growth was dizzying. She got a sweeping victory against the subordinates of the Purple Demon Lord, and continued being of use to him with overwhelming skills. But her having been easily defeated by the Scarlet Demon Lord has broken her confidence she has built up until now. Even if the effects of the strife are gone, it will take time to recover the broken spirit lying inside her. Don't worry. Is something I can't say. I am also unbearably worried about him. Even if he can pull off things far better than us, it doesn't change the fact that he is still in danger after all. Ilias. Shizu. Will return, right? Wolf. I can at least say he will try to, even if he has to rely on us. Ilias. That's right. Even if apart, he is the type of man that would count our movements in his calculations. In that case, we should move the same as we usually do. Ekdoik was leaning on the door at some point in time. I normally would notice his approach, but it seems like I am out of it as of present. Ekdoik-san. Wolf. We won't be able to move forward if we just wail about our lack of strength. It is exactly at times like this that we have to grow stronger. Ekdoik. Yes. Wolf. A message from Gradona. We will resume training at Taizu. Come to the company of Ban once you are back in form. Ekdoik. Gradona-sensei did. Wolf. That's right. Wolf, you have been blessed with great teachers. It depends on you where you will be growing from there. Ekdoik. What do you plan on doing after this? Ilias. I will head to Megis with Blue and Rakura. There's a number of things we have to wrap up. We will meet up as soon as we grasp the location of Comrade. Later. Ekdoik said this and left the room. Ekdoik should be worried about him as well, and yet, I can't feel he is agitated at all. Could it be that he is not that bothered that man is gone? The Blue Demon Lord showed up while I was thinking that, as if missing each other. Hey, have you seen Ekdoik? Blue. Ekdoik showed up in this room a moment ago, but he left already. Ilias. Arg. We are going to be departing soon, so don't go waddling everywhere. Blue. Heard you are going to Megis. Megis is the holy grounds of the Yugara Church. Try not to cause problems and trouble. Ekdoik. Okay? Ilias. You don't need to tell me. I am the one worried about Ekdoik. Blue. Ekdoik. What do you mean by that? Ilias. Did you not notice? His mind is in disarray like never before. Ah, right. I can feel the pulse of his mana as a demon lord, but you people normally don't use those kinds of techniques. Blue. He didn't look that way though. Ilias. It seems like something happened aside from the matter of Natorus and his mother. And yet, that man disappeared once he came here, right? Well, the person he consults with at every instance is gone, so I do understand how he feels though. Blue. Am I an idiot? Ekdoik was saved by him even more than me. That man led Ekdoik, who didn't know about human society properly, and even lost the objective he had been living for until now. Ekdoik even prioritized staying by his side despite having become the demon of the Blue Demon Lord. That man should be a bigger presence for Ekdoik than me. Him acting normal must have been his way of being considerate to us. Please tell Ekdoik, we will do what we can on the side of Taizu. Ilias. Yeah. Please do. You are the only ones who can keep an eye on Purple. I will look after those siblings. Blue. You like looking after others, huh? Ilias. People who can leave that be would be the weird ones. Blue. This isn't the time to feel all depressed. What I have to do right now, what I can do, is to protect his place to be. Also, I should reconfirm the reason why I hold a sword. Now then, what should I do? No. You could say this is a situation I can't do anything about. I was kidnapped by Ray 8 and his group, and by the time I noticed, I had been tied up on a chair in an underground prison. There's obviously no factors that allow me to escape. Judging from the scent of blood stabbing my nose, this is not your regular prison. It is a place they use for other things too. Judging from how hungry I am, it seems like I have been sleeping for around 3 days. I spit out the cotton pushed into my mouth. It seems like it was seeped with some bad-tasting soup. That must have been their attempt at the bare minimum food and moisture. It was tied up by a string so it didn't get stuck in my throat, but I would like them to treat me a bit more like a hostage. I am feeling the worst thanks to this. The pain in my whole body has lessened a bit, but my body is terribly weakened. It seems why you have woken. Up. I hear the voice of an unfamiliar man from behind me. His footsteps slowly grew closer, and just when I thought he was right behind me, his face peeked out from the side all of a sudden. An ugly face covered in scars. It is not only from cuts and blunt hits. There's also melted ones made from burns or chemicals. He is certainly not the type that walks under the light of the sun no matter how you see it. Ah, nice to meet you. Are you the torturer? TTTT. That's right. I am Zucho. I am SS super good at this job. Zucho. He is without doubt the type of person you can't persuade. But a torturer? Is there any information they would like to get from me at this point? And so, Zucho, what's the job given to you? If you want to get out information from me through torture, too bad. My tongue is lighter than a feather. I am confident I would spit out anything just from being shown the tools. It is okay. My duty is to discipline you. Zucho, I don't have such tastes though. I direct my gaze somewhere else. It resembles the torture room of Kurama. There's a one-way mirror close to the ceiling. He is most likely looking down at me from there. I would like a reasonable person to be stationed here as a set though. You are listening, aren't you? Archbishop Saraes. Ray 8 said he didn't tell you about me though. Saraes. Ray 8 said I would be of use for negotiation. There's only a limited number of people who would want me, even more if we account for the people who can make a trade with Letus. If I was dealing with the colorless demon lord, there would be no point in setting this Zucho guy. In the first place, this interrogation room clearly has seen its years. You could say it is a useless facility for the colorless demon lord who just has to eliminate the ones who have broken into the forbidden. Ray 8 was acting in Kurama after he disappeared from Taizu, so the chances are low that he made new connections. In that case, by process of elimination, there was an extremely high chance the person who could gather the people Letus wants, and the person who could have let Ray 8 escape, was Archbishop Saraes. Looks like your brain works well. Saraes. What did you give Letus in exchange for me? There's no need for me to answer. Saraes. It is most likely the books left by Yugura that are sealed in Megis, right? Also the body Ray 8 used to infiltrate Megis. The objective of Letus is to find the illegitimate of Yugura. Even if the true objective that lies ahead of that is still within pure speculation, there's a high chance that they are researching the illegitimate. The biggest clue for that would be the books that Yugura left. You've crossed quite the dangerous bridge there. If it is brought to light that the books and Ray 8's body are gone, it will be easy to tell that you are the perpetrator. I simply did it because there was worth in doing so, including what will be happening from here on. Saraes. Worth in the acts that this man, who seems to love torture, will be doing. Looks like my sense of worth will never match yours. I have no interest in your sense of worth. I will have you become a tool to destroy the demon lords. Saraes. I see. We really don't match. The objective of Archbishop Saraes is not to get information from me. It is to instill the fear of torture in me, and control me. The use of that is to eliminate the 3 demon lords on my side. He must want me to read the names of the demon lords only I can read. The torture will continue until the day you will never want to go against me. Train you until not only your heart but your body acts on its own. Saraes. How scary. What if I just drop dead? That man is an expert in torture. He can continue torturing you without killing you even if you are weaker than a child. Saraes. Zuzucho. Knows the body of H humans. Well, I can definitely torture you in a way that it doesn't kill you. Zucho. There's no lie in those words. This room has been used for a long time for the sake of that. There's no doubt he has the skills to be called a pro in torture training underground. I can't believe that's something an archbishop who treasures order would do. No, you must be deluding yourself into thinking you can maintain order with that. It is not a delusion. I have eliminated many people who have brought harm to the order until now. Saraes. The ones you judged as bringing harm to the order, right? I can feel strong will when you speak of order. Were you made a plaything by the outlaws that grew in numbers because of the increase in monsters? Not only you but your important people too. I have no intention to talk with you. Zucho, I leave the rest to you. Saraes. I hear a door closing from the one-way mirror. Now then, what should I do? I have resistance to a bit of violence, but there's close to no chance I will be able to endure torture even as me. I could end up having my heart broken, turned into a puppet of that man, and my hands pointed at Purple and the others. And now then I will make the preparations. Zucho seems to be lining up a variety of tools behind me. It is impossible to convince this man. It is only when on equal grounds that a negotiation can take place. It is not like it is impossible for Duvuliri and the others to come save me, but if it comes to karma, I don't think I can expect much. What do I want to do? No, there's no need to ask that. My standing has completely become that of me due to the enemies I have been facing. In other words, I would need to decide purely on me. I personally treasure my life over the life of the demon lords. Ilias and the others should be able to manage somehow depending on how they do it. In other words, I should let things run their course. You could even say losing my heart once would be the most painless choice. But that would make the presence of me pointless. Right, fulfilling the reason for the existence of my standing as me is something that I should do. I am sorry for me, but I will let me do as I please. If I move here, I am sure I won't be returning to the side of Ilias and the others. But right now I am the one with the rights of my body. In that case, there's no reason at all to hesitate. PP preparations are done. And then, let's begin. Zucho, you seem to be having fun, Zucho-kun. Oh of course. I love this stuff after all. Zucho, I see. Then, I will give you a present. I will provide with even stronger catharsis. I turn only my head and look at the eyes of Zucho. Archbishop Serais, your mistake was that you didn't leave a third party just like I said. You will be sorely regretting this later. My eyes reflected in the eyes of Zucho were muddied to a degree where even I could tell. Chapter 198. That's why I am speechless. The orders my lord gave me are always the same after that human was gone. A repeat of, bring that person back. Her words didn't change even after he was kidnapped by Letis, and she didn't even show discouragement at me not being able to accomplish her order. Someone like me may not be able to measure how much emotion those words have. But I can't return to the side of my lord until I fulfill my task. Hey, Devileri, where you going next? Kutu. Wherever. Whether it is Letis or that human, it should be possible to find him as long as there's faint traces of them in the air. Devileri, my nose of sniffing can sniff out all scents. If I can't find them even with that, there's a high chance they are at a place where I haven't been. I have finished searching Taizu, Gani, and Kuama. There's no doubt he is within the remaining countries. Then, next Meges. I heard Barrier the Tough. Kutu, the place where the holy grounds of the Yugara Church is. If I remember correctly, Meges is the country that has been fighting against devils for a long time. They may have a lot of techniques to detect devils, but it won't be a reason to obstruct my duty. Devileri. Kutu can't deal with that stuff. Kutu, get into my stomach or something. My stomach is special. They shouldn't be able to detect you that easily. Devileri. It would be difficult to find them as long as we don't get directly close to the building if the enemy has the same concealment nature as my stomach. But I am aware of that. I just have to search all of the buildings of all the countries. Sorry for interrupting while you are all hyped up, but can you spare a moment? What is it, colorless demon lord? Devileri. The colorless demon lord manifested right behind me as if he was there from the very beginning. I would have gone into battle mode if I didn't know who this demon lord is. I don't know how it works, but it should be the same as teleport magic. No, beyond that, I am glad you are an intelligent monster. The peps of the Scarlet Demon Lord immediately get hostile, so there's no method aside from ignoring them. Colorless. I myself have no time to get involved with you. I have heard you can't take actions that will turn you into an enemy. I will judge you as an enemy if you get in my way. Devileri. The colorless demon lord has been given the role of observer by Yugara so that forbidden magic doesn't spread. The price of having the power to eliminate anyone that touches the forbidden is that he has been restricted to not being able to take any hostile actions. I have no intention to get in your way. However, this may be sudden. But aren't you interested in my strength? Colorless. Not at all. Devileri. You should. I am the strongest within the demon lords alive as of present, you know? Colorless. Not interested. Devileri. Please do. You might be able to grasp a trigger. You might be able to be of use to your master. And so, let's spar. A fight where the first to land a hit ends it is fine. I won't kill you. Colorless. I can't tell what the intentions of this man are. He is nothing other than a hindrance. But if I judge him as an enemy, he might be able to eliminate me seriously. A method to get away from this demon lord. This is vexing, but I have no means aside from tagging along with this play of his. I stalk Kutu in the stomach of perplexion and take a stance. Fine. I don't want to waste any more time. Devileri. Oh, nice. That's how it should be. Come at me. Colorless. I don't know how well it will work, but if I am going to do this, I will use my full power. I close the distance in one go with my left leg of running and smash him with my right leg of roaring. But my right leg didn't hit him. The space in front of me split and pitch-black darkness spread. Something akin to a barrier had been placed between me and the colorless demon lord. Your physical strength is outstanding. It is below the Scarlet Beast, but I think you are pretty up there as a monster. But well, you are too straightforward. Colorless. The darkness spread and my whole body was swallowed in a blink of an eye. There was no pain and I don't feel like something is eroding me. What magic is this? My vision was swallowed by darkness and I have even lost the sensation of the ground. You Devilery. This is not a spell for attack but more for evasion. This throws the target wrapped in darkness to a random location. The type that makes problematic techniques miss. Don't need to worry. You will be able to return faster than a child taking a bath and coming out. Oh well, devote yourself. With how you are right now, you won't be able to stay by the side of your important people when it matters the most. Colorless. I don't understand. What does this demon lord want to accomplish? What's this aside from an obstruction? Just when I thought this, my nose of sniffing smelled the scent that I was looking for. Comrade has been kidnapped by Leeters. My worries about that were piling up one-sidedly. I currently can't do anything about it. I may have spells for infiltration, but there's nothing I can do when I don't know where to infiltrate. In that case, I should finish the matters I have until that time comes to secure a perfect state of mind. But I honestly would like to consult Comrade. Leaving aside the matter of my mother, should I proceed with the other matter by myself? Comrade's life is most likely in danger even now. Maybe. No, there's no doubt Comrade would be able to come out of it safely. He managed to act that well even against us who were completely superior to him in strength. Even if the other party is someone more skilled than me, Comrade, who managed to defeat the Scarlet Demon Lord, should be. I have to do something about this awkward atmosphere first though. Inside the carriage headed to Megis, Blue, Wakura, and Mother were sitting there in silence. Mother's treatment ended safely. The Purple Demon Lord performed splendidly. She managed to finish the treatment completely in less than an hour after bringing Mother to her. She even placed a seal to hold back the power from activating again, and she regained consciousness. Her eyesight has dropped slightly as an after effect, but it apparently won't be too detrimental to her everyday life. And so, we are currently here in order to bring Mother back to Megis. I can feel the gazes of the three stabbing me every now and then as I hold the reins of the carriage. What do you want me to do here? It seriously makes me feel that I should have brought Hakutoku. But he returned to Kiwama, and is using the adventurers of Kiwama together with Jestaf to search for Comrade. I can't just lower the chances of Comrade being found just so that I can mellow out the atmosphere. We left Taizu, passed by the continent of Ghani, and we are about to reach the national border of Megis, and yet, not a single person has spoken a word. Should I be the one speaking? No. What does that mean? Am I saying Blue and Rakura wouldn't do? I am clearly the one who is the worst in communicating with others. Mother, how are your eyes? They are fine. I have made you worry. The first one to speak was Rakura. I feel like Blue flinched there, but I also did. Your eyesight has lowered, so I will ask you Kusama to prepare a tool that adjusts your eyesight, okay? Rakura, I am fine. It is pretty much the same as the times when I am a bit tired. Nay Tora, you don't call that being fine. It is because you shoulder things alone like that you ended up entrusting me to an orphanage. Rakura, hey, Rakura, that's going too far. Blue, no, I will say it clearly here. I don't want you to apologize, Mother. But Mother wants to. In that case, we both won't feel refreshed until we speak our gripes clearly. It is true that we were different from a normal household, but I haven't thought of that as reproachful. I may have complaints that I can't put in words, but my gratitude for you giving birth to me greatly surpasses this. Rakura, I.C. Nay Tora, I agree with the words of Rakura. My life can't be called decent, but I managed to meet Comrade and extend my hand to Blue. I certainly did feel my growth there. If I have been born as a peaceful human, I wouldn't have ever been able to obtain this feeling. I'm an adult too. I am satisfied with my own life. Rakura, but you have been unmarried for close to 30 years. Nay Tora, plain cruel. Marriage is not everything. If we are talking about that, Agdoik, my brother is older than me. Rakura, she threw the fire at me too for some reason. It is true that you are considered an adult at 18, and there's a lot of people who marry in their late 20s. But I have been living in the nether until that age. Egdoik has Blue-san. Nay Tora. What? Please wait a moment. My relationship with Egdoik is that between a demon lord and demon, Blue. But you said you would stay by his side until the very end. Nay Tora. That's true, but Blue, the two of them have only just begun their relationship, so please don't poke that too much. Rakura. Rakura? Blue. Egdoik, what's your opinion in that regard? Nay Tora. Even mother has thrown the conversation to me, so I should say something. I can't think of any thoughtful words. I have no choice but to say what I think as it is. My relationship with Blue is not like that. Egdoik. That's right. Blue. I have simply given my life to Blue. Egdoik. Hey. Blue. Mew. Did I say something wrong? I don't think I did. Oh my. In other words, Egdoik-san is the wife? Nay Tora. That's weird stuff you are saying there. Are the women the ones who give their lives to the man in the marriages of humans? Egdoik. I don't know about that. Such trends were big in the past though. The forms of the married couples were varied. Nay Tora. As I said, Blue. Sorry about that. I just felt like teasing you a bit. But I felt like the relationship between you two was extremely kind for a demon lord and demon. Nay Tora. Demons are the subordinates of demon lords. They are in a master-servant relationship where they can't disobey at all. But now that she mentions it, Blue has never treated me like a tool. She would get angry in weird moments and I have been smashed onto the ground several times, but they are most likely my mistakes. That's certainly uncharacteristic for a relationship of servitude. Egdoik. What? You want me to use you more like a slave? Blue. That would be troubling, but I do feel bad that I am using too much time because of the matters of comrade, and I can't be by your side too much, Blue. Egdoik. So true. You are always going comrade this comrade that, and always leaving your master for later. Blue. That much? Egdoik. You are. You cry more often than a pet dog. Blue. You do. You always do when you show up. Rakura. I see. Egdoik. I normally show up in front of Rakura when I am acting together with comrade, so I feel like it can't be helped that she has that perception though. But it is hard to describe the feeling when it is actually pointed out to me. I heard mother giggling when I was groaning. You have met good people, Egdoik. Nay Tora. Yeah, comrade guided someone like me, who was raised in the nether, all the way here. I would already be dead if I hadn't met comrade, or would be living a life not that different from that of a monster. No amount of gratitude would be enough. Egdoik. Include Blue-san the two. You felt enough to offer your everything to her after all. Nay Tora. Mew. That's true. Egdoik. I am fine. Blue. I can't just pick favorites here. Also. I am sorry for not making it in time. Egdoik. I should have run straight to her but, in the end, I couldn't make it in time when Blue was in danger, and the ones who saved her were comrade and my mother. There was a high enough possibility to encounter a unique, so if I had communicated often with Blue, something like that wouldn't have happened. That's fine too. I did forget to call you Nay Tora-san. Thanks for saving me that time. Blue. No need to thank me. I feel like I ended up pulling your leg instead. Nay Tora. Not at all. I would have died if I had been hit by that attack. Blue. I heard demon lords are immortal though? Nay Tora. It takes around several decades to a century to resurrect. No, that's not the issue here. Blue. It is a joke. I know. I just teased you a bit because I felt shy about being thanked. Sorry. Nay Tora. Oh okay. Also, how to say it. I should also apologize for a variety of things. Sorry. Blue. I am the one who should. I was so surprised when I was first told about the relationship between you two, and couldn't say anything. But you remained the same. A variety of my worries were gone as I watched you two. Nay Tora. I feel like my mother and those two have smoothened things out pretty well. I should say more here. I should thank you too. Thanks for saving Blue and thanks for understanding me. Mum. Egdoik. Yeah. Nay Tora. I can tell Mum is flustered here even when behind me. I am sure this is not a bad thing. Even if I am not certain of it, I could feel that's just how it is. Right. If we are going to Megis, we should visit the grave of Father Rakura. Right. I don't know his face, but it doesn't change the fact that he is our father. Egdoik. I don't know him either, but I have been going every now and then. Flowers would be noticed by Mother, so I poured booze. Rakura, father couldn't drink alcohol though. Natora, eh? Rakura, whipping a dead person, huh? You are a horrible daughter, Rakura. Blue tea then, my love for alcohol comes from mother. Rakura, I can't drink that much either. Natora, blaming your parents for that is not good. Egdoik, we managed to solve one problem with this. I can feel a part of the worries in my chest disappear. But the real problem that we should be facing still remains. Right, I have to thank the one other demon lord that treated me. Natora, no need for that. Your environment got complicated because of the monsters Purple created in the first place. Blue, that's true, but... Natora, Purple barely has any interest for others. You will only suffer a bad aftertaste if you meet her. Blue, the Purple Demon Lord San is super unconcerned about anything unrelated to Councillor Sama after all. Rakura, the Purple Demon Lord was the one who tore our family apart even if indirectly. She saved Mom this time around because Comrade asked to. We shouldn't let them meet at least until we confirm the safety of Comrade. I also need to thank the knight that helped in my treatment in Medjez. Natora. Egdoik, what's the matter? Egdoik, you suddenly lost energy there. Could it be that you forgot to ask her name? Natora, no, I did hear her name. Her name is Milia. Milia Pence. Egdoik, Milia-san, huh? Natora, is there a problem? Ben. Blue. It seems like Blue has noticed. I could feel discomfort in her words. Is something the matter? Rakura, hey, Egdoik. So it is like that? Blue. Yeah. She had a resemblance. And I did ask about it lightly to her comrade Holy Knights who I entrusted Milia to. Milia is the little sister of Lucia Pence. Egdoik. It is weird for me to say this, but you have quite the strange fateful life. Blue. Lucia Pence was the Holy Knight that was captured to give me information of human society. When I was raised under Biglucht, she was killed and made food. You could say she died because of me. Mom's life was saved thanks to the help of her little sister. Is this the way fate is telling me to face Milia and my past? I don't know the answer to that right now, but I should be able to know clearly in Medjez where we are heading. I managed to smell the scent of that human. Considering the strength of that race, the people of Letas are not here anymore. But there's also a scent I have not smelled before. This is from the Yugara Church *S. No, this isn't the time to think that. If it is exactly as the colorless demon lord said, I will be returned to my original place not long after. I must secure that human or locate him. I erase my presence as much as possible and turn invisible. It seems to be a building somewhere, but there's several layers of strong barriers around. It would not only be impossible for devils to get close, it would be difficult to even find it. The scent comes from here. But this scent, Devuleri, I confirm the position of the stars and narrow down the location as much as possible. This is Medjez, a facility a few ways away from where the holy grounds are. There aren't that many guards. It seems their security relies mainly on the barriers. They don't seem to be too tense as guards, and I could hear them chatting. How's the man? With how terribly injured he was, according to the doctors, he can't even be healed with healing magic, so they can only prolong his life. What was Zucho thinking? He was supposed to train him, right? Yeah, he may be nuts, but his skills are certain. Though, he went even crazier and ended up like that. At the end, he apparently continued gouging at his own throat until it was a mess. It seems like his state isn't that good judging from what they said. I search for the location of that human, relying on my nose, and find the room. I become a shadow, enter through an opening of the door, and check the state inside. This is Devuleri. The one there was that human. But I could only tell that because of my nose of sniffing. The appearance of the human lying on the bed was a dreadful one that didn't resemble his past appearance. Chapter 199. That's why. What do you think? The torturer Zucho, a man that learned the ecstasy of torturing others by having been tortured in the past. He was changed by his lack of compassion and his inability to see humans as anything but tools for entertainment. Such a man was made to take the stage by the Archbishop Serais. No matter if he is an earthling, Archbishop Serais judged that it would be impossible to persuade Zucho. But that earthling didn't persuade him in the first place. What is it you like about torturing people? This served as the trigger for Zucho to begin talking about himself, just how to hurt humans and make them suffer, how their expressions would be dyed in fear. I see. So that's the reason why you love torture. Then Zucho should have tortured that human in the middle of this. But he took interest in the earthling that understood his likes and thoughts, and put them in words better. It is not like he intended to let him go. That's why he decided to at least listen to him. He thought that this would instead serve to learn how to make this man warp in even deeper fear. But what's forming those emotions are your memories of when you were tortured. You should be remembering the past through the torture you inflict. This is when the conversation turned ominous. The face of Zucho, who was talking with glee, began to stiffen, and denial began to mix into it. But it was too late. That's because Zucho had already acknowledged that the earthling is someone who understood him well. Now, remember the torture you have done until now. The faces of the people that you made suffer, feel pain, and instilled fear into. How is it? Can you remember them clearly? Aren't those faces overlapping with yours? He led it into Zucho overlapping himself with the people he tortured before. It wasn't magic. He repainted the blissful days of Zucho until now into hellscapes purely with words. Of course Zucho denied those claims. But he couldn't deny them completely. There was a part of him that felt this way after all. Even if he wanted to shut him up, Archbishop Serais ordered him strictly to not crush his throat alone. The only one who can speak the correct intonation of the Demon Lord's names is the Earthling after all. Did you really wish to torture others? Now, go ahead and test it out. You have the right to. Zucho began to torture the Earthling to shut him up. But that wasn't even torture anymore. He was simply trying to shut him up. He couldn't allow the monster to paint away all his own self-worth, so he began to attack without restraint. Zucho-kun, you were a more proper person than I thought. So boring. You injured other people in order to escape from your past fear. To think you would regret it at this point in time. There's no way. But Zucho was made to understand that he was that kind of person. And then, he broke. He wailed as if trying to deny everything and continued to attack the Earthling. The other people who heard those screams tore Zucho away from the Earthling. But the Earthling was already seriously injured by that time. It is actually a shock that he wasn't dead yet. Wrong. I am different. Zucho was instilled non-existent good in his heart and was eaten away by guilt he shouldn't have felt. And then, he began to injure himself as if repenting for it. At the end, he tore away his own throat to a degree where it was a complete mess. He must have wanted to aim for the throat of the Earthling with a passion. But that's way too excessive or like. I don't know. The result was that the plan of Archbishop Serais failed. The Earthling was now unconscious and in a state where it wouldn't be strange for him to die at any moment. He couldn't treat him with magic, so they couldn't do anything with the medical techniques of this world. He really is outrageously crazy when he is calling himself with me. He created a situation where I could move after all. As for the limitations, well, it is just on the degree where there's a bit of regulations set by themselves. Makes sense. Right now the one who is in possession of the Earthling is Archbishop Serais. By creating a situation where Archbishop Serais wouldn't want the Earthling to die, I indirectly managed to keep it barely on a line where I could interfere, in order to create a justified cause to draw that man's comrades so that he could be kept alive. If the training had gone well, the desire of Archbishop Serais would be I don't want to let the Earthling escape. I would understand that bringing a comrade of that man would be a completely antagonistic action. But the current desire of Archbishop Serais is I want to keep that man alive somehow. It is without doubt still an antagonistic action, but my limitations change greatly depending on what they are prioritizing the most. Just how well does he understand my limitations? So scary. So scary. I decided to send the subordinate of Purple Princess, Duvalieri. He excels in infiltration and he is someone who can find the Earthling in a short span of time. Duvalieri hid the Earthling in his own stomach just as I imagined, and created a fake Earthling by using a part of his own body, and laid it down on the bed. The effect of my spell has just ended and he has returned to his original location. It is true that the spell I use teleports you to a random location, but it is not that difficult to tamper with the random coordinates. I am such a scam artist. But what would you have done if I hadn't moved? It would be unrefined to think that. He did discover that I used his safety as negotiation with the Scarlet Beast. Yeah, it would be troubling for me if you were to die since you are the substitute of Black Sis. Also, there's no one aside from me who can make a move in this situation. So I had no choice but to move. But the limitations left by Yugura are harsher than you think. You know? Colorless. I simply pushed the development of everyone wanting the Earthling to be alive, but in the end, this action benefits the enemy in the eyes of Archbishop Ceres. There will be a penalty if I were to feel that even a tiny bit. It is comparatively more lenient, but well, it is to a degree where my organs stop functioning. I have to manage them the whole time with magic. Thanks to that, I would be a bit more free to move if it were related to the forbidden though. If the Earthling thought he can get treatment from me, he read it wrong. Me moving in the middle of a penalty from my limitations is pretty dangerous for my life. It is a damn vague limitation, but I can instinctively tell the line I must not step over. In that case, the only ones who can treat the Earthling right now are two people, relying on the judgment of the King of Taizuis. Well then, but is this that? Colorless. Did I read too deeply despite myself? The reality is that if the people of this world were to seriously attack the Earthling, he would clearly die. There was an extremely high chance he would die from an attack of Zucho. It wouldn't have been strange for him to have died before I moved. This would be beyond a gamble if he understands his own frailty. Then, is it that? Did he try to protect the demon lords out of self-sacrifice? No, but he was in his me state, right? From what I know, it would be understandable if it were the Earthling in his me state. But the Earthling in his me state should have prioritized himself over the demon lords. It is okay if I move and save him. It is okay if I die and the demon lords get saved. I feel like he would think whichever falls into, it would be fine. Ah, damn it. My brain is running circles. Colorless. I am done for if that man makes me swallow a bitter pill. It will make me feel as if he is reading all of my thoughts. Am I currently moving by my own will, or seriously? This man is troublesome regardless of whether he is there or not. I sent Mom to Megis and get in contact with Marito who is in Taizu. They still don't know where Comrade is. In that case, there's one thing I must do next. I went to the capital of Megis where the holy grounds of Megis are, and headed towards the military station where the holy knights are at. Egdoikanizn, are you going to be meeting Milia-san in the end? Yeah. Mom is not here now, so you can call me as you usually do, Rakura. Egdoik, about that, it is a pain to change my way of calling someone for every different instance. Rakura. I see. Well, I don't mind. Egdoik, I know that Rakura isn't good at complicated stances, but due to most likely me having a stronger awareness that Rakura is my little sister. It feels kind of itchy. That said, I can't really force Rakura to call me the same way as before. I am thinking about showing myself at Yuko-sama's place. Anyways, it has been a while since I have been back at Megis. Rakura, you went to Taizu under an order of Megis and have been by the side of Comrade until the present after all. Egdoik, I can't shake off the feeling that they just tried to get rid of a pain for them though. Rakura, it might have been the case at that time, but you are now an outstanding priestess with achievements to back it up. Just have confidence. Egdoik, you telling me that makes it feel itchy. I miss the days when you shouted my full name. Rakura, now that she mentions it, we did have exchanges like that when we first met. I don't think about doing something like that now, but it is not like I didn't feel fulfilled in my own way at that time, too. My evaluation of you was pretty low at that time after all. It is in part my own fault for not understanding your worth properly, but it is also the fault of how you lead your everyday life, right? Egdoik, can't say anything back to that. Well, it is true that I haven't changed though. Rakura, I think you have changed from what I have seen. Egdoik, really? Rakura, yeah. You and I have changed in some way by being by the side of Comrade. Egdoik, even if Rakura's self-indulgent personality hasn't changed, she has certainly grown. It is in a spot where I wouldn't have noticed if I myself hadn't grown, but I can tell that her way of being has certainly changed. Right. By the way, was it okay to leave Blue-san at the place of Mother? Rakura, we can't just bring a demon lord to a place where there's the influence of Megis, right? Egdoik, if we are going by that logic, you are also a demon, Egdoikanism. Rakura, now then, I will be heading off. Make it so that we can contact each other at any moment. Egdoik, you blatantly diverted the topic. Rakura, I am half-half about my awareness of being a demon. My awareness gets even thinner when Blue is not there. It is most likely because the scenery I have seen as a human and the scenery I have seen as a demon are practically the same. I could have been more proud as a demon if I had the personality of Deuvilieri. but let's ask him next time about the readiness of being a servant. The reactions of the Holy Knights were different in their respective ways. There's those who were directing eyes like those of allies having fought together against the Scarlet Demon Lord, and those who are evasive because they felt the shadow of a demon lord in the mana that flows inside of me. But there doesn't seem to be anyone acting upon it, and so, I found Milia in the middle of training. Ah, Egdoik-san. Milia, is your body fine already? Egdoik: yes, it was hard to even walk for a while, but I am completely fine now. Milia: I see. I have something I want to talk about for a bit, but go ahead and finish your training first. Egdoik: ah, I will end it here. So it is okay, you came all the way here after all. Milia: we can't be doing that. Training every day is necessary to become a great holy knight. Egdoik: but. Milia: I am happy for the consideration, but I am not in a position to deserve it. Though it is hard to say whether she could get back into it even if she were to resume her training. Then, let's have a spar. I can tag along if it is that much. Egdoik: is that okay? Milia: yeah, I was interested in your skills too. Egdoik: I am nervous now that you have told me that, but understood. Allow me to borrow you. Milia: I decided to refrain from using my chains and borrow a training sword to spar with Milia. Milia's skills are pretty low within the Holy Knights. She has decent prospects for the future, but I couldn't feel any outstanding talents. Even so, I could still feel enough skills to tell how much training she has accumulated until this day. Strong. Egdoik-san, do you specialize in the sword? Milia: no. It has been a few years since I have swung a sword. The range being short really doesn't click with me. Egdoik: and yet, you are this strong. My confidence is taking a hit. Milia: there's no need to lose it. You just have to increase it if it is not enough right now. Your current skills are far from the limit of your talents. You should be able to win against me in the sword with time. Egdoik: ah really? Then, I have to work hard. Milia: but I feel like it has been a while since I have fought someone with proper swordsmanship. I have sparred with Ilias a number of times, but clashing swords with her wouldn't serve as any training at all. It is practically no different from having a rock dropped from a cliff and having to stop it with your weapon after all. Every single attack of the Taizu Knights is way too heavy. I will use any weapon you wish me to. Do you have any in mind? Egdoik: then, a spear. Milia: I answered the requests of Milia and used a spear, a battle axe, a battle hammer, a staff, and bare-handed combat to spar with her. I could fight without issues with whichever weapon, but it made me reconfirm that chains are the best. The versatility of normal weapons is way too low. The gazes of most of the holy knights around were directed at us by the time I noticed. I don't want to stand out negatively here though. Let's end this on the next one. Why your skills with any weapon are no different from a seasoned holy knight. Milia: just swinging around your weapon is no good. Think about what you can do with the weapon you have. You should be able to do about anything if you can do that. Egdoik: I will do my best. Right, what's the weapon you specialize in the best, Egdoik-san? Milia: this. Egdoik: I unwrap the chains from my arms and hang them towards the ground. I pour mana and spread them around. Chains really are good. I can move them as I will and change them into the shape I imagine. Chains. Can those be called a weapon? Milia: it would be faster to actually show you. I don't know if it will be beneficial as training though. Forgive me on that one. Egdoik: it feels as if their numbers have increased, extended, Midya. Milia: it really wasn't even a spar if I used my chains. Milia couldn't deal with the chains when coming from all directions, and ended up a tangled mess in just a few seconds. An opponent who can't destroy them in one hit wouldn't be able to do anything. Such cases have been happening pretty often recently though. Milia changed to her plain clothes after finishing the training. That appearance of hers was no different from that of a normal girl, and I couldn't feel the atmosphere of a knight around her. I wonder which one is better between her or Ilias, who has her armor on all the way to coming back home. No, it all comes down to whether you are a knight until you go back home. Can I really become a good holy knight? Milia: I can't assure you that you will, but it would be difficult if you don't have the will to. Egdoik: right. What did you want to become that you ended up getting that strong? Milia: I was expected to get strong. I wouldn't have been able to live if I didn't. Egdoik. I was expected to get strong as an avenger, as a tool to kill humans. I myself was also made to train as if my life depended on it in order to unfold the instilled hatred. I now can't wield that power for the sake of that objective, but the experience I have built up is still alive even now. For the sake of living. That must have been a hard life. Melia. I lived only knowing of my own life after all. I can't give a confident answer about whether my life was harsher than others. Egdoik. I have seen the lives of many people until now. They were all different lifestyles from mine, and they had their respective difficulties. There's most likely lifestyles that I can't even begin to imitate. Speaking of which, you said you had something to talk with me about, right? Melia. About that. Egdoik. Right, I should get to the main topic. That's why I am here. If I were to postpone it further, telling her in itself will grow more difficult and, right. How about having dinner together with me? I can't really say it would be the kind that would make you lick your fingers over. But I am good at cooking despite appearances. Melia. No, that's... Egdoik. Was that a bother? Melia. That's not it. It is not, but... Egdoik. Then, please do. I want to hear a lot about you. Is there anything you can't eat? Melia. I can't eat meat. Egdoik. I ended up getting brought to the house where Melia lives without being able to tell her. Will I be able to tell Melia about Lucia? I still don't know the reason why the colorless demon lord sent me there on purpose. But I was given the opportunity, so there's no reason not to take that opportunity. I don't know how long the life of this human will last, but right now what I have to think of is to hurry and bring him to Taizu. Right, I should report to my lord that I have brought this man back. What will my lord think after seeing the appearance of this human? Deviliri. My lord said, that person is basically how you view me. No. He is more than that for me. If this human was my lord, what would happen to me if I were to look at this tragic state? Just imagining it would be sinful. But there's no doubt she wouldn't be able to stay calm. The speed at which I flew to Taizu began to lower. What would happen if my lord were to learn of this human's state? I can't understand all the thoughts of my lord. Even so, I am sure that it won't be a good result. I remember the appearance of my lord before meeting that human. That sublime being that created me. Her cold looks that were worthy of being called a demon lord. Why am I remembering this at this point in time? Is this a presentiment, or expectation? What am I hesitating about? I just have to perform the order my lord has given me. Deviliri. Right. My lord ordered me to bring this human back. I should be fulfilling this first and foremost. There's no room for my own feelings in it. There must not be. And yet, when I imagined that human by the side of my lord in the future, her coldness has thinned, but that peaceful expression as if she is always fulfilled. And what of it? Deviliri. I must bring this human back to Taizu no matter what. I shake my head and raise my flying speed. But I couldn't report to my lord until I arrived at Taizu. Chapter 200, That's why, I will follow you. Melia's house was simple. It felt a few sizes smaller than Ilias's house. It seems like she is living alone. I can't see any other housemates. I was made to sit in the living room and there wasn't anything to do until the food was made. Melia was making food just by the kitchen, and the scent of cooking was tickling my nose. Is there anything I can help out with? Egdoik. It is okay. The share of 1 or 2 is not much different. Melia. I told Rakura and the others that I would be returning after eating. Is Blue worried? It is even possible she would point a sword at me after all. Sorry for the wait. Let's eat before it gets cold. Melia. Melia finished a light prayer and began eating. I was watching that as someone who isn't a Yugara believer, and brought the food to my mouth when Melia began to eat. It is similar to the dishes that Lucia taught me in the past, but they all have their own distinct differences. It is tasty. Egdoik. Really? Melia. Yeah, I don't say this as lip service. I can tell you are well versed. Egdoik. I was taught by Anicca, my sister, but my sister was busy with her work as a holy knight, so I ended up becoming skilled at it once I began cooking in her stead. Melia. What about your parents? Egdoik. My mom died from an illness soon after giving birth to me. My dad was a holy knight too. When I was young, he and my sister were doing their job as holy knights and... Melia. Melia must have been making food every day for the sake of Lucia. But Lucia was taken away by an intermediate devil in the middle of her mission and killed. I see. You aim to become a holy knight despite that. Egdoik, my dad and sister weren't that famous, but they were proud of being holy knights, and fulfilled their duty. I want to protect what those two tried to protect in their stead. Milia, haven't you thought about taking revenge? Egdoik, I have. But I am unskilled as of present. I am sure I won't even be able to become decent if I were to concentrate on something else aside from wanting to protect the country and the people as a holy knight. That's why I am currently just thinking about becoming a holy knight that my family can be proud of. Milia. The words of Milia made it feel like my chest was being squeezed. I lived only for the sake of revenge and became strong just for the sake of that. Milia has a wonderful human heart contrary to the warped me. You may not be strong, but I think your heart is that of a wonderful holy knight already. Egdoik, that's not true. My heart was on the verge of breaking when I lost to you today. Egdoik-san. Let's change topics. The soup of today was taught to me by my sister. What I am especially proud of are the preparations for this vegetable. Milia. Soak them in water right after chopping them, right? Egdoik. Why, you knew? Milia. Yeah, I was taught that by Lucia. Egdoik. You knew my sister? Milia. I thought about playing it off, but it seems like I can't do that. I at the very least can't bring myself to lie to Milia. I have become quite the honest person. What I will be telling you now will be about my life. And about how I met Lucia. Egdoik. I tell her everything without hiding a single detail. About how I was raised by the great devil Bigligged. About how Lucia was captured in order to make me learn about humans. What conversations I had with Lucia, and the last moments of Lucia. Milia didn't say anything in between and continued listening to my story silently. That's all. Egdoik. So that's how it was. Milia, I must apologize. Lucia wouldn't have been kidnapped by a devil if I hadn't been present. Lucia basically died because of me. You have the right to blame me, the right to take revenge against me. But I can't afford to die right now. I can't give my life to you. I have already given my life to someone else. I am sorry. Egdoik. I lower my head deeply. I promised I would bring the desire to live to Blue. I can't break that promise. I haven't paid back my debt towards Comrade either. I have increased the reasons I can't die way too much compared to the time when I said I didn't mind dying for the sake of my revenge. Even so, I plan on taking on the grudge of Milia as much as possible. I have already prepared myself for that. But Milia didn't show any signs of moving, and I can't feel a trace of hostility from her. Please raise your head. I don't have the desire of wanting you dead, Egdoik-san. My sister guided you after all, and you have now become a hero that has saved the nation. Milia. I am not a hero. Egdoik. You are. You stayed back and fought alone in order for the villagers that got invaded by the devils to escape. You placed the lives of your mother and those of the villagers on a scale, and prioritized the lives of the many. If that's not a hero, we wouldn't even be considered knights. Even if you are not human, you are still a hero in my eyes. I am the one who aimed to become the same as my sister after all. Milia. I would have been fine with giving her an arm or two if she were to come at me with her sword. I planned on shouldering whatever curses she flung at me for the rest of my life. But Milia is not blaming me. That was more painful than any attack or abuse. But I have cursed you with loneliness. I took away your important people. Egdoik. You told me this despite knowing full well I would hate you for it. The last moments of the sister I am proud of. She managed to fulfill her duty as a holy knight until the very end. There's no need for repentance. I am fine with just hearing about it. That's why. Please don't lower your head anymore. Milia. Egdoik. I couldn't say anything. My eyes are burning. I could feel something flowing down from my eyes. I have never felt this much pain from being forgiven. I know the meaning of living in loneliness. I understand the loneliness Milia tasted, even if not all of it. Geez, I would be troubled if you lower your head that much. Come on, the food is going to get go. Milia. Sorry. Egdoik. My face was forcefully raised, and I saw the surprised face of Milia in my blurry vision. But Milia smiled kindly soon after and wiped the corner of my eyes. Thanks, Egdoik-san, for feeling that much pain for the sake of me and my sister. Milia said this and tears began to accumulate in her eyes. The food had grown cold by the time I calmed down. I entered a room in the Taizu castle. The ones there were the king of Taizu, Marito Taizu, and Salvat Ragudo, who is teaching the sword to Ilias. Salvat showed a wary stance when I was confirmed in vision, and Marito looked over here with a silent expression. Even if we are in a cooperative relationship, I don't really respect the fact that a direct subordinate of a demon lord has showed in front of a nation's king. Marito, this is outside the order of my lord. I have come here under my own jurisdiction to ask for your opinion. Devileri. Speak. Marito, I have found that human and secured him. Devileri. Really? Where is he right now? Marito. Leeway disappeared from Marito's face the moment the talk was about that human. I heard he is friendly with that human, but is it something to be this agitated about? He is inside my stomach. He is alive, but in a dangerous state. Is there anyone who can treat him? Devileri. I have doctors always on standby. There's also a room ready. Marito. Then, let's move there. Guide the way. Devileri. There were already people that looked like doctors inside the room and a variety of tools ready. You could say this preparation is natural when considering he was already pretty injured when coming out of Ghani. I take out the human from the stomach of Perplexion and lay him on the bed. The doctor saw his state and began the treatment with a changed expression. There's something I would like to ask you, Devileri. I turned around and looked at Marito, but the moment I did, my whole body shivered when I saw his expression. Marito's battle prowess is at highest on the same level as my lord and far below me. I have fought many enemies until now, but this is the first time my body has cowered despite knowing that this anger is not directed at me. Your Majesty, the hands of the doctor will be hampered. Please restrain yourself. Ragudo. Sorry, Lord Ragudo. Marito. He must have returned to his senses with the words of Salvat. Marito exhaled heavily and faced me. I will continue what we were talking about. I saw the tragic state of this human and was hesitant as to whether to show this to my lord. But performing the order of my lord is my duty. Thus, I would like to confirm with you as a third party, in the case my lord sees the state of this human, what would happen to her? Devileri. To be blunt, your instinct was correct. There's no guarantee the Purple Demon Lord would be able to stay in her right mind if she were to see the current state of my friend. That was a good decision. Marito. Explain to me in detail about what you refer to as not being able to stay in her right mind. Devileri. I don't think I understand the Purple Demon Lord on the level of my friend, but she at the very least wouldn't forgive the ones who made my friend suffer this. She would be thinking about giving retribution, by whatever means. Marito. I have thought that far, but that's not the answer I want. That's natural. This human is the one she prioritizes the most. That has been trampled upon, so there's no reason to forgive them. Devileri. The problem is the part about whatever means. The Purple Demon Lord doesn't have much of a desire to live as a human like the Blue Demon Lord and Gold Demon Lord do. She would be moving as a Demon Lord depending on who she is dealing with. Marito. What's the issue with that? Devileri. My friend wouldn't wish for that. My friend tried to avoid the Demon Lord from becoming an enemy of the humans. But right now my friend is in this state. It would mean there's no one who would be able to stop the Purple Demon Lord. If she were to be equally or more angered than I am, and she were to move freely, everything my friend has been working for would come tumbling down. Marito. The anger Marito showed just now was quite the thing. If my lord were to get even angrier than that, and she were to wield her own power. There's no doubt she would become a threat comparable to that of the Scarlet Demon Lord. I understand, but I have the duty to report to my lord. Devileri. I plan on telling the Gold Demon Lord anyways. There's a high chance she would learn about it from there. I don't plan on stopping you, but if the Purple Demon Lord goes out of control, I will have to stop the Purple Demon Lord as a king of the humans. Understand the meaning of that? Marito. Understood. Devileri. It should be fine to leave this human to Marito, but being injured to this degree in a body that can't be affected by magic. It should be safe to assume there's almost no chance of survival. Your Majesty, how should we tell the others? Ragudo. We will tell them, but don't let anyone see him. Marito. As you will. Ragudo. Especially Lady Ratzel. She would definitely step in the wrong path. Marito. Yeah. Ragudo. I have heard about a knight's way of life to a certain degree. People who live while maintaining the justice they believe in, people who live with pride. The strength of Ilias has been built up with that. Marito said someone like that would be stepping in the wrong path. Then, what would happen to my lord? I don't know what the path of that personage is. But what kind of conclusion will it get when she takes the wrong step? Right, I forgot to say this. Devileri, where was my friend? Marito. One of the facilities in Meges. I felt the scent of one of the archbishops that was based in Kiwama who had come to Taizu before. Diuvileri. Archbishop Serais. I will report to Pope Uparo. Lord Agudo, contact the others. Can you explain the details when that time comes? Marito. Got it. Diuvileri. If this human were conscious, he would have thought of the best action to take for my lord as someone who understands her better than me. Human, what should I do? I look at this human while thinking that at this being that is just heading to his death. Hakutoku. There was a call from Lord Agudo of Taizu. That man has apparently been found. What? Even though we finally moved the adventurers? Haku. I returned to the place of Brogestaff and was pumped up to investigate the whereabouts of brother though. What's up with that? Well, it is great that he has been found though. But bro went out of his way to return to the capital when he was making moves in the Kiwama Never. We are really being thrown about by brother. He is the guy that defeated demon lords, so you could say that it can't be helped. About those adventurers, let them search for a while more. Jestaff. Hey, why? Haku. The culprit hasn't noticed that the man has been taken away. This is in order to not let him notice. Jestaff. According to bro, brother is in a pretty dangerous state where he can't even move from his spot. Diuvileri created a clone with the appearance of him and left the place. They can't use magic on him, so it won't be possible to check him with magic. Can't I alone go back to Taizu? Haku. The one who kidnapped that man was Ray-8, the people of Litas. You are one of the illegitimate they are searching for. It is possible they are observing your movements from afar. You shouldn't move when there's the risk of information leaking. Jestaff. That's Haku. My instinct Sama is sensitive towards threats to my life, but it is pretty silent when it comes to just watching from afar. I have no means to deal with it if I am being observed from outside the range of my detection magic. But just biting my nails and waiting when brother might die is just way too horrible. Well, I can understand how you feel. I will prepare the means. Jestaff. Really? Haku. Be ready by tomorrow. Finish instructing the adventurers, so that you can hole yourself up in here for a while. Jestaff. Understood. I will finish it up in a jiffy. Haku. As expected of bro, he can plan stuff I wouldn't even begin to think of in the blink of an eye. But I can't just stand here doing nothing. I will be leaving Kiwama tomorrow, so I have to perform my job properly. I dash off from the residence and move to the headquarters of Ryodo. I found a familiar face on my way there. Oh, isn't that Hakutoku? Hiya, Maseta. You got back to Kiwama, too? Haku. A priestess of the Yugara church affiliated to Morgana, Maseta. She helped me out with a variety of things in Kiwama and the matter of Natora-san. Speaking of which, I haven't told her in proper detail about the request. There was the talk about that person having been kidnapped by Litas, right? I was told to help out in his search by the Yugara church, too. I'm a part of the Morgana guild, so I was thinking about using my connections there. Maseta. Brother said Maseta was someone that we can trust. Maseta herself seems to like brother too, so it should be okay to tell her. About that. Lend me an ear for a bit. Haku. Okay. But don't breathe too closely on me, okay? Maseta. What, is your ear weak or something? Haku. That's right. Problem? Maseta. I am now getting embarrassed here too. Oh well, fine. I used detection magic around just in case, and told her about what Brogestaff told me. It seems like her ears really are weak. I was being careful, but she is fidgeting. Right. Hey, can you bring me with you? Maseta. I don't mind. But why? Haku. One reason is because I am worried about him too. The other one is because I did something bad to Rakura, so I want to do something to make amends. Maseta. Rakura is currently somewhere else though. Haku. You will be regrouping soon anyways, right? Maseta. True. I will ask Brogestaff about it later then. Haku. Yes, please do. Let's go then. Maseta. Haku. I have already told her I am leaving tomorrow. So what is she saying? I tilted my head wondering about this, but she instead got closer and whispered in my ear. It is ticklish. You idiot. It would be unnatural if our conversation is being listened to right now, right? I am telling you to show up at the headquarters. Maseta. Right. Haku. So Maseta was thinking about how her words were being taken. This girl is also pretty sharp. No, maybe I am the one that's no good. You are impressive. Haku. What's that all of a sudden? Maseta, I was just thinking your way of acting is skilled. Haku, what's that? Sarcasm. Maseta, it was pure praise though. Haku. Fine. It is my first time entering the headquarters in Kiwama, right? Is it true that when someone aside from a guild member enters, they get caught up in incidents? Maseta. 50-50. They will just jeer at you if you are with me. Haku. I said that as a joke though. Maseta. Chapter 201, that's why I stand in the way. That man was found. I tried to head there immediately once I heard this report, but Lord Ragudo forbade me from heading to where he is. Lord Ragudo told me the reason without hiding anything. Ilias, you will definitely regret not having been able to protect him. As a captain, I can't make you do something that would end up having a knight let go of their sword. Ragudo. I couldn't say anything back. I was feeling my own lack of skill all the time when he was missing. I was regretting it to a degree unlike any time before, even after my battle against the Scarlet Demon Lord. If I were to see his tragic state right now, just how far down would I fall? Wolf is also shocked in a different form from me. She tried to jump in, but Gradona showed up together with Lord Ragudo and seized her. Little Wool, what can you do? Even if you go, you would just get in the way of the doctors. Gradona. This is my first time seeing the cold eyes of Gradona, but Wolf and I were easily pushed away. We want to see him, but we would only be a hindrance. To think it would hit this hard to not be allowed to even see someone. That reality pushed a terribly painful reality on us. Wolf wasn't in the mindset to train and has shut herself up in her room alone. I would have done the same if I didn't have my job as a knight. I look up at the room he should be in from the grounds of the Taizu Castle, even though he is right there. Ilias, I am not the only one who can't meet him. Ekdoik and the others have been contacted too, but they have been given identical treatment. Even Mixama has not been allowed to meet him. I haven't seen her since the information of him was spread, but I wonder how worried she is about him. I couldn't bring myself to train, so I continued cleaning the equipment with my heart still a mess, and the entrance of the Taizu Castle was noisy for some reason. My body moved in that direction without thinking, out of habit. That apostrophe S. The Gold Demon Lord and Purple Demon Lord? Ilias. They even contacted me, so it would be natural for them to have been told, too. The two seem to be in a dispute with the knights. I can pretty much tell the reason though. As I said, why is it okay for gold, but I can't? Purple. Orders of His Majesty. I am asking for the reason, you know? Purple. Purple. Calm down a bit. Gold. You shut up. Purple. The Gold Demon Lord is being overwhelmed by the threatening attitude of the Purple Demon Lord. The Purple Demon Lord is clearly different from her usual self. She must be seriously worried about him as well. It is the same reason as to why Lord Ragudo didn't allow us to meet him. No. Considering her position as a demon lord, I can tell there's even more complicated reasons behind it. The Gold Demon Lord glances at the knights while sighing. Hey, it is impossible for this one to stop her. There's skilled ones inside, right? How about letting her in? Gold. We have to fulfill our duty as knights that protect this place. Is that so? Then fine. If you are not going to listen, there's only one method to take, right? Purple. I could feel her anger change to killing intent. What was I watching, all absent-minded? I immediately grabbed my sword and approach, but giant arms appeared from the clothes of the Purple Demon Lord faster than I did and swept the knights away. I confirm the state of the knights that were smashed onto the walls with my gaze. They managed to defend and their wounds are not life-threatening. But the attack of the Purple Demon Lord just now was one that had no restraint at all, intending to kill them. Wait, what do you think will happen if you rampage here? Ilias. Ilias? Good timing. Can ya stop her? Gold. No need to tell me. Purple Demon Lord, what can you do even if you were to go there? Ilias. And what of it? I want to see him. Why do I have to be stopped by others? Are you telling me you have the right to stop me as someone who couldn't even protect him? Purple. That's Ilias. I understand to a painful degree the feelings of her wanting to meet him. I am sure she definitely wouldn't give up with my words. Then, what should I do? Do I have to cut down the Purple Demon Lord? What would he think if he were to learn about this? My hands holding my sword were not raising as I wanted them to. No, she has. We are inside Taizu grounds. Gold. Shut up. Purple. The devil arms that are serving as her clothes fling the Gold Demon Lord away. The Gold Demon Lord was sent flying my way and I reflexively caught her. Oi, Gold Demon Lord. What happened to your defensive barrier? Ilias. It was on. That purple. She sent this one flying along with my footing. Gold. The place the Gold Demon Lord was standing on had been cleanly gouged out. It is true that the barrier of the Gold Demon Lord doesn't work properly on attacks that target the footing of the Gold Demon Lord. You can send her flying even if you can't deal damage to the person herself. The Purple Demon Lord didn't even look at me and entered the castle. I have to stop her. Ilias. Ha, Ilias, you've become pretty cowardly. Gold. What? Ilias. You're losing the initiative in every single move. With ya being in such a state, ya will just be getting one-upped by Purple. Gold. That's not, Ilias, enough. The Taizu King should have predicted this. Hop. Gold. The Gold Demon Lord shook my arm away and walked off. I can't see her hurrying at all. Thanks for your work. Would it be better for me to call someone? Gold. No, we can treat ourselves. A harsh role you're taking, Ilias. Get yet but moving already. This one doesn't like setups like this, ya know. Gold. Ilias. I moved together with the Gold Demon Lord as told. It is true that if the Purple Demon Lord were to learn about him, it would be clear that things would end up like this. The knights protected themselves with precision as if they knew this would happen beforehand. But I doubt even His Majesty would be able to stop her with words. Then, the one ahead would be. This is. What are you trying to pull here? Purple. We find the Purple Demon Lord in the pathway. The one ahead of her was as expected Lord Ragudo. But Lord Ragudo isn't in a position that's blocking the path of the Purple Demon Lord, and the one who was standing there instead was Diuvuleri. It is as you see. I can't let you meet that human right now, my lord. Diuvuleri, are you aware about what you are doing right now? Purple. I forgot that Diuvuleri was always present by the side of the Purple Demon Lord. But it is normal to assume he is hiding in the shadow of the Purple Demon Lord even if there's no presence of him. And yet, why are things looking like this? Lord Ragudo was watching the state of the two silently. I am sure you will not be able to stay sane if you see the state of that human. You will be imprisoned by anger and you will become an enemy of the humans as a Demon Lord. Diuvuleri. And what of it? Purple. I must stop that. Diuvuleri. I don't get you at all though? Purple. Even more reason in that case. Diuvuleri. The Purple Demon Lord attacked Diuvuleri without hesitation. Diuvuleri took on that attack without moving from his place. You are in the way. Move. Purple. I can't. Diuvuleri. A fearsome amount of blades came out from the clothes and gems of the Purple Demon Lord, and stabbed Diuvuleri. But Diuvuleri didn't budge an inch and didn't move from where he stood. I am telling you to move. Purple. I can't. You have offered your everything to that human, my lord. You tried to be the Purple Demon Lord that human wished. I must respect that will of yours. Diuvuleri. The Purple Demon Lord poured all of her strength into Diuvuleri exactly because she understood the absolute loyalty he had. It is impossible for the Purple Demon Lord to defeat Diuvuleri with the strength she has. She won't be able to go ahead as long as Diuvuleri doesn't open the path for her. Please move. Purple. I can't. I serve to protect you. I must protect your heart, body, and future. I will take on the anger of my lord until this body perishes for the sake of that. Diuvuleri. I simply want to meet him. Purple. I don't understand completely what that human thinks. But I at least know that that human wouldn't want my lord to become the enemy of humans. I must not allow my lord to do something that would disappoint that human. I know that this is something that my lord must avoid the most. Diuvuleri. Purple. The Purple Demon Lord falls on her knees in place. Her anger and killing intent was already gone. Only grief showed in her face. It is over. Your Majesty. Ilias. I don't know since when His Majesty was watching, but he appeared from behind me. He didn't even look at me and moved to where the Gold Demon Lord is. You've got a nasty personality, Taizu King. Are you imitating, sir? Gold. That wasn't my intention. But I would like you to check the state of my friend, Gold Demon Lord. Marito. So it is to a point where a human can't do anything about it, Alright. Gold. The two go deeper in together with Lord Ragudo. The Purple Demon Lord didn't even see that and was just staring at empty space. Diuvuleri was watching that Purple Demon Lord with a bitter expression. Diuvuleri, you. Ilias. I exist solely to protect my lord. If I were to let my lord get past here, she would have turned not only Salvit into an enemy, but all the knights hiding around, depending on the case, even the man behind Marito. Devileri. How do you? Ilias. Marito told me himself when I told him about the action I was about to take. I couldn't see him, but I could smell that he wasn't someone I could match just from feeling a portion of him. Devileri. It must have been in part to hold down the threat of Devileri obeying the order of the Purple Demon Lord, but even so, His Majesty trusted Devileri. Thanks for finding him, Devileri. Ilias. I simply performed the order of my lord. And that's also the case even now. Devileri. Devileri always lacks expressiveness, but I could understand his internal sentiments right now. That's how much the face of that great devil was overflowing with humanity. I just stood there, not having any more words to speak, and His Majesty and the others returned. The face of the usually carefree Gold Demon Lord was looking grim. And so, how is it, Gold Demon Lord? Marito. I am angered by the person that pushed him to that point, but this one is pretty displeased by you who thought I would be able to do something about it. Gold. I simply chose the more reasonable one. Marito. Well, that's true. It is honestly not something we can do anything about. Gold. Can't you prolong his life by turning him into a demon? Marito. I was startled by the statement of His Majesty. His Majesty didn't want him to become a demon, and yet he still said that. Is that how dear the situation is? Not possible. The contract can't be made without the will of the person himself. Even if we had it, I doubt he would accept. But I do have an idea of a way that might make it possible if it is by any means possible. Gold. You have a way? This is not the time to be questioning the means if there's a way. Marito. It is a method this one would have done regardless of your agreement. Hey, Purple, how long are ya going to space out for? Get ready already. Gold. Ready? Purple. His state isn't something we can heal at all. But there's one person who can control living beings itself. The more negotiation chips there are, the better. We must call back Blue too. Gold. I see. So we are going to rely on that? Purple. Gold Demon Lord, explain in a way so that a third party can understand, too. Marito. We will negotiate with one of the Demon Lords who has been given the power of prosperity, the Green Demon Lord. Gold. The Green Demon Lord, the Demon Lord that rules the Taizu Nether that's adjacent to Taizu. I heard the Green Demon Lord himself is not hostile towards humans, but the harm caused by the monsters that overflowed from that nether have been etched in the history of Taizu. And most of all, he is the very culprit that sent demons to Taizu, aiming for the Anbu protecting His Majesty. Is it possible? Marito. The power that Yugara gave him surpasses the realm of magic. Also, the power of Green specializes in affecting living beings. There's a high possibility Green doesn't take orders from people to begin with. However, he has agreed to trades often in the past. It all depends on us, I guess. Gold. It is true that the Gold Demon Lord managed to send that man to her simulated world with her ruling despite him not being affected by mana. If the power of the Green Demon Lord can affect living beings, it might be possible to save him from the brink of death. Right. If it is Green, no matter who it is, as long as they are alive. King of Taizu, put him inside Deuvilleri's stomach. I promise I won't look. You can prepare as many lookouts as you want, okay? Purple. Right. Green definitely won't be coming all the way to Taizu, so we have to bring Sir to him. Gold. Fine. We will ready our selection by the time the Blue Demon Lord arrives. Lady Ratzel, you are listening, right? Marito. His Majesty looked at me. I stiffened up just from that. Why yes. Ilias. Call the ones who can be called the comrades of my friend. You will accompany them as the leader. Marito. Ilias. I understand that you have your own thoughts about this, but the number one priority is the life of my friend. I believe you can do that. Marito. Yes. Ilias. The next day, we departed to the Taizu Nether on the back of the Blue Demon Lord's subordinate, Daruigistia. Chapter 202, That's Why. In exchange, after learning about what happened to Comrade, Blue and I decided to head to where the Green Demon Lord is. 3 Demon Lords, Deuvillere, Makura, Ilias, Wolf, and Mix, the usual entourage. There's also one other coming along, a young knight called Kale who is affiliated to the Lino division. Isn't this too high? Gale. Daruigistia wouldn't be able to fly well if it is too low. Ekdoik. Right. Gale has been assigned to keep an eye on Ilias and the others. He may not be skilled, but he said that he has a specialty that compensates for that. There's no one who would have doubted it if it was something Marito said, but Gale is already overwhelmed by everyone here. Agdoik. The boundary between the Gani Nether and the Taizu Nether will soon come to sight. Don't forget to be on guard of the surroundings. Blue. We can't head to the Taizu Nether directly from Taizu. It is because the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain is on the way. There's no one who knows the detection and attack range of the Mana Eater that lives there. We must avoid the risk of being detected by the worst monster that can devour even the Scarlet Demon Lord and Black Demon Lord. We headed to the Gani territory first, and headed to the Taizu Nether through the Gani Nether. What kind of place is the Taizu Nether? There hasn't been any human who has taken a step into the Taizu Nether. I would like you to share information if you have any. Agdoik. We also don't know the whole picture of it. However, Ya should be able to tell immediately how abnormal it is with just a glance, right? Gold. What do you mean by, Agdoik? I spoke that much and understood what she meant. There's a giant forest covering my vision. The Megis Nether, Gani Nether, and Kiwama Nether all felt like barren wastelands. But the Taizu Nether is covered with an abundant amount of plants. Plants are growing normally despite being a nether, huh? Makes it is not normal, right? You will be able to tell once we get further in, you know? Purple. Daruagistia was flying through the sky of the Taizu Nether while Mix was tilting her head. And then, the horizon. And the horizon. This is Agdoik. The speed of Daruagistia is the same. We should have already arrived to what can be seen, and yet, we still haven't reached the boundary. What this means is that the forest that we could see from afar was getting steadily bigger. The size is clearly different. They are 10 times the size of normal trees. Plants exist in the Taizu Nether, but the size of them are so big they are incomparable to that of the human realm. It must be because of the mana of green though. Daruagistia, raise the altitude more. Blue. Roru. Daruagistia raised the altitude further as we advanced. We finally feel as if we have entered the Taizu Nether after going over the trees. The mana in the air is far denser than that of other nethers. If the barrier covering our bodies were to be cut off, we would soon feel adverse effects on our bodies. It is not like you are flying parallel to the ground, right? Rakura. That's right. We are currently advancing while raising the altitude. The vegetation in this nether gets bigger and bigger the closer you are to the center. Blue. Center. Rakura. The place where the castle of green is in. Seriously? Bigger doesn't mean better. Blue. Road. Trora. The area around the ground is always pitch black with such giant trees. Even the protruding roots are the same as trying to get over parts. Going through the place by foot would be quite difficult. If we hadn't used Daruagistia, even going straight would have been. I don't see monsters. Agdoik. There are. If you get down, they are all big, so I don't want to deal with them. But flying types like wyverns might pop up. Well, there's rarely any reckless monster who would attack a big monster like Daruagistia. Blue. That's true. Agdoik. The strong monsters apparently have their territories in the center. It should be peaceful for a while more. Gold. Just how big will this forest become? It makes me think there's no limit. I can tell Ilias and the others are overwhelmed by this sight they see for the first time. The only ones who seem unfazed are the 3 demon lords and Diuvilieri. By the way, Gold, you went together with me because you knew that would happen, right? Purple. The Taizu King told me beforehand after all. Gold. That fuss. That was in bad taste, you know? Purple. We wouldn't have been able to calm Ya down otherwise. I didn't know Diuvilieri would be the one doing the calming though. Gold. Really? I should have invaded Gani. Purple. If Ya had done that, Ya would still be an enemy to Sir. Gold. I think that would have sparked a new meeting, you know? Purple. There's no decent demon lord. Blue. Are you to speak? Purple. You're the one saying that? Gold. What's with you two? Blue. One that rules a nation, one that continues dreaming, one that continues fighting. The demon lords have their own individual traits. Then, what kind of person is the green demon lord? Blue. What kind of person is the green demon lord? Agdoik. Let's see. An arrogant Taizu King, I guess. Blue. True. That sounds about right. Gold. It fits. Purple. An arrogant Anasama. That's nice in its own way. Mix. His lack of mercy is on a level of its own though. Blue and I were close to being killed by green, you know? Purple. Now that I think back on it, That was some terrible flying spark. Blue. According to what they have said, at the time when they were given their powers by Yugura, the Demon Lords would end up in disputes with the slightest of things, especially the Scarlet Demon Lord and Green Demon Lord. They wouldn't get along with each other, and it even devolved into trying to kill each other. Blue and the Purple Demon Lord were caught up in that and left on the brink of death. They apparently would have definitely died if not for the interference of Yugura and the Black Demon Lord. That Scarlet Demon Lord. He is without doubt the strongest within the Demon Lords that are currently alive. I think he is better than Scarlet in the fact that he won't become an enemy if left alone, but he is the worst type to interact with for long periods of time. Blue. I thought everyone was going to die without exception when Green and Black fought. Gold. I was grateful for Yugura at the time alone, you know? Purple. I can't get a good picture, but it seems like there's no doubt he is a difficult person to deal with. Will the negotiation wrap up peacefully? No. Can we even reach the place of the Green Demon Lord safely in the first place? Something is coming. Egdoik. Clear hostility was directed at us. I managed to confirm that a giant shadow had taken flight from the forest further ahead of my vision. That figure still overwhelms me despite having been shown footage of it in Garni Castle before. Dragon? Gale. It is slightly smaller than Daruagestia, but it is still a size that I haven't seen from monsters of other Nevers. It seems like the dragon that showed up isn't planning on welcoming us into its territory. Calm down, Gale. It is true that it is a strong monster, but it is not something we can't deal with. Egdoik. That's right. Daruagestia, teach it the difference of your level. Blue. Rorororoo. Daruagestia charged at the dragon that appeared in front of us without faltering. I wrap up our bodies to the bones of Daruagestia with chains in order to not get shaken off. The Purple Demon Lord used the devils she was wearing, and Diuvileri casted a barrier at her side. Daruagestia and the dragon clash violently in the sky. Their claws and fangs collide, and we could feel strong vibrations at each instance. Their size may be almost the same, but Daruagestia is a monster that has surpassed unique rank. It has an overwhelming advantage when it comes to strength. The arm swung by Daruagestia landed straight onto the head of the dragon, and the dragon fell. HMPH. How's that? Don't think Daruagestia is your regular skeleton dragon. Blue. Blue has quite the dangerous monster serving her. Who is stronger between Daruagestia and Diuvileri? Gold. So she asks, Diuvileri? Purple. Diuvileri's body moves slightly with the Purple Demon Lord moving her gaze at him. From what I have heard, Diuvileri stood in the path of the Purple Demon Lord, ignoring her orders. He hasn't said a word until now, most likely because he feels bad about that. Oh? Have no intention of answering? Purple. It is true that Daruagestia is strong. It would be above me when it comes to a pure contest of strength. Diuvileri. I see. Does that mean you can't win? Purple. It is possible if necessary. Diuvileri. So it seems? Purple. I see. Then, want to pit them against each other some other time? Daruagestia is definitely stronger. Blue. I wonder about that. Purple. Yeah, people, this isn't the time to be getting competitive, ya know? Gold. It is just as the Gold Demon Lord says. After the dragon just before fell, dragons began to appear from the forest one after the other. There's more than a dozen of them. There's even some that are the same size as Daruagestia. They seem to be angered after a nearby brethren was defeated. Can you get through them? Egdoik. Who do you think you are talking to? It is going to be easy, right, Daruagestia? Blue. Rororoo. Daruagestia roared and began to fight the dragons. It looks like we won't need to help out. You think you can get through them? Egdoik. It is okay. Blue. Dragons from deeper in began to show up from the forest, most likely reacting to the roar of Daruagestia, and there were even bigger dragons than Daruagestia amongst them. The forest is noisy. Looks like there are visitors in the Taizu Nether. I observe them through the trees of the Nether. A dragon made out of bones. The ones riding its back are, oh, I have not heard about their detailed appearance, but judging from the mana waves, there's no doubt the other demon lords are there. Moreover, it is not only one. If they were just plain outsiders, it would have been fine for me to just get rid of them by myself. But let's bring this matter to my lord. I walked through the corridor and headed to the room where my king is sleeping in. He is someone that would get in a bad mood just from speaking to him unless it is quite the important matter, but if demon lords have appeared, He should at least hear about it. My king, excuse the intrusion while you sleep. I opened the door and checked the state inside. Deep inside the pulsing trees, I see the movement of a silhouette through the canopy bed covered in cloth. You are disrupting my sleep, Naira. An angered voice rang in the room. My king really is fearsome. If I mistake my response here, he would definitely kill me, a demon, without hesitation. But that's lovely. Intruders have shown up in the Taizu Nether. Demon lords are within their midst. Gold Demon Lord, Blue Demon Lord, and Purple Demon Lord. Nairu. And what of it? Ah, this might be no good. I might die here. But I thought I could bring you a rare report in such a long while. Nairu. Don't get noisy just from a slight hint of death. Want to become a seedbed? Of course I would. Also, I don't want to. Nairu. If they reach the castle, guide them here. I don't mind leaving them be until then. He went back to sleep. Hee. Looks like I have survived today as well. Happy. Yup. This thrill of teetering between life and death. I can't get enough of it. Oops. This isn't the time to be soaking in euphoria. Then, I shall do so. Nairu. I bowed and exited the room. It seems my king has no interest at all, even though they are demon lords. The reality is that, even if they are called demon lords, my lord is on a different level in the literal sense of the word, so it can't be helped. Right now, when the Black Demon Lord doesn't exist, my king would be able to easily end not only the humans but even the other demon lords with his power that surpasses logic. My king shows no interest in almost everything due to this. That's why he continues sleeping until the day when someone who draws his interest more than dreaming shows up. What should I do? Even though I feel like an event that will awaken my lord is soon going to happen. Well, I will at least receive them when they get close. Nuri. I jump from the back of Daruagistia and swing my sword onto a dragon in the sky. Even if I were to slash them down normally, the range of it would be negligible. I concentrate mana onto the tip of my sword, create a mana blade, and expand the slicing area. The skin of dragons are several times tougher than a rock, but they are not using any techniques at all like mana strengthening. In that case, it should be possible to deal damage. I cut down its wings and used the falling dragon as a footstool to land on Daruagistia. I have Egdoik pull me back with his chains to compensate for the remaining distance. Ilias, can you do it? Egdoik. No issues. There's a lot, but I wouldn't want to clash against that big one. Ilias. Same. Everyone might get dropped if those arms were to be swung near the back. Egdoik. I think Daruagistia wouldn't lose. Blue. We would suffer even if it doesn't lose. Rakura and Diuvilieri, I leave the protection of the people riding on the back to you two. As for Mix, please concentrate on the changes in the movements of the surroundings. Egdoik. It would be pretty difficult to deal with dragons of that size with knives after all. Mix. Ilias, Wolf, we will deal with that specially big dragon. Egdoik. Egdoik was preparing to attack, but Wolf jumped to the giant dragon alone. Wolf can freely close the distance even in the sky by using her mana emission, but that's way too forceful. Wolf, let's close the distance a bit more. Ilias. T. Get in our way. Wolf, for that giant dragon, Wolf would be the same as a fly for a human. But the abdomen of the dragon caved heavily the moment the punch of Wolf landed. Wolf greatly expanded the impact of her punch by using the same method I used to lengthen the blade of my sword with mana. The dragon received an impact strong enough to cave in more than half of its torso, so it roared in anger and swung its giant arm at Wolf. Wolf swung her fist to match that without hesitation. The arm of the dragon bursted the moment they clashed. A massive wave of mana flowed this way along with blood splatter. This is similar to the technique Hakutoku used, but the scale is far bigger. Egdoik confirmed the flow of events and pulled his chains, drawing Wolf back here. Wolf's whole body was drenched in the blood of the dragon. You are being way too reckless, Wolf. You have to gauge the ability of the enemy properly before, Mix. It is okay. Wolf won't lose. Wolf. The eyes of Wolf have a stronger glare than usual. I can't really call it fighting spirit. I can feel that she wants to fight for his sake, but I feel like she is being way too desperate here. Wolf tried to jump onto the dragon again, but Egdoik restrained her with the chains. Egdoik-san? Wolf. Calm down. Look at that dragon closely. Egdoik. The dragon was groaning after losing its arm, but it isn't showing any signs of attacking us. It glared at us for a while, but it eventually turned around and descended into the forest. The other dragons also escaped after seeing the biggest one escaping. Wolf, you should have been able to tell that that dragon had lost its will to fight. It is important to have the readiness for battle, but there's no point if you lose composure. Egdoik. But they might attack again. Wolf. Don't be scared, Wolf. Egdoik. I am not scared. Wolf. You are pretty much a scared animal right now. Don't drag around the fact that you lost against the Scarlet Demon Lord forever. Egdoik. The words of Egdoik made Wolf face down and fall silent. So that really was the case. Wolf had been left with a deep scar in her heart after the battle against the Scarlet Demon Lord. At that time, I lost my ability to fight because of the Scarlet Demon Lord's strife. I still feel even now that I am taking one step back in battle because of it. Wolf was affected even more by this as a demi-human, and has most likely even instilled fear on an instinctive level, too. I understand that you are not in perfect form right now. But, even if so, we need your strength. I will assist even if not on the level of comrade. You may be dissatisfied by that, but please endure for now. Egdoik. Okay. Wolf, I normally should be the one to have noticed. I should have been the one to tell her that. My heart had clouded because he was gone, and ignored the unease of the people around. I steady my breathing and tighten the hold of my sword. Right, His Majesty ordered me to be his substitute. I have to protect Wolf and the others right now when he is not here. Thanks, Egdoik. Ilias. What brought that all of a sudden? Egdoik. I feel like the dullness in my sword will finally recover. I will also try to fill in his shoes. Please help me out. Ilias. Of course. Egdoik. That said, Egdoik is different from before. It feels as if he has more composure. Did something happen in Megis? It seems like the matter of his mother has been wrapped up properly, but I feel like there's something else. I get myself back on my feet, and new dragons show up from the forest. It seems to be a different pack from before. But there is one pretty big dragon as expected. These ones feel a size bigger in general compared to the pack of before. Their size should be overwhelming, but for some mysterious reason, I feel no fear. Chapter 203, That's Why, with a smile. Alright, got to Taizu. I pushed open the lid of the cask, crawled out from inside, and stretched widely. The idea of Brojestaff was to hide us inside the cargo and transport us. Brojestaff has exchanges of goods with Taizu regularly using his merchants. The idea is that we wouldn't be noticed if we were to hide there. The one receiving the merchandise is someone who brother trusts in, a merchant of Taizu called Ban-san. We are inside the company of Ban-san that he manages. Leaders can't infiltrate this place at a moment's notice. Hakutoku-san, good work enduring the long travel. Ban. That really was suffocating. CEO, Ban-san. Also, I am super hungry. Do you have anything? Haku. Of course, I have prepared food for you. Ah, and who may that be? Ban. Where's the bathroom? Exit here to the left. Ban. That Masetta. She dashed off with a super frantic face. She was in a cask for several days, so I told her to keep the ingestion of liquids to the bare minimum though. The adventurers of Morgana are no good on that front as expected. Well, it was pretty refreshing inside the cask despite there being two people thanks to her magic, so I have to be grateful to her on that front. Ah, right, can't stay put here. I should go to the place of the Taizu King at once and, Haku. About that, I have been left with a message from His Majesty. Ban. Hey? Haku. How can this be? Sis and the others left Taizu just a few moments before I arrived and headed to the Taizu Nether where the Green Demon Lord is to heal brother. I was left behind? Come on, they are heading there with all the other Demon Lords. Ban. I see, makes sense why they would leave me behind then. Haku. I might be fine with one within my sight if I brace myself the whole time. But 3 is impossible. They can't just drag around an unconscious guy in the Taizu Nether which is rumored to be a hellhole. That said, it is still sad. Sniffle. Masetta returned with an awfully relieved face while I was getting all sad. Ha, that was close. I was about to lose a lot of things there. Masetta. You would let things out, but you wouldn't be losing anything though? Haku. I would lose a lot. And so, are we going to the place of that person? Masetta. About that. Haku. I told Masetta about the situation. This girl stiffens up often. Then, does that mean us coming here was pointless trouble? Masetta. That might be the case. Haku. Even though I went through such a painful experience. Maseta. Actually, there's a different request His Majesty wants you to do. He has entrusted me with a letter. Ban-san said this and gave me a letter. They are using quite the nice paperweight. This is. The letter explained that the culprit, that heavily injured brother, was Archbishop Serais, and the next plan of the Taizu King was written down. I see, this would require him to talk in person. I have to return to Bro quickly, but there's a lot of things I have to put in my head. Maseta, give it a good read and memory. Wait, oi? Haku. Maseta froze again. It can't be helped. Let's put her in the cask just like that. This time around, she won't have to hold it in anyways. We continued getting through the fierce attacks of the dragons, and continued to the center of the Taizu Nether. Their size is increasing bit by bit, but that also goes for their individual strength. They are already stronger than your average unique, and their movements are battle-seasoned. Even if the mana of Daruagistia is massive, the pressure of enemies with a difference in size is quite the thing. Just how many are there? I don't know. Just thinking about going by foot makes me shiver. Gold. We are riding the back of the giant Daruagistia to travel in the sky. That's why we are currently only encountering dragons. If we were on land, we would have encountered a lot of wyverns who can eat humans whole. If these many monsters were to obey the call of the Demon Lord and were to attack human territory. I see something ahead. Egdoik. I react to the voice of Egdoik and direct my attention to the front. There was a far bigger tree compared to the ones around. It seems like there's a building inside it. It is most likely the castle of the Green Demon Lord. We finally see the destination. Daruagistia, lower the speed. We are charging in one go. Blue. Rororo. Daruagistia flies as if slipping through the pack of dragons. The dragons also increase their speed to give chase. Hey, Blue, it is fine to hurry. But how do you plan on landing? Purple. We should be able to think of something if we get closer, right? The dragons won't be able to chase after us once we are inside, and Daruagistia can also hide by burrowing into the ground. Blue. Have you not thought of the possibility of Green intercepting us? Purple. We will manage somehow. There will be no end to the dragons at the rate we are going. Blue. The Green Demon Lord intercepting us. We still haven't encountered any monster that could be considered a unique since entering this Taizu Nether. They were all gigantic, but all of them were similar and there wasn't a single one who had any special traits. We should be wary, just a bit more, at this rate. Wait, isn't this looking strange? Egdoik. What? Egdoik. The surroundings are already teeming with screaming dragons, you know? Blue. I am talking about those dragons. The amount of them chasing after us has decreased. Egdoik. I directed my gaze to the back and the dragons were certainly dropping their speed one after the other, stopping in place. Their hostility towards us has decreased. Or rather. Are they scared? That's true. But isn't that a chance instead? We can just. Blue. At that moment, the giant body turned into a mountain. The trees around the castle stretched up and turned into a giant wall that blocked our path. No, this is. Figures there would be one, huh? A unique dragon. Purple. If Daruagistia is a slightly elevated mountain, the dragon in front of us would be a giant mountain range. Even though Daruagistia is flying at a pretty high altitude, it was meeting eye to eye despite not even flying. The Taizu Nether's forest was growing on its back, and its whole body was rustic as if it were a cut-through mountain. Trora. A creature this big can exist? Blue. You are. This is what the word big is used for, huh? Rakura. This is not the time to be getting impressed. Rakura. With a size like this, it is questionable if even our attacks will work. I would like to go around it, but makes. Gyuoru. The unique dragon roared. The roar alone pushed Daruagistia back, and the barriers Rakura and the others had placed were screaming. Looks like it has judged us as enemies. It is that big, so its speed won't be that high. We have no choice but to compete in flexibility. Egdoik. To think a day would come when I would hear advice like that despite the size of Daruagistia. But it can't be helped. Daruagistia, fly in a way that we won't get caught. Blue. Daruagistia spins as if to escape from the vision of the unique dragon. Its speed should have been quite high, and yet, the unique dragon just moved its head a bit to catch us in its sight without difficulties. And just when I thought it opened its mouth, I felt a high concentration of mana gathering. A breath attack. A breath attack of that size would erase our barriers in an instant. Ilias. Daruagistia, raise the speed. Blue. Roru. Daruagistia raised its speed further, but the unique dragon followed after its movements with just slight adjustments. Things will get ugly like this. I have to block this attack as much as possible. Okay, stop. You shouldn't kick our rare guests, no questions asked, you know? A mysterious voice echoed. Even though they are not nearby, that gentle voice reached our ears clearly from the air. Are they sending their voice through the wavelengths of the mana? The unique dragon undid the concentration of mana as if reacting to this voice, slowly closing its mouth. Did you all hear that voice just now? Ilias. Yeah, I did. I don't see the owner of the voice though. Blue. If you are referring to me, I am here. This time it is a normal voice. I directed my eyes towards the voice and there was a single woman standing still in midair. She is wearing clothes like those of a male noble in a sloppy manner, but what stands out the most is that she has the same black eyes and black hair as that man, also darkish skin. Demon. Ilias. I won't deny it, but it is a bit sad to be called by my race. My name is Naira, the #1 subordinate of my king, the Green Demon Lord Sama. Naira bowed with a bright smile. But the tension of the people around rose sharply with the demon of the Green Demon Lord showing up. I can feel the grip of my sword growing tighter than necessary. To think there would be reception. I didn't expect Green to send someone. Gold. My king has told me to guide you if you were to reach all the way to the castle. But I thought it would be too much to have you fight that child, so I have come to get you on my personal judgment. A fight where you lose so much regardless of whether you win or lose is just sad. Naira. There's no need to be so on guard. The night over there seems to be specially tense, but I am not the demon that attacked Taizu. Naira looked at me, said this, and waved her hand lightly. And so, you will be guiding us, right? Purple. Yes. It doesn't seem like you are hostile towards my king, and it might be a good stimulus for him to meet other demon lords in the wild. No idea about that one though. Naira. Doubt it will be. On the contrary, he might try to kill us depending on how the conversation goes. Gold. I can't deny that. Naira. So you can't deny it. Blue. Now then, I shall guide you. Can I ride on the back of this bone dragon? Naira. Fine. Blue. She got the agreement of the Blue Demon Lord and landed in front of us. She doesn't seem to be the type that is good with fights judging from the light inspection I did. It has been a while since I have moved in the sky, so I am a bit tired. Now then, please head to the castle as it is. The monsters around won't attack if I am around, so you can move while descending. Naira. It really is okay, right? The dragon of before won't be attacking, right? Blue. That child is a dragon that was born for the sole purpose of eliminating the ones who get in the way of my king's sleep. Despite appearances, it is decently intelligent. I think. Naira. Can you not say something that would make me uneasy? Rakura. There's no lie in what she is saying, right? Blue. It doesn't seem like she is lying. Rakura. You must be someone from the Yuga Church? Having someone like you around makes explanations go faster. It is great. Naira. The Blue Demon Lord has Daruagist lower the altitude while still on guard. The scenery that was only the two colors of the sky and the forest had switched to only grass and trees. Naira is touching the spine of Daruagist with interest. Naira. Can I ask you something? Ilias. What is it? Naira. You said you are not the demon that attacked Taizu. In that case, do you know who that demon is? Ilias. I do. They are a demon of my king just like me after all, but they are not in this nether as of present. Naira. Then, where are they? Ilias. Is that an important question? Naira. Obvious. Ilias. I didn't phrase it properly. Is that question more important than an audience with my king? Naira. Face still had a smile. However, there was an ominous presence contrary to before. That's Ilias. No. Our objective is to meet Green and negotiate with him. There's no objective more important than that, you know? Purple. The Purple Demon Lord interjected faster than I could answer. The creepy feeling coming out from Naira pulled away after hearing this response. That's good. If you were a bunch that would put my king for later, I would have had to eliminate you. Naira. You seem to be pretty confident. Are you implying you can deal with all of us alone? Blue. I didn't say I would win though. But if you are people who insult my king, I would have you pay for that sin even if my life is snuffed out. That's my job. Nairu. From what I can see, Naira Yates isn't that strong. That goes the same for Hermana. I don't feel the gait of a person with a lot of battle experience, but I can tell plenty enough that she doesn't falter for a bit in front of us. Sorry for the unnecessary question. Ilias. No, this is advice from me as well. You are all going to have an audience with my king, so you should concentrate solely on that. My king will eliminate anyone he doesn't like without hesitation, even if that's a demon who has vowed absolute loyalty. Who knows how many times I have almost died. Being alive is wonderful, don't you think? Naira Yates laughed. Can you really speak in this manner about a king that tried to kill you without hesitation? She has a gentle smile, but now I feel madness in it. No one spoke anymore and directed their eyes to the front. The light of the sun was drowned out after entering the forest, and darkness covered most of our vision. What was lying ahead of this was a castle eroded by trees. Chapter 204. That's why we managed to get to the first stage of saving Comrade, arrive at the castle of the Green Demon Lord. Naira Yates walked in front of the door and the door opened as if it had a will of its own. I don't really know the detailed workings of it, but the plants covering this castle must be serving as the source of power. I concentrate on my chains and use detection on my surroundings, but there's almost no presence of anything else aside from plants. Is there no one protecting the castle? Egdoik. We lack the people. You see, I am managing everything in this castle. I could make all the plants here attack you if I wanted to. There doesn't seem to be a point to it though. Naira Yates answered without looking back. She pointed at the plant on the wall as if to supplement this, and the vines of the plant pulsed and wriggled over to my side. There's enough protection before reaching the castle anyways, huh? Egdoik. No, there's no need to begin with. My king alone is enough for battles anyways. Naira. So that's what it is. Egdoik. I can't feel she is lying. She must really trust the strength of the Green Demon Lord. My king is normally sleeping. There's no entertainment to kill the boredom. After I guide you all, I will go wake him. Oh, he is already awake. Then, I shall guide you to the throne room just like this. Naira. We headed deeper into the castle, guided by Naira Yates, and arrived at a room with a high ceiling. There was a single giant chair at the end of a long flight of stairs, and there was already a man sitting there and looking down at us. What? Ilias. Sama? Mix. It can't be helped that Ilias and Mix would be surprised by this. The man sitting there is without doubt the Green Demon Lord when considering the situation, but his face is the spitting image of the Taizu King, Marito Taizu. There might be a difference in his hairstyle and clothing, but I can only think of him as being the same person. The Green Demon Lord is looking down here without saying anything. My king, I have guided the guests. Naira. It has been more than a century since we have met, Green. Gold. The one that came to the front was the Gold Demon Lord. She is the person who is the most suitable for negotiation within our group. What are you Demon Lords doing all here for? Green. I will be straight here. We have come with a request. There's someone we would like Ya to save using Ya prosperity. Ya can understand if I were to say it is the resident of Yugura's planet, right? Gold. You think I will listen to that request? Green. I don't, thus we have come to negotiate. Everyone here has come for that purpose. Gold. It doesn't feel like he is being pushed by the Gold Demon Lord, but I can't see any signs of the Green Demon Lord agreeing to this negotiation. Boring. What do you think would be enough to move me? Green. There should be something if Ya search, right? Gold. Are you telling me to search for that? Green. This one doesn't know what Ya would want after all. We plan on compromising as much as possible. Gold. Not even worth talking. Leave. Green. The Gold Demon Lord sighs, and then, she looks at the other Demon Lords as if to ask what they should do. Naira Yates, who was watching this with a smile, speaks. Too bad. It seems you are not people who can draw the interest of my king. The exit is that way. Naira Yates, shut up. Green. Why yes. Naira Yates curls up with just a single utterance of the expressionless Green Demon Lord. But that exchange just now felt off. Leaving aside the way Naira Yates put it, she simply matched what the Green Demon Lord said about leaving. The fact that he reprimanded her for that must mean that there's still room for negotiation, right? How about information of the illegitimate? The beings that Ya created together with Yugura. Judging from your conversation with Colorless, it is what you're searching for too, right? Gold. I don't know how much you understand, but I can tell that you barely have any information you can give me. Green. I have sparsely found some stuff though. Gold. It wouldn't be difficult to find one or two in your country if you know they exist. We have tinkered it in such a fashion for that to happen after all. Green. It seems like you're not simply searching for the illegitimate. Gold. Depends. There's no way I would want just anyone with a stupid talent. Green. Excuse me. The one who interjected was Wolf. Wolf stood by the side of the Gold Demon Lord and looked up at the Green Demon Lord. Wolf. Yeah, Gold. Wolf heard she is an illegitimate. Wolf. Who? Green. The Green Demon Lord stood up silently and went down the stairs. The pressure he gives off was quite the thing despite mana not overflowing. The Green Demon Lord went down to the same level as us and looked down at Wolf from right in front of her. I see. It is true that the amount of mana you have would be impossible for a normal individual. Then, I shall test your mettle. I shall allow you to hit me once. Show me your power. Green. Wolf. I don't need incompetent ones with talent. I will see whether you have the ability to utilize what you have been given. This talk is over if you don't have the worth. Green. Got it. Wolf. Wolf moves a few steps back and takes a stance. The Green Demon Lord doesn't even show signs of taking a stance. In contrast, Wolf took a deep breath and gathered mana in her arms and legs. There's no need to do things quickly with an unmoving target, just carefully put weight into one attack. She weaved a massive amount of mana incomparable to the time with the dragon. Here I go. Wolf. Wolf dashed and disappeared from sight. Even I have a hard time following the speed of Wolf with my eyes when she is using her full power, but I know where she is heading to. I directed my gaze to the Green Demon Lord. Wolf was there. She had extended her fist towards the chest of the Green Demon Lord, and the Green Demon Lord took that punch with his left hand. Impossible. The shockwave created from the speed of Wolf's attack was unreal. There's no way a single hand without any signs of magic used would be able to block the attack of Wolf. That's said to have required several barriers of the Scarlet Demon Lord to block. Even if he managed to stop it, there should have been a massive shockwave of mana. I couldn't even feel that. Wolf must be the one who understands the most just how abnormal that is. She looked dumbstruck by this. You have the talent, but not the skills, huh? Green. No way. Wolf. Fine, I shall acknowledge you as a negotiation chip. Green. Wolf. Green. What do you mean by that? Gold. Exactly as it sounds. I am saying I will accept with the condition that this demi-human becomes my subordinate. Green. Ya said Wolf had no skills. Gold. There's no doubt she is a weakling who has only learned the bare minimum basics. She is unskilled, but not incompetent. I don't have the hobby of polishing a rock, but I can bring worth to a rough gem at least. Green. The Green Demon Lord let go of Wolf's fist, lifted the chin of Wolf with his right hand, and looked at her eyes. That light of dedication residing in her eyes is not bad either. And so, what will you do? You are the chip here. You decide on your own. Green. Wolf wants to. Wolf. Wait a moment, my king. Isn't it way too cheap to just accept for a single person? Nairu. There were other people who wanted to object to this negotiation, Ilias, Mix, and me. But the surprise of easily blocking the attack of Wolf must have stiffened our bodies. The result was that Naira was the first one to object. I told you to shut up. Green. Kaiapu. Despite my eyes being directed at Naira, I couldn't tell what had happened until it was already over. Naira had been crushed by the plants coming down from the ceiling, and only her head and right arm were flying in the air. I heard the sound of the arm falling on the ground and saw the head rolling, and finally understood that the Green Demon Lord had attacked Naira. What? Everyone braced themselves late. We heard about how he would kill his own subordinates, but he would do so with no hesitation to this degree. I can feel cold sweat flowing down from my whole body. Forget killing intent. I couldn't even feel hostility. No one here could react to the attack of the Green Demon Lord. If the Green Demon Lord wanted to, he would be able to kill everyone here. Have you decided on your answer? Green. The Green Demon Lord asked Wolf as if nothing happened. Wolf had witnessed what happened just now, so she should know just how dangerous the Green Demon Lord is. But Wolf spoke while trembling. Got it. Wolf. Wolf, are ya fine with that? Gold. Yes. Please save Shizu for sure in exchange. Wolf. Alright. And so, Where is the resident of Yugura's planet? You must have brought him here, right? Green. The Green Demon Lord didn't make eye contact with anyone and walked out of the throne room. Of course. Deuvilieri, follow Green, okay? Purple. Understood. Deuvilieri. Naira, guide the devil to the cultivation room. I will finish the preparations for the tools. Green. Wyesh. The head of Naira jumped with its eyes still wide open. The right arm that had fallen nearby moved like a snake and grabbed the head of Naira. You were alive? Deuvilieri. It would have been dangerous if my head had been crushed though. I thought, it must be coming, so I barely managed. HNN, being alive is wonderful. But I have to heal my body first. Naira approached the plant that had crushed her own body and returned it to the ceiling where it came down from. Pieces of meat crushed cruelly showed from below that. Naira's right arm threw her head onto those pieces of meat and wriggled its way there, too. When she did, the pieces of meat began to move and slowly began to change their shape. Naira had returned to her original shape. I can taste in full this happiness when I have my whole body. Naira hugged her own shoulders and wriggled her body. That face of hers was filled with ecstasy, and I could tell that understanding her feelings would be dangerous. Demons are that sturdy, huh? Blue. I am simply a bit special when it comes to my regeneration though. Your demon is well, he might not die. But maybe he would? It doesn't seem like he has been died completely after all. Naira. What do you mean, Egdoik? Oops, I must head back to my king at once. Come on, Deuvilieri-san. Let's go. Naira left the throne room with quick steps. Deuvilieri followed after her. The head of Naira poked out from a corner of the door after the two went out. Please wait there, you all. We will finish this in a jiffy. Naira. She said this and drew her head back. I can feel the atmosphere in the room calming down a lot. That said, we still have to maintain the barriers protecting our whole bodies though. Blue. What does Naira mean by not being completely dyed? Egdoik. I don't know either, but the hair color of Naira is black, so you could say you haven't become a demon completely, I guess? Blue. My original hair color was a deep purple, but that changed to a bluish purple after becoming a demon of blue. So it is possible for my hair to become even darker in the future. I don't want to have a hair color that will stand out too much, but it wouldn't be bad to have the same hair color as Comrade. More importantly, the one we should pay attention to is Wolf. I directed my gaze there and Ilias and Mix were already by Wolf's side, talking to her. Wolf, why did you do something like that? Ilias. Shizu had no time to spare. Wolf. Even if so, offering yourself is, Ilias. Wolf is willing to even die for the sake of Shizu. Becoming the subordinate of the Green Demon Lord is nothing. Wolf. The gaze of everyone gathered on Wolf at her shout. Everyone must have their thoughts about this. The Gold and Purple Demon Lord must have predicted this development. Blue must have thought about it too. She had a complicated expression. Ilias and Mix. No, me too. We want to save Comrade, but couldn't think of anything that could serve to negotiate with the Green Demon Lord. Wolf could. If I had been in the position of Wolf. I wouldn't have hesitated just like her, but it still bothered me. Was there no other method? Rakura stealthily pulled my clothes while I was thinking this. Hey, Egdoikanisen. Rakura. What's the matter, Rakura? Egdoik. Kale-san has lost consciousness. What should we do? Rakura. Now that she mentions it, Kale has lost consciousness and is foaming in the mouth. Now that I think about it, even me and Ilias were trembling at the strength of the Green Demon Lord. A normal knight like Kale would have felt quite the pressure. Chapter 205, that's why. The price. I am inside warm water from head all the way to the tip of my toes. But I don't have difficulties breathing, and I can stay comfortably in a dozy state. But when I begin to think about the reason why things have gotten this way, my consciousness ends up coming back regardless of will. Where am I? What entered my vision was a green scenery. I don't know if it is the liquid that's making it so or the container. It seems like I can breathe thanks to the device around my mouth. This is when I finally understand that I am inside some sort of device. The scenery I am seeing inside the water is blurry, but it seems like there's the shadow of two people in front of my vision. Judging from the color of their clothing, they are not people I know. No, more importantly, what I should be thinking of is how I got in this situation. If I remember correctly, we were attacked by the Scarlet Demon Lord. No, It is far later than that. I was caught by Ray 8 and was given to Archbishop Ceres. And then, I ended up getting tortured under the name of training. I do remember it, but they are left as if they were records, and I don't feel the reality of it. To begin with, it is a self-defense mechanism to make it so I am not assailed by guilt by the actions I have done. It is something I did when I was in the me standing instead of me, but this is the first time I feel so disconnected to what I myself have done. I ended up heavily injured leading to now. I don't feel pain in my body. I should assume I have received some sort of medical treatment. But this world has no advanced medical science, and doesn't have effective spells towards targets with no mana. In that case, what I can think of, I make a number of conjectures and begin to hypothesize what will happen from here on. The sound of flowing liquid is entering my ears. Looks like the liquid inside the container I am in is being drained. I could feel gravity slowly coming onto my whole body, and I began to take in the colors in my vision correctly. Okay Tilda, I will be taking the thing on your mouth off Tilda. Someone approached me with an unfamiliar voice. My vision isn't clear yet, but it seems to be a woman with black hair and darkish skin. The device around my mouth was taken off and cold air entered my lungs. My body can move. It seems like I have been sleeping for a long period of time, but I can get up by my own strength, albeit languidly. My vision grew clearer and I could tell who was in front of my eyes. The one who approached me before was a woman just like I thought, but someone I don't know. She is most likely a demon judging from her appearance. Also, the attire and hairstyle are different. But his face is the very same as Marito. But he is not Marito. That's not the gaze Marito would direct at me. He is showing barely any interest towards me. That's the kind of distance I feel from him. Considering the situation I am in right now, the one in front of me is 90%. Good morning. Can you hear me Tilda? I can. What's the situation here, Green Demon Lord? As expected of the resident of Yugura's planet. And so, have you seen through me too? No idea. I don't know anything aside from the fact that you are the demon of the Green Demon Lord. Figures. My name is Nairu Yates, the right arm of my king and his only demon. Nairu, the only demon of the Green Demon Lord. That bothers me strangely. But there's something I have to prioritize here. The Green Demon Lord doesn't seem to be opening his mouth. The one I should be asking is this light-mouthed demon, who was the one that carried me all the way here. Who? Your comrades. 3 demon lords came together to negotiate. You are loved. Nairu, describing them as comrades. In that case, Ilias and the others might be there as well. They located me and found me. They most likely relied on the Green Demon Lord after that. But Nairu Yates said negotiate just now. What was the price? Can you wear clothes before that? I don't know about exposing your bare body to my king. Nairu. Where is it? Nairu Yates gives me clothes like those of a patient receiving a physical examination or an operation. I changed clothes as I got out from the device I was in, and checked the state of the room. There's a number of capsule-shaped containers, and there were tools lined up on a table that looked as if they were to be used for medical purposes. It feels like it is going against the flow of time, and yet, there are roots and vines here and there eating into the walls here and there. A price. Was it? It took shape after the white demi-human illegitimate became the subordinate of my king. I am super discontent about it though. Nairu. Wolf. The illegitimate are what Yugura Naraya the colorless demon lord and the green demon lord joined hands to set them into the humans. Beings that have special talents that match Yugura Naraya, who is called a hero. Wolf is clearly someone you can tell has outstanding talent even within the illegitimate. It is certainly true that she would have enough worth as a negotiation chip, but is something the matter? Nairu. I am simply checking the state of my legs. I hopped lightly in place and checked whether I could walk straight. It seems like I have recovered from even the wounds the Scarlet Demon Lord made on me. I walk towards the table nearby and grab the tool that looks like a scalpel. I don't see much of the reaction from the two. They wouldn't need to worry about a weakling holding a weapon anyways, and so, I brought the tool I grabbed to my throat. What are you doing all of a sudden? Nairu. Nairu Yates grabbed my hand faster than the blade reached my throat. The residents of this world are truly monstrous. It is obviously to reject the negotiation. Obtaining Wolf works under the premise of saving me. In that case, the deal falls through if I die. No, aren't you being way too extreme? Life is important, you know? Nairu. Nairu Yates. That man simply understands his own worth. The Green Demon Lord finally opened his mouth. Even his voice is exactly the same as Marito. Huh. But I can see he is somewhat irritated here from his expression. I see, it seems like he is a demon lord with a shorter temper than I thought. It is different from the worth you think though. I don't care what you tried to create from that attempt just now. Narrates, take that man away while restrained. I don't care if he dies after the deal is settled. Green. Okay Tilda. You must not do that. They went through such lengths to save you, so you have to treasure your life, you know. Narrates is strong and fast. I would most likely be stopped even if I tried to bite off my tongue. I don't think I have the courage to bite off my tongue though. That said, I don't want to settle the deal here as it is. Then, let's change the details of the deal. You have been ridiculous for a while now. Obviously, it would be one thing if it were the life of complete strangers, but as if I would allow the lives of people I want to protect to be messed up so early in their life. I understand how you feel, but that is that and this is this, you know? I don't mind. Green. Eh? I simply accepted the conditions they proposed. If you can give even more than that, I will at least hear you out. Green. It is just as I heard from Gold. The Green Demon Lord may look arrogant, but it is because he correctly understands his advantage. The reality is that he can accept proposals and negotiations when there's merit to himself, and has the sincerity to seek for equal worth on the negotiation table. Even if so, it doesn't change the fact that he is a troublesome one. If I don't have anything with true worth for the Green Demon Lord, no amount of silver tongue will work after all. I have a number of questions. Why do I need to answer them? Green. Not to you. I am talking to the demon there. Narrates. Me? Wait, what rudeness to my king? I don't mind. Green. Narrates, answer within your own bounds. Green. Oh okay, understood. That demon made an evil face just now. Well, I can pretty much predict what's going to happen. I just have to confirm that anyway. Narrates thought for a bit, and then faced this way. Then, can I ask you a question? No. Let's set the rules of this questioning first. Rule 1, no questions about my king. Rule 2, it would be rude to make my king wait for too long, so limit it to only 3 questions. What easy to tell pestering. He did leave this to my own judgment after all. Now, go ahead. This woman is enjoying it a bit, isn't she? But it is most likely the idea of the Green Demon Lord to try and draw information under these circumstances. Well, I don't mind following those rules. What I want to ask pertain to yourself. If you want to know about my erogenous zone, it is my neck. Thanks for that eternally useless piece of information. Cruel. Well. There's no reason for me to refuse if it is about myself. I have a strong desire to let others know about me despite appearances. That's also information I don't need. The first question, you said you are the only demon, but there's no other demon. Nope. There were in the long past, but most died at their post after facing the wrath of my king. Thanks to that, it is now a happy world of only me and my king. So he shows no hesitation even towards his own demons when his mood gets soured. Considering the personality of Narrates here, I feel like she must have received a decent amount of severe scoldings though. She must be tough. Second question, I have heard the Green Demon Lord is normally asleep. Are you always managing this place at that time? Of course. I manage this nether and even clean up this castle. I have never missed a day since becoming a demon. This is a castle. It doesn't have many fantasy elements, so it didn't feel like that. I feel like the nether itself is also different in a lot of ways. The last question. Oh, troubled? No, I honestly can't think of anything I would like to know about you. You really are a horrible person. Are you seriously saying that straight to my face? I have offered my heart and everything to my king, but my maiden heart is going to be hurt if a gentleman takes such an attitude, you know? Then, please tell me one of the poems you usually write with your feelings towards the Green Demon Lord when you are killing time. Don't wanna. Why do I have to read that aloud in front of my king? So you have written them. What? So it was a leading question. I obtained all the information I wanted after the answer of the second question. I was going to dig a bit more with the third question depending on the second answer though. Then, that's all the questions. It is weird for me to be the one saying this, But you haven't asked any proper questions though. Will you be able to think of a decent negotiation with my king? Nairu. How about the head of the demon that betrayed you? Nairu reacts. His playful face suddenly turned serious. As for the green demon lord. I don't see a change in his expression, but the eyes he is looking at me with have somewhat more strength in them. My king, please allow me to question this man. Nairu. I allow it. Green. Thank you very much. Can you tell me how you reached that conclusion? Nairu. It was around 10 years ago, I guess. There was an invasion of monsters like wyverns to Taizu led by a demon. A demon that monsters of the Taizu never obey means they are without doubt a subordinate of the Green Demon Lord. Nairu reacts. You said you haven't left this nether since the time you became a demon. Meaning, you are not the demon that attacked Taizu, and you are currently the only demon in this nether. Most of the demons have been dealt with by the Green Demon Lord, but most means that there's exceptions. So the objective of those questions was to find out whether I am the one, huh? But you didn't think that demon had been eliminated by my king? Nairu. I had a feeling. We learned of the existence of the illegitimate when we sniffed out the bunch hiding in the religious group called Letus and were searching for the illegitimate. Then, how did Letus learn of the illegitimate? It would be simple if a demon of the Green Demon Lord is involved, right? It should have been spread publicly that the one who attacked Taizu has been subjugated though. Nairu. That's what someone with a decent standing in Letus said, that the demon that attacked Taizu is still alive. In that case, it should be safe to assume that they are still involved with Letus. That's if the words of Rishal are to be trusted though. But there are a decent number of factors that give credibility to this. No matter what the objective of Letus is, searching for the illegitimate is a step to it. Then, there's a high chance they have the cooperation of the demon of the Green Demon Lord that knows a lot about the illegitimate. Why do you think that demon betrayed us? Nairu. You said it yourself that there's no other. If they were moving under your orders, you could have said there's others. Even if it was a nonchalant statement of yours stemming from your playfulness, you said there's only you two in this castle. You are not gathering illegitimate. If Letus has found a decent amount of illegitimate, they would have made it so that one or two of these rooms would be used for experiments, right? This is a lab of sorts. I confirmed just now, but the capsule that was used to treat me had something like the vines of removed plants around it. The other capsules still have those plants around. In other words, this room hasn't been used for a long time until they did medical treatment on me. In that case, the demon cooperating with Letus and you guys are not in a relationship where you contact each other. But that would be weird considering the master-servant relationship with the Green Demon Lord. What I can think of is that that demon is acting of their own accord. I can understand how you got 3 demon lords to your side. Nairu. Right now you can't deal with that demon because of your lack of personnel. The Green Demon Lord can't go there himself. We will do that in your stead. I think the head of the rebel that betrayed their kind and smeared the face of the Green Demon Lord has enough worth. My number 1 trump card would be the existence of Anbu-kun, but I can't turn him into an enemy. In the first place, if the Green Demon Lord were to learn about Anbu-kun being in Taizu, he might end up attacking Taizu, appointing someone useful or eliminating someone unnecessary. If we think purely about the merits, the former one would have more worth. But judging from the personality of the Green Demon Lord, I doubt he simply seeks pure benefits. Fine. If you manage to fulfill that condition, I will accept it as payment for having saved your life. Green. The Green Demon Lord simply said this and left the room. Chapter 206, That's Why. Get Ready. LS, Chapter 206, That's Why, Get Ready featured videos fitness fun in the park 0:08, 107. Previous chapter 50. Next chapter. We head to one of the rooms, guided by Nairu Reates. Anyways, this castle has vines here and there. Is the Green Demon Lord grass type? Shizu tilde. The inside of the room had familiar faces. Also, if I remember correctly, that's the newbie of the Lino division. Gale. I see. These must be the people Marito selected. Wolf jumped onto my chest while I was thinking this. Wolf has really learned how to hold back her strength. Sorry for worrying you. Well, sorry about a lot of things. It is not only Wolf. The gazes of the people being relieved was painful. I'm the one who messed up here, so I do feel bad. Moreover, the people here still have old information regarding the negotiation with the Green Demon Lord. I have to tell them about that first. I direct my gaze at Ilias first. I am happy that you are fine, but Ilias. No need to worry about the matter with Wolf. I have settled a different deal with the Green Demon Lord. Ah, really? Ilias. Yes, it is. He was suddenly going to kill himself while we were talking, and tried to negotiate with my king. It was hectic. Nairu. Kill yourself. Ilias. About the details of the deal. It is the capture of the demon that attacked Taizu. Is it okay regardless of dead or alive? Speaking of which, I said I would be getting their head, but I didn't confirm whether they would be the ones settling matters. I don't mind bringing them alive if possible. They are strong in their own way, so I don't mind you killing them. I guess I would like you to bring them here after you incapacitate them. Green. So it seems. And so, Naira will be staying with us for a while to keep an eye on us. Fumo. What's our time limit? Gold. Haven't given out one. My king hates deciding the small details, so as long as I think you are doing your job, I guess. Nairu. So vague. So it all depends on your whim? Gold. I don't plan on being unreasonable as long as you show your hard work, that is. However, I will also be giving my opinion about the training of that demi-human there a bit while at it. Nuri. Naira is basically saying that if things don't seem to be working, she will just retrieve Wolf. It would be easy to do something about Naira herself, but when that happens, the Green Demon Lord will become the enemy of humans without question. It goes without saying how dangerous that would be. Not being peculiar about the small details is in part because of the overwhelming influence his own power can exert. If you want to betray me, do so if you have the guts to, that is basically what they are implying here. The demon that attacked Taizu. But do you know their location? Ilias. The chances of the one having told Litas about the illegitimate being the demon are extremely high. We will be able to arrive at them in the time we are trying to do something about Litas. So that's how it is. Ilias. I would like to liquidate my relationship with Ray 8 already. Well, let's return quickly to Taizu. Marito must be worrying a lot. We left the castle of the Green Demon Lord, rode Aruagistia, and flew in the Taizu Never. But that blue made such a big monster. Well, it is important to show your power as a demon lord. In order to create a fair relationship with humans, we need power that would make them hesitate making us their enemies. But I feel like this gives off a way too threatening image. Anyways, the Taizu Nether is incredibly novel. I am surprised that it is overflowing in nature more than the human territories. Comrade, nothing is happening right now, but we suffered greatly on our way here, you know. Egdoik. That's right. Every corner of this place was filled with dragons. Blue. Seriously? I wanted to see a dragon. Want me to call one? Nairu. Please don't. Blue. Naira is meshing in all too naturally. Well, a number of them are all still on guard towards her though. I confirm the things that have happened since the time I got captured by Ray 8. Diuviliri, you saved me. Thanks. I simply obeyed the order of my lord. Diuviliri. Oh? You got in my way despite that though? Purple. Don't dig that out too much. If I had been conscious, I would have done the same as Marito and wouldn't have let anyone see me. The tragic appearance of a close friend isn't something nice to see, right? Even the one who misunderstood went crazy and rushed off to defeat a demon lord alone. Gold. Looks like you have become a good example. Mix. Their eyes are stabbing me. Damn it. They all really know how to hold a grudge. Patching things up will be a lot of work. Don't push yourself too hard, comrade. I still need you. Egdoik. That's true. Counselor Sama, I can't believe you went to die, forgetting about your promise with me. Rakura. That's right. Abandoning your promise to reward this one. Gold. Rakura and Gold are the peaceful type, but it seems like they are decently angry here. The honest worry of Egdoik stabs my chest though. Let's leave that stuff aside. By the way, Kale, you must have been given another order by Marito, right? Is it okay to not settle that while you can? I won't be able to last if I am attacked by this number of people, and so, I will throw the conversation to Gale and calm the waters. Why you know about me? Gale. I have heard of you from Lord Lino. You are apparently someone who still lacks in the sword but excels in one thing. You know about it, comrade? Egdoik. Yeah. Please show it to everyone if that's okay with you, Gale. Why yes, but it is a bit embarrassing. Gale. Kale said this as he brought out a folded drawing board from his luggage, unfolded it, and placed a parchment on it. And then, He began to draw with the charcoal pen. Ekdoik and the others turned their eyes at that drawing. This is the drawing of a dragon. Even the details are drawn exquisitely. Ekdoik, drawing is my hobby, you see. Gale, how good you are at drawing is a show of your daily diligence, but the strength of Gale comes from how good his memory is. Marito must have chosen him in order to record the information of the monsters and the geological features of the Taizu Nether. Ekdoik and Ilias are plenty enough muscle. There's a high chance things would get complicated if they were to bring a strong-spirited knight to the negotiation. It might have been a decision at the moment, but you are still taking the actions of a king. Ha, Marito. Comrade was good at drawing too, but this level is already that of an artist. Ekdoik, my skill in drawing is for the sake of relaying the features to someone else. I don't have the technique to draw detailed stuff. That said, a dragon is seriously cool. I wanted to see one in the flesh if possible. But if I were to make Nirariates call one, the eyes of the others would go beyond just being daggers. After Kale drew a number of the monsters he saw in the Taizu Nether, he began to draw a rough map of the Taizu Nether. It is close to a circle from what I see. Right. It is expanding with my lord's castle as the center after all. But would you normally show that to me? Nirariates was watching this while letting out her voice. Impressed. You accepted the deal. We will show a certain number of our cards. Is that how it works? It is weird for me to say this, but didn't you think of the possibility that I would judge this action hostile and break off the deal? That wouldn't have happened. I can understand that much. I have a grasp of Nirariates' personality. She is someone that can be called a fanatic. Even if there's the whim of the person herself, she will definitely not take actions that would be detrimental to the Green Demon Lord. I should be thinking around the standards of the Green Demon Lord. This degree of information leak would not even make the Green Demon Lord itch. You are one creepy man. I will take that as a compliment. But I was surprised by the appearance of the Green Demon Lord. Speaking of which, you were saying something weird before. Does he resemble someone? Yeah, even I was surprised, comrade. To think he would be such a spitting image of Marito. What's the meaning of this? Ekdoik, considering the age of the Green Demon Lord, he must be an ancestor of the Taizu royalty. What? But that would explain why he resembles Anasama. The royal family of Taizu are royalty that were left with the territory of Taizu by Yuran Narayu. The catalyst to that decision was most likely because they were the blood relatives of the capable Green Demon Lord. It is plenty possible. I see, the lineage of my king. No wonder you look similar to the woman I hate. Nirariates said this and directed a cold gaze at Mix. This most likely means there was a woman who looked like Mix in the past, but I feel like prying about that is a landmine. So let's not. Me? Mix. You are lucky. If you had been alone, I would have killed you without hesitation. Please be gentle with me Desuzu. Mix. I don't feel any lies in the words of Nirariates. What did the doppelganger of Mix do? I have an idea as to what though. And so, Nirariates, can you tell me as much information about that demon as you can? Right. His name is Necto. One of the people who served my king before he became a demon lord. The Green Demon Lord made the people that served him at the time when he became a demon lord into demons. Necto was the right hand of the Green Demon Lord, and also someone who engaged with the research of the illegitimate. Necto investigated the illegitimate born in the human world under the orders of the Green Demon Lord. One day, he found a single illegitimate, and brought them to the Green Demon Lord. The Green Demon Lord took a great liking to that illegitimate, and ordered them to become his demon, but that illegitimate refused and escaped to Taizu. Must be about Ambu-kun. Necto chased after him under the orders of the Green Demon Lord. But he disappeared without saying anything after that. The Demon Lord can know about the state of their demon. He knows that Necto is alive, but he is not complying to any calls of his. Not only that, he apparently purposely cut off the connection. Is something like that possible? My king is someone passionate about research. He thoroughly investigated the knowledge regarding demons. Necto had received a variety of knowledge in spells from my king. It should be safe to assume that Necto himself was the one who cut off the connection with my king. The reason is unknown, but he joined hands with Ray-8 and the humans, and is gathering illegitimate. He was an ambitious one after all. He is most certainly planning something nasty. Nairu. I have a rough profile of him now. Let's get a grasp of the details in his objective from here on. Anyways, I have been facing demon lords until now. But now it is a demon. I feel like the order is wrong, but I can't lower my guard. Necto joined hands with humans and has blended well in society. I should see him as an even more troublesome enemy compared to the ones before when it comes to ingenuity. There's also Ray 8 and Rishal. We will also be having a decent number of illegitimate against us. Chapter 207, That's Why, Real Intentions featured videos. It has been a while since I have felt my body. My own body really does feel more at home than the body of others. I have to thank the Yugara Church for storing my body carefully. Issue being that, even if it has been repaired, moving to a corpse leaves me with mixed feelings. My whole body feels somewhat stiff. I can't wave off the feeling that my muscles have degraded to a certain degree. But this is my original body. I will get acclimated to it soon. I rotate my shoulders as I open the door. Ray 8, how's your body feeling? No issues, Nectohal-san. I think I will be able to move as before in 1 week. Ray 8, the man in front of me, Nectohal-san, simply muttered I see and returned to his work. Black hair and black eyes, this appearance of his that reminds me of that man makes me put strength in my shoulders. Nectohal was silently drawing the magic formula on the parchment. I am knowledgeable about magic to a certain degree, but it is hard to gauge the progress with a cursory glance when it gets this complicated. Ray 8, how about just looking straight on instead of stealing peeks? Oh, you were here too, Rishal-san. Ray 8. I directed my gaze at the voice and Rishal was pouring tea. To think the former guild master of the 3 major guilds is looking after one person. This is pretty comedic. I am the physical type even when old after all. There's a limited amount of things I can do after giving orders to my subordinates. I would have been able to do a bit moving around if I had a bit more infiltration techniques though. Rishal, we just have to concentrate on doing our best in the areas we are good at. I think you are doing enough work, Rishal-san. Ray 8. Rishal's talent is extremely good to find illegitimate. It would be more efficient to just have our allies find the ones with strange talents and have them appraised all together rather than have him running around everywhere himself. But with the nations having noticed the existence of illegitimate, those searches have deteriorated more and more. We have found most of the noteworthy illegitimate that live in the present. You could say my job is almost completely over in that sense. Rishal. Right. Nectohal-san, how's the progress as of present? Ray 8. Not bad. But I would like a talent that could serve as a finisher. The illegitimate are like fragments of Yugara's wisdom. Finding them and analyzing them would allow us to see the whole picture of that power. But in this situation where we don't have a part that can serve as the key, it would be hard to reach a point of certainty. Necto, the illegitimate of Yugara were born with a part of the talent of Naraya Yugara that's comparable to his. No. It is questionable whether to call this talent, because this is talent that was created deliberately. But turning that around, it also means that if we can analyze the workings of it, it should be possible to obtain that talent by our own power. The white demi-human by the side of that man, I would like to secure someone around that level. Ray 8. The generation of mana that surpasses the limits of the body. Her plain buff of physical strength, and also her ability to use advanced magic would be useful. Rishal. It is tempting, but what I truly want is talent that can affect the laws. That's the reason why Yugara managed to create many forbidden spells. Necto. Yugara obtained power that surpassed the laws of the world. It is because he had the talent to grasp the laws. If we could obtain that, we would be able to reach towards the forbidden that Yugara created. Resurrection magic, the ritual to become a demon lord. If I were to be asked whether I have had a longing to become immortal. It is not like I don't. But after seeing the demon lords, it just lacks the charm. Ray 8. I have personally met the Scarlet Demon Lord and Blue Demon Lord, but they are beings that are far from the way of living I wish. The one who tried to become a threat to the humans forever, the one who continued wishing for death after disliking immortality. There's a limit to being stupid. Only 3 have surpassed the laws within the demon lords including Yugara. If we include the colorless demon lord who is a demon, then it would be 4. You would burn with a bit more desire if you were to learn of those transcendental beings. Necto. So you say, Nectohal-san, but you moved away from the Green Demon Lord. Wouldn't you have been able to approach the wisdom more efficiently if you had been by the side of the Green Demon Lord? Ray 8. The Green Demon Lord avoided giving power that surpassed the laws to his own subordinates. I wouldn't have been able to reach this point even if I had been serving him for 1,000 years more. Necto, so you want to monopolize the wisdom? Ray 8. No, it is a bit different. It is partly the reason why I have only given you people the bare minimum information. If I were to give you knowledge in a half-baked state, there might be people who would try to cut off connections just like me and try to get the wisdom by themselves. Necto, how's that different from desiring to monopolize? Ray 8. It is not like I want to monopolize the wisdom, I want to obtain the wisdom faster than anyone. If you move as you please, my research will be the one getting delayed. I simply want to avoid that. Necto, in the end, that would mean this is self-interest. But well, it is not like I don't understand what Necto wants to say. If I were to share the information I obtained from Necto to my comrades, there would be people who would want to get ahead of us. When that happens, even more factions would be formed, and it would hamper the search of the illegitimate even further unnecessarily. I would like to obtain the wisdom in the end even if it meant stealing it though. I have enough intelligence to understand that things would go faster if you were to progress the research instead of me. Rishal, I don't mind that perspective. I wouldn't be able to shake the balance of the world even if I alone were to become a demon lord anyways. My objective lies in what's beyond obtaining the wisdom. Necto, right, it is because of this that I won't betray you. There's no need to. Rishal empathizes with the ambitions of Necto, so he serves him loyally. A relationship where both sides are using each other is nice and easy to understand. By the way, Archbishop Serais has contacted us, asking whether we have an illegitimate with a healing talent. Ray 8. Fumo, he most likely messed up in the training of that man and went too far. Rishal, right. That man has almost no mana. Normal healing magic would not be able to heal him. We do have someone with the talent to lengthen their time, but just telling you right now, I am against it. Ray 8. If Archbishop Serais managed to turn that man into a pawn, it could even serve as a powerful trump card against the current demon lords. It would be possible to control that trump card if we got them in our debt. But I honestly want that man to die. That man is way too dangerous. Even though he doesn't have any talent at all that can influence the laws, he can bite our throats without mercy. You seem to hate him quite a lot, Ray 8. But I have the same opinion. We accepted the trade with Archbishop Serais because we could retrieve the files you left that were in Magus. I honestly would like that man to retire as soon as possible. Rishal, you two seem to be awfully wary of him. Then, do as you please. I only have one thing to do. I will leave all other trifle matters to you two. Necto, this is fine. I would like to infiltrate there and finish him if possible. But I can't go out of my way to turn Archbishop Serais into my enemy. With the Scarlet Demon Lord now gone, we would be the only enemies left for that man. We would only be tying a noose around us if we were to try and save an enemy like that. Ah, my friend, I am glad you are alright. The moment we arrived at the Taizu castle, Marito hugged me while crying. Everyone else endured. You know? Couldn't you have a bit more self-control? Naira Yates is going to be staying at the Villa of Purple, so we separated for now and had her head there. My original objective is to consult with Marito about our plans for the future. Sorry for worrying you. I have to apologize too. It is true that I have a lot of complaints I want to tell you, but what I am most happy about is that I didn't end up losing you. Marito. Ah, yeah, I get it already. So please loosen up a bit. It is pretty painful. This is after meeting the Green Demon Lord, so the actions of Marito give off an extreme feeling of incongruence. Ilias and the others are also really surprised. No, Mix alone is making a super happy face. I somehow managed to calm down Marito and explain what happened between us and the Green Demon Lord. I see, you managed to find a good compromise. Marito, we had to do something about Ray 8 and the others at some point in time after all. The faster method would have been to bring out Anbu-kun, but I would like to avoid a war with the Green Demon Lord after the one of the Scarlet Demon Lord. That was a wise decision, friend San. If that happened, I would just refuse, so the Green Demon Lord would have attacked Taizu without doubt. Anbu-kun says with a casual tone with only his voice being present as always. Anbu-kun is a being that the Green Demon Lord desires more than Wolf. But if the person himself refuses, no one has the means to force him. Anbu-kun is currently an ally that protects Marito, but his first priority is his own standing. Right. I am glad there's no one within my close friends that would mention that without any thought. I personally considered it though. Marito. Your Majesty, you would be a failure of a king if you were to put a friend and the country on a scale. You know what's scary is that Marito is saying this with a decently serious face. I also wouldn't want to be saved under the sacrifice of the country. What I would shoulder would be too big, and so, we will be bringing the demon of the Green Demon Lord often in the future. Can you hide without being found, Anbu-kun? That won't even be an issue. The only one who can detect my existence as of present is someone like the colorless Demon Lord. That man can't do something that would make me turn into an enemy. Anbu-kun. That's great to hear. And so, our plan for the future. Well, first we have to deal with Archbishop Serais. Does Pope Uparo know about this? No, not yet. If I were to tell him about this matter, he definitely would have dealt with Archbishop Serais inside the Yugara Church. Marito. I doubt Pope Uparo would protect Archbishop Serais. There's a high chance he will silently eliminate Archbishop Serais as the top of the organization. If that happens, the information we will be able to get will be limited. The advantage we are holding as of present is that they have the mistaken idea that I am still severely injured over at the place of Archbishop Serais. I would like to take advantage of that if possible. In that case, we would need to keep you inside the castle for a while. There's no knowing where people connected to Archbishop Serais are lurking around after all. Marito. I personally miss my home, but let's do that. Ilias, can you bring a number of my stuff? Oh okay. Ilias. It will be bulky so, Rakura and Mix. Please help her out. Agdoik, please go call Purple and the others along with Nirariates. Make sure no one sees them. Yuyum. Shizu, what about Wolf? Wolf, you go rest in the room first. You must be tired from the continuous battles against the dragons, right? Oh okay. Wolf. Well, Ilias must have fought around as much, but she has to go there as the homeowner. Marito brings me to a certain barrack in the castle grounds after I had everyone move. Oh, you are fine now, lad. I am not in a position to say anything to Marito. To think I would show such disappointing behavior. Shizu entered the room alone after waiting for him for a while. His eyes are a bit red and swollen. He must have met Karaji. I am sure he did. So vexing. Now then, let's talk for a bit. Shizu grabbed a chair and sat in front of me, who was sitting on the bed. I am nervous. This is a bit scary. I can somewhat tell that we will be talking about something bad. Judging from your face, you must have a faint idea as to what I am going to tell you. That's right. Wolf, from here on, don't do something like sacrificing yourself in order to save me. Shizu said this in a calm voice as usual. I knew Shizu would say that, but my body turned cold when actually being told. This is painful. I don't want to be here, but I can tell I must not run away from here. But Shizu wouldn't have been saved if Wolf hadn't done that. If not for Wolf, who is an illegitimate Wolf, Gold would have been able to offer the same condition I did. After beating around the bush and acting as if she was troubled for a good while. She might not have. It might not have been possible without Wolf. Even if Gold hadn't said it, someone else might have. It was even possible for you to have reached that idea, Wolf. The people there had the same amount of information after all. That's not true. I couldn't reach that thought. I tried to think a whole lot about methods to save Shizu, but I couldn't think of anything. It was only after the Gold Demon Lord spoke about the illegitimate that I finally thought that was the only choice. I won't tell you not to save me, but if you are going to do that, keep it at only what you can do. What's the difference? Wolf, you being an illegitimate isn't something you obtained yourself. Wolf, it was an unavoidable environment. There would have been no point of me bringing you out of that village if you were to use something like that to save me. I knew this. Shizu got me out of that village solely because he wanted to save me. That's why he definitely wouldn't be happy to be saved with this method. That apostrophe s. But Wolf wouldn't have been able to do anything else. Even so, there was something I could do. Wolf, don't throw away your own future for the sake of something like that! If you were in the same position as Wolf, you would have done the same. Wolf, I wouldn't. Even if I did offer myself, it would be after I have a plan about how to do something about it afterwards. I would think about what I can do, rely on others, and if even with that it still doesn't work, I wouldn't throw away my own future. It is true that if he were in my position, I am sure he would have been able to think of something to negotiate with the Green Demon Lord about from the very beginning. But that's something Shizu can do because he is Shizu. I couldn't do that. Even so, I don't want Shizu to die. Wolf is fine with dying if Shizu is okay. Wolf. Wolf, it is about time you stop deifying me. It is not good for you. This is the first time Shizu has rejected me this much. To think it would be this. It would be this painful. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. Shizu. You don't understand Wolf's feelings. Wolf. I obviously do. Not true. Wolf. Ilias said so. I am like a mirror. I am changing my way of acting depending on the person, so it can't be helped that it might look that way. Have you thought about why I pamper you more than others? I have obviously thought about it. Shizu would sometimes have a poisonous tongue towards Ilias, Rakura, and the others. He would also scold them. But he has not scolded me seriously before. He would just praise me, be kind, and would continue treasuring me. That made me really happy. And lonely. That's because. Wolf is immature. Wolf. Wrong. The others also have a lot of their own immature points. Of course, that goes for me, too. The reason I did that was because that's how you treated me. You always tried to take distance from me, fearfully, as if treating something fragile, in order to not sour my mood. I can't say that's wrong, because I didn't want to make Shizu hate me. Shizu brought me out from that world where there was nothing. Shizu being by my side was enough for me. It is because you are using your senses all the time to check for my mood that you end up limiting yourself in what you can do when your decision criteria is gone. You get impatient about being of use, and end up messing up. You being in low spirits after being defeated by the Scarlet Demon Lord was because you were aware of this. Right? That's not. That's not. Wolf. I don't understand you. There's no way that's possible. I have been watching you the whole time since you left that village, obtained your own self, and all the way until now. Then, do you know just how much Wolf values Shizu? Wolf. You could say that. I don't really like laying out the insides to the person, but I don't appreciate rummaging through the clothes of someone. I can almost say for certain that you were sneaking into my room when I was away. I allowed it since I didn't mind just having my belongings being touched and smelled though. Why? I thought no one had noticed. I would put them back in the same place, in the same way. I would even erase the smell in the air with the spell I learned, so there should have been no traces. It is not only Wolf who has been sneaking in. You know, Rakura and Ilias would also come into my room out of curiosity. Rakura's main objective would be booze though. But well, that's fine. Why? Wolf. I am methodical, you see. I am always shifting the doorknob to a certain angle. I can tell immediately that someone has entered by confirming this. You are pretty careful when entering, right? Rakura and Ilias are more upfront when turning the doorknob, you know. It seems you properly closed the drawers all the way to the back, but I normally pull them out a bit. By the way, there are times when Rakura would just leave them wide open. Shizu is scratching his head awkwardly. I'm the one who is feeling awkward. I knew he would be angry about it, but I couldn't help myself from doing it stealthily, yet, I now know that he knew all about it. Also, I talked about how I picked up a variety of commemorative stuff when we met Gold and returned from Ghani, right? You have been gathering stuff regarding me since then. Stuff like buttons, hair strands, cut nails, etc. Wolf. The teeth Marito broke in the matter of purple, that's also in your room, right, Wolf? Even that. Wolf. Marito said he would keep it as a commemoration and searched for it, but he apparently couldn't find it. That makes him a piece of work too though. Even I can tell that my face is getting red. The things that I was doing for the sake of my own satisfaction while making sure no one would discover. He knew all of it. Shizu, who is the one person I wanted the least to know. I also know that you think badly about others, about how you are jealous because you know that I feel strong trust towards Karaji, how you look judgmentally about the sloppiness of Rakura, how you think of Ilias as a muscle idiot for trying to solve everything through brute force, how you are wary of Mix for having a weird taste that you don't understand, how you honestly think the fashion sense of Egdoik is questionable. I didn't want Shizu to be disappointed in me. That's why I was being careful about it, and yet, Shizu had noticed a long time ago and had been disappointed by me. I could feel my vision going hazy. I am not really disappointed in you. I didn't tell you to stop after all. Wolf. Shizu stood up and hugged me. It is incredibly kind. unlike before. Ah. The smell of Shizu. So close. It is not all bad points. I also know that, even if you thought badly about someone, you would still find the good points of that person, and would accept them. Well, the bad points you would think of are more often than not things that I would agree on. I am the same. Even if I know about your bad points, it is not like I hate everything about you. I myself am riddled with bad points. It is fine for you to look at those points a bit more, you know. Just a bit though. Shizu patted my back gently as if comforting a child. You can actually say Shizu properly, but you are still keeping the intonation you used when you first learned of it because you internally wanted to be pampered. You don't like being called with that and this child because you were continuously called that in the village. It is okay. I understand those parts well too, Wolf. I accept you after understanding this. I know. Shizu would always respond to me with a gentle voice when I called him Shizu. He always called me Wolf. It is because you were here that I could live for the sake of someone in this world. I managed to obtain many things thanks to that. I am truly grateful for that. That's why I would vehemently refuse living through your sacrifice. Sorry for being selfish. Then, please make it so that Wolf doesn't have to do that anymore. Wolf. Yeah, I will consider it. That's not good. Wolf. So you really did understand the nuance of it. I promise. Shizu said this and moved away from me. I was a bit sad, but I feel like I saw the true smile of Shizu for the first time in exchange. Author. The result after being troubled about whether to make her pure or Yandere was that she ended up being more the second option. Well, the most dangerous one is probably Lord Ragudo. Chapter 208. That's why. Stop listening in. It seems like Wolf has arranged her feelings. She came out of the room in a good mood. She must have headed to the place of Gradona in order to increase the things she can do as much as possible. Normally, I would have taken the route of having Wolf herself wake up slowly with time, but I have no choice but to interfere when she has begun acting with herself as the price. In the end, they are free to do what they want though. The knights of this country fight with their lives on the line for the sake of the country and the people. Wolf is simply directing that desire to a single individual in her case. In the end, I simply explained it away in a way that my personal ego would get through. And so, how about coming out if you are there? I honestly don't know who is there. It is not like I can judge if there's someone there to begin with, but if I mutter something like this, I can get someone out on the off chance. Since when did you notice? Ilias was there. I would have to say now to her question, but let's choose the words properly so that it doesn't destroy the atmosphere just now. Since the moment I was alone with Wolf, you have good instincts, Ilias, so I thought that you would want to talk to me about the things that happened in the castle of the Green Demon Lord. There's times when I am uneasy about how much has been omitted. Ilias. It is not like I understand someone 100%. I am simply making them feel as if I know more than I lead on by using the percent I comprehend with my actions and words. I can just play off the parts that didn't land as personal traits. Of course, once things fit, I can bring along the conversation with my own skills though. You are making a complicated expression. You must be surprised that Wolf is more mature than you imagined. Well, yeah. No, it is more like I am shocked she thought of me as a muscle brain. I did have a feeling though. Ilias. Her Shizu says that often, so it is possible for her to have the same impression. Same for the attire of Ekdoik. Ilias. No, I personally find it cool. As someone who doesn't forget to have the mind of a child, the attire of Ekdoik tickles my Chayunabu side. But Wolf is a girl, so I can't force my views on her in that front. That said, Ilias seems to be conscious of me judging from her expression. She must be bothered about something. You know. Ilias. You don't need to think too much about how to ask, you know. I have not expected much from your vocabulary after all. That doesn't make me happy. But, right, there's something I want to confirm. You were captured by Archbishop Serais, and received torture to make you change sides. According to what Duvuliri said, you did something to the torturer and made him break down. Ilias. You are referring to my way of being. Yeah, even I can tell that you had become the one from that side. Did you return by yourself? Ilias. I would normally look at the pure eyes of people like Ilias and Wolf to move my way of being to the me side. I switched to the me side since the moment I planned on rushing to the cave of the Scarlet Demon Lord, and the people I encountered after that are far from pure. Ilias must be worried about that stuff. Sad that your role is gone. That's not it. Ilias. I am kidding. To be honest, I was in a state where I couldn't move to the me side. What do you mean by that? Ilias, the reason I can change my way of being is because it is like a self-suggestion. It is in order to not have inhibitions when I am doing actions on the good side, as you would say, and at the times when I would do actions on the bad side. I can understand by feeling those parts. Ilias, I have been together with Ilias for a pretty long time now. After all, having shown her my switching over and over, she would understand it even if she doesn't want to. In my case, the mental change brought upon by the switch is strong. That's why I can do nasty things without batting an eye, but I was way too reckless this time around. I pretty much charged onto the Scarlet Demon Lord like a human bomb, and even at the place of Archbishop Ceres, I had accepted my death. It seems like I suffered quite a lot after all. It seems like. Sounds as if you are talking of someone else. Ilias, I actually do feel as if it was someone else. I have the memories, but barely any reality of it. I have switched in a way so that it ends up like that after all. You can do something like that? Ilias, you yourself don't hesitate when slashing down criminals, right? I am simply making it so that I don't drag it along with me in the future. I kind of get it and kind of don't. Ilias, I am originally a coward to the point that I would hesitate killing someone even if they are criminals, but there are times when it must be done. That's why, at the times when I would change my way of being, I would make it so that I won't receive the reality of it and the lingering emotions. Apparently, in the end, such self-defense mechanisms are being adjusted so that I don't bring the emotional burden when the me switches to me. You could say my ability for self-suggestion is stronger in my me state without doubt. Not being able to switch means. Ilias, that's how strong the memory must have been, to the point where if I were to remember it, I would live a life where I would just shut inside my room and tremble. That's why the me must have cut off the border to me in a more intense manner. I have dyed my hands with evil in Japan as well. At the times when the means were way too horrible, there would be cases where I wouldn't be able to switch my personality as I want for some time. I might end up pulling the reality of those events if I were to switch often, as long as the memories remain. I must be keeping it in my heart due to the fear of this. It truly sounds like someone else's business. In other words, you have no choice but to act in your current state for a while? Ilias, hope it is for a while. It is my first time being abused to the point of not being able to keep my original shape. The Green Demon Lord and Nyriates were the first ones there when I woke up. I would normally smoothly change to me when facing such an unknown bunch, but I couldn't do that at all. It would be nice if me was considerate about me and simply cut it off cleanly, but both sides of me are without doubt frail humans. At worst, the me side of my heart has died. I really am a troublesome human being. I would like to be relieved by the fact that you won't turn into that state. But that is worrying in and of itself. Ilias, even if the personality was rebellious, he was still conscious of you and the others after all. Well, he is a horrible guy that would easily break his promise with Ilias though. Let's not touch that too much. But that's not like you. You said before that both sides are you. The way you put it just now sounds as if that's now a different person. Ilias, that's true, but there's so much distance all of a sudden, it is messing me up. He was like someone that was right by my side until now, but right now I can't even feel his presence. That self that I couldn't call a different personality until now has become a self that makes me feel might be a different personality. That in itself makes me want to thank and apologize though. Hearing that hinders my desire to complain to you. Ilias, I am grateful for that, but I am me. I have the duty to hear your complaints as an individual though. It is as if you want to be complained about. Ilias, me is also me. I don't want to deny that. It somewhat feels as if you want to reduce the amount of complaints here. Ilias, she noticed. It is true that I messed up. I want to at least accept the discontent of the people that were worried about me. Even if so, it is not like I will be open to complaints the whole time. What about you, Ilias? It somewhat feels as if you want to decrease the complaints because you feel bad yourself. It is true that I couldn't protect you after all. I learned the correct way to mana strengthen from Lord Ragudo, and in terms of pure physical strength, I was confident that I wouldn't lose to the other knights. Seeing you after that conceited state of mine would make me lose heart. It is to the point that it makes me think you heading to the Scarlet Demon Lord alone was because you saw me as useless. Ilias, in terms of pure specs, it would be safe to say Ilias and Wolf are the strongest within the humans aside from Ambu-kun. But the Scarlet Demon Lord defeated them both, and the one who bought the most time was Karaji. The ones who took his right arm were Lord Ragudo, Gradona, and Mix. It means you are still too young to call yourself the strongest. Just think of it as lucky that it didn't turn into an irreversible situation. So you won't console me there, huh? Ilias, you have already settled matters inside of you, right? Then, a scolding is just enough. Mew. Ilias is making a dissatisfied face. She is probably thinking this is way too different from the time with Wolf. The number one knight being Karaji remains unchanged, Ekdoik being the number one most versatile guy remains unchanged, Wolf being the cutest remains unchanged. Why you are going all in? Ilias. Then, allow me to throw a candy in. The partner I would like to entrust my back to the most. Ilias, you are the number one. I see. That's enough for me right now. Ilias got back on her feet on her own strength, but it is not like it is okay to not say something to her. If her motivation is back, it is my duty as her partner to push her. Alright, this is enough mental care for you too. Wait a moment. Did you say those words just now for that reason? Ilias. It doesn't change the fact that I said those words from the heart. Or what? Do you want me to praise you to the point of blushing? If you want to put way too much energy in your daily life as a result, I will accommodate your wants. And no, this much is enough. Right, you teasing me moderately lets me not get worked up. But can't you think of a method that's a little bit better? Ilias. I am glad to see she has returned to her usual self. A serious face is tiring after all. This amount is best. I can at least hug you like I did with Wolf, you know. But I feel like there's already people listening in. Huh? Ilias directed her gaze at the door and I heard the sound of people running away. Ah, Mix-chan. Please don't run away alone. Looks like Rakura and Mix were there. Let's have the blushing Ilias throw her complaints at Rakura. Well, Ilias was also listening in to someone else's conversation, so she is not in a position to scold someone else about it though. Author, this protagonist is a pro when it comes to putting someone on a pedestal. Chapter 209, That's Why, I Corner. A strategy meeting with my friend included. The room has 3 demon lords along with the demon of the green demon lord called Nirariates. That said, this demon is directing a pretty passionate gaze at me. To think you would look this similar to my king. Guess that means humans are not that hopeless. Nairu. Do I resemble him that much? Marito. Everyone who headed to the Taizu Nether nodded. It reminds me of the ghost story that my friend told me before, something about doppelgangers. Is one of them going to die if they meet? But my king has colder eyes, so I get more excited with him. Nairu. Can that be called a strong point? That's enough of that. And so, I have heard the basic gist of things. But do you have a method to find Letus? No, Nectar. Marito. This is my personal opinion, but I think people like Ray 8 and Rachel know about the existence of this Nectar. We gotta go from there. Reason being? Marito. I know that the objective of those two is to gather illegitimate. They most likely have a connection with Nectar who knows the most about the illegitimate, and it is because they sympathize with that objective that they are cooperating. If they were just subordinates, they would be doing the search in a disinterested manner, but both of them seem to be doing a lot of stealthy moves. Aside from that, it wouldn't be strange for them to be in the standing of executives in terms of an organization. Especially Ray 8. He was moving as a subordinate of the Scarlet Demon Lord. There's no doubt he has a connection with someone who knows about the resurrection of the Demon Lords. A search for those two. According to the reports of the Taizu and Mejisan bus, there haven't been any noteworthy results. Marito. It should be safe to assume they are not in those two countries, and Gani and Kiwama, which have vast diplomatic relations. Can't deny the possibility that they might be hiding in a remote region though. Marito. That said, if it is a country with diplomatic relations, it should be possible to search by using the simulated world of the Gold Demon Lord. In that case, the chances of it being Doran or Serend, which are hard to stretch our hands towards even in the simulated world, are the highest possibilities. We could attack Doran and Serend in the simulated world. We might be able to obtain some sort of result. This is weird of this one to say it, but you're not a decent person. Gold. My friend destroyed this Taiza in the simulated world. It was apparently with the condition that he could use any means. But I have mixed feelings as a king. Maybe the precision of me in the simulated world is low, but it is my friend we are talking about. If we can find even one trace of them, it should be possible to negotiate. But information obtained from the power of a demon lord doesn't have much credibility. I would like some sort of foundation in the real world too. Marito. That's the thing. If Doran and Serend have not joined hands with Necto, it would make things a lot easier if we can obtain the cooperation of the king in that place. Then, should we separate and search both nations at the same time? Marito. There's a saying, the one that chases two rabbits gets none. The difficulty will increase with the decrease of people. My friend had sent Egdoik and the others to Megis at the time when we fought against the Scarlet Demon Lord. The result was that we were hit with the solo charge of the Scarlet Demon Lord, and we were on the verge of facing a tragedy. Separating the people you can coordinate with has such downsides, which is vexing. And so, you have already decided on what to do internally, right? Purple. You jumped right in. Purple. This conversation is also useful to confirm the current state of affairs. I know, but it only looks like you are having fun talking with the Taizu King, just the two of you, you know? We are going to match your plans anyways, so we can have a detailed talk later, you know? Purple. Well then, about plans for the future. First, we will have Archbishop Serais take responsibility for what he did. Marito. Contact Pope Uparo as soon as tomorrow to have him move. I don't mind that, but didn't you say that if Pope Uparo captures Archbishop Serais, we wouldn't be able to obtain information? Marito. Archbishop Serais is currently in Megis. If Pope Uparo were to know about what happened here, he would surround Archbishop Serais by that same day. I will finish preparations at once. You sent Hakutoku back to Kiwama with that intention, right, Marito? From where did the information leak? Marito. I contacted J-Staff just now and heard that Hakutoku had come to Taizu and is in the middle of returning. Considering the personality of Hakutoku, he would have been cleaning the house of Ilias or something to wait. I would like my plan to not be seen through with just that. Marito. Well, I was acting impulsively out of anger after seeing that appearance of my friend, but I don't know how to feel about being seen through to this degree. I am happy about being understood, and also uneasy that I am shallow. Excuse me, it is nice that you are progressing smoothly between you two, but can you explain in a way so that I can understand, too? Nairu reates. These two are always like this. Yagan only understand hazily while listening from the outside. Gold. You would look more intelligent if you feign a composed expression and act as if you understand, you know? Purple. I do the method of the Purple Demon Lord sometimes. I would bite time to think in that frame of time, and if I can bring it to the correct answer, I would make it look like I reached the answer on the moment. My friend probably does the same. Serais-sama. The Holy Knights of Megis are heading this way. The flustered report of my disciple. I could tell with just this that that's how thorny their atmosphere was. There's a limit to the people who can send Holy Knights to my place. It is most likely Pope Uparo. His business must be with the resident of Ugara's planet. I was being careful so that information wouldn't leak, but it is not like I was certain it would never leak. We have to carry that man. Make the preparations. Serais. He is that injured. If we were to move him carelessly, the chances of him dying are high, but I can't just let go of him. I have thought of some ways to conceal him. But Pope Uparo moving must mean that he is short to a certain degree. It should be safe to assume deceiving him carelessly won't work. Serais-sama, that man is not there. What? Serais. I headed to the room where that man was lying in. The man that was on the bed had disappeared without any trace. This is what's going on? Did the ones leading already infiltrated this place and finished rescuing him? No. Even an Anbu of Megis wouldn't be able to infiltrate this place easily. Even if there is, bringing out an incapacitated human without leaving any traces to this degree is practically impossible. In that case, the possibility left would be, I can feel traces of mana. This is from that devil, huh? Serais. The first thing that came to mind was the subordinate of the Purple Demon Lord, the unique Great Devil. But even that shouldn't be able to act in broad daylight. In that case, it had already switched him a few days before. That would make sense. It should be possible to make a shape similar to the human if it is one that is in a state that can't be healed with magic. What should we do? Looks like this was set beforehand. The Holy Knights heading this way are not coming to save that man, but to capture me. Ceres. I should reflect on underestimating their searching capabilities later. What I should prioritize right now is to get out of this place. I managed to see through the intentions of the Holy Knights beforehand, so we have a decent amount of time to get ready to escape. Not all of us will be able to run away, but we should be able to manage somehow against the mere encirclement of Holy Knights. I am sorry for my disciple, but the most efficient method would be to have him bide time. Let's separate and concentrate on getting out of here. We will go via the rendezvous point and head to that location in Kuama. Ceres. Then, I will stay here. I don't mind you buying time with words, but make sure to avoid fighting. You should be able to avoid capital punishment with that. Ceres. Considering the personality of Pope Euparo, I would be the only target for execution. My disciples will be punished to a decent degree, but as long as there's no strong resistance, they should come out with their lives. I gather the bare minimum luggage and head to the pathway. I prepared underground. Only the ones who are going to receive them and the ones who will try to escape from the back door have remained. Let's hurry. If they notice the low amount of people, they will also notice the existence of this path. Ceres. A thunderous sound rang in the direction of the facility. This is not an attack from the Holy Knights, that's a magic attack. Moreover, I hear that from several locations. Ceres-sama, that sound just now. You idiots, I told you to avoid battle. Ceres. The disciples remaining above ground must have purposely resisted. With this, they have bought enough time to have them not notice the existence of this pathway. But I understand how they feel. If it is to protect Ceres-sama, I am not worth protecting with your life. You all should know just how dirty these hands are already. Ceres. We know. That's exactly why. Losing you who is resolute about dirtying your hands, not for your self-interest, but for the sake of this world, would be the same as losing the order of this world. And I am saying that's stupid. Ceres. We don't mind being stupid. We have the resolve to dirty our hands, but we don't know how to dirty them in a way that brings about results like you do. This is our way of using our lives as idiots. One of my disciples stopped his feet as he said this. There's no need to stop here. Ceres. No. There's the off chance. I will remain here and protect your back. I will take this pathway with me if need be. My disciple said this as he smiled. My disciples show no hesitation at throwing their lives away for my sake. This means one more thing I have to shoulder has been added, but I already don't have the qualifications to be happy or grieve about it. I won't forget your name even until my dying breath. That's all I can do for you, but I will promise you at least that. Ceres. Thank you very much. That's enough for me. I advanced through the tunnel together with the remaining people. The thunderous sounds were getting clearer than before. There was no one looking back at that sound. Everyone here understood that looking back and lamenting it would make the worth of the fallen lives pointless after all. Have you finished contacting the people in Kuama? Ceres. Already. It seems like they have confirmed Holy Knights and Kuama soldiers as well. I see. So it is not possible to enjoy the flowers I planted in the church of Kuama, huh? Ceres. I will learn gardening if necessary. Please tell me if you have flowers you would like. I will look forward to it. I will contact Tray 8 once we arrive at that place. I have dirtied my hands with the blood of many to protect the order of this world. But flowers bloom beautifully even with these dirty hands of mine. Even if these hands are dyed black with blood, the world I protected the order of will surely be beautiful. In that case, there's no reason to stop. Archbishop Ceres got through the encirclement of Holy Knights and successfully escaped. Taizu King, Ceres is no longer an archbishop. He imprisoned an important individual from an allied nation, and performed inhumane acts. We of the Ugara Church don't intend to protect this. The voice of Pope Euparo I could hear from the crystal was indifferent. Pope Euparo must have known just how much Archbishop Ceres has dirtied his hands in the past, and how much he has moved in the darkness to maintain order. People who have taken on such dirty work never get a happy ending. Even the act of pitying them would be insulting to them. Then, I will call him Ceres. Do you know where he escaped to? Marito. It should be safe to assume it is somewhere in Kuama where his influence is the strongest. But the noteworthy facilities and the church in the capital have already been seized under the cooperation of Kuama. What I can think of is a facility that is not known to the public, just like the place where he was confined. My apologies for letting him escape. Yuparo, I am aware you moved as swiftly as possible. Taizu and the other demon lords have no intention of blaming the Yugara Church. We will also continue searching for Serai's. Marito, I won't ask you to capture him alive, but I would like you to contact us if you do get him. We have the duty to judge him. Yuparo, duty. Having to judge someone that helped you out in the past must leave a lot of mixed feelings. Marito, I am grateful for that. But right now Serais is a criminal trapped in order. No matter his past, it doesn't become a reason to shut one's eye to excessive sin. Yuparo. The call ended and Marito turned back this way with the serious face of a wise king. It seems like Serais has escaped just like you planned. Marito. It was also your plan though. At the time when Ray 8 was imprisoned in Kuama, there wasn't anyone who tried to rescue him. That means it is not like someone with teleport magic can just teleport wherever. Thus, the chances of them suddenly cooperating with Serais in his escape are low. It would also be impossible to call Ray 8 and ask for his help after seeing the Holy Knights because of the short frame of time he had. What I can infer here is that Serais will escape to a temporary evacuation area, contact Ray 8 and try to group up with Necto. Erasing the fake you that Duvilieri prepared before the trouble with the Holy Knights happened to increase Serais' chance of escape. And then, wait for Serais to make contact with Ray 8. Do you think we will be able to fish them out? Marito. Judging from the personality of Ray 8, he will pick up Serais if he asks for help. He would be able to bring in a powerful contributor after all. I am half-half in that maybe he will be disappointed in him though. I can only believe in you who has analyzed the personality of Ray 8. Marito. Even if they move with teleport in the location they meet, it is possible to capture them if we anticipate the location. There was a time lag until the escape of Rishal when he was facing purple. We have also confirmed that the user of the teleport said preparations are done. Basically, there's fitting preparation required to use teleport. Our objective this time is to aim for that opening. Duvilieri, who was listening from behind, speaks. I got a call from the Butler Army. They have succeeded in tailing one of the subordinates or Serais. The regrouping of Hakutoku and Egdoik, who is heading to Kuama, should make it in time. Duvilieri, it was worth having King Zenota loosen up a number of spots in the encirclement. It might be hard to tail Serais himself, but it should be possible for the Butler Army to trail the people that are trying to regroup with Serais. Now, if they can group up with Egdoik and the others, they should have enough battle power. Alright, I will head to Kuama now. Duvilieri, will you make it in time? Who are you talking to? My top speed would allow me to reach them faster than you leaving this castle and going back to that house. Duvilieri, if he says he can, but I would like him to treasure the sense of distance a bit more. Egdoik and Rakura are already heading to Kuama, along with Mix. I did call Gyrasta too, but she is the type that travels on foot after all. Right, let me give this back first. Duvilieri. Duvilieri opened his stomach of perplexion. His abdomen split open and I saw countless teeth making the shape of a mouth. It is several times more grotesque than the one of Fabio Shasuit. Yup, it might have been fortunate that I didn't see myself being stored inside of it. Duvilieri shoved an arm inside of it and brought out a wooden sword. Master. Oh, Kutu. Speaking of which, I completely forgot that I had left it at the Gani Nether before heading to the Scarlet Demon Lord's base. Kutu, not forgotten, right? Kutu, sorry, I did for a bit. I remembered just now, too. Duvilieri, so cruel. But master, I'm glad you're safe. Don't leave behind anymore. Kutu, yeah, I won't deliberately leave you behind anymore. Spare me at the times when you might get stolen. I have theft alarm, so it's okay. Kutu. My transportation means are solved with Kutu. It is far from the movement speed of Duvilieri, but I would like to travel at such speeds on vehicles like airplanes. Alright, go vindicate yourself. For the time when you let them escape, no need to tell me. Duvilieri said this and exited through the door. I thought he would jump out from the window, but it seems like he has manners in that front. He ended up going against purple over a certain someone. So I would like him to get some sort of contributions quickly so he can get some clear forgiveness. Now then, I will also prepare to go out. Ilias, are you ready? I am ready anytime. At most, it would be to go call Wolf. We need our usual partner after all. Ilias, right. Within those, Kutu, Master's best partner. Katu. No, I am more. Ilias, don't compete with a wooden sword. No, it is a devil but, you know. Chapter 210, that's why, brace yourself. Did you call, Rishal-sama? The subordinates assigned to me personally, Molari and Yasudet. These two are illegitimate that I found with these eyes of mine. Molari has space awareness skills so good that allows her to use teleportation magic. Yasudet has such concentration he can cast barrier magic that can block any attacks. The comrades I had along in my adventurer days would be better if we were to talk solely about pure battle power, but you can say these two are the best subordinates when it comes to convenience. Archbishop Serais contacted Ray just a moment ago. The fact that Serais had confined the resident of Yugura's planet was revealed, and he is currently escaping. I want you two to help him out with that. Rishal. Forgive my words, Rishal-sama, but that means Serais has lost his position as Archbishop, right? Is there any worth in saving a man like that? Molari. Quite the valid question, Molari. But Serais is a capable man despite appearances. There's no doubt he was the one who has been supporting the incompetent King Zenota for decades, maintaining the order of Kyuama. He has a grasp of the underground residents of this world, and it would serve greatly in our actions. Rishal. Even if he has lost his job, it is not like his worth as an individual is gone. With that logic, I would also be incompetent as I am not the Guildmaster of Morgana anymore. Understood? Then, Molari. However, one warning. It means someone must have set this situation. There's a high chance there's already assassins in the rendezvous point. I allow some battle, but if you feel that it would get bad, retreat at once, even if it is only you two. Rishal. No need to worry. We will finish our mission safely. Molari. Please let me worry. Serais is a talent I want, but you two are more important to me. Your abilities as illegitimate are part of it, but the loyalty and trustworthiness of you two is not something that can be replaced so easily. Rishal. Those words are too much of an honor. You saved us, Rishal-sama. Your wonderfulness would be understood by other illegitimate, and they would pledge their loyalty to you in the same manner. Molari. Molari is always taking a respectful attitude towards me. It is not bad in and of itself, but I sometimes miss idiots like Gradona. It is not too much of an honor. You two have that much worth. I didn't guide you to become expendable tools. It is because I want to aim for the same ideal together. Don't forget that. Now then, I will be heading off for a different matter, so I leave the rest to you two. Rishal. I exit the room where I called them. Those two should be able to deal with your average trouble, but I should be readying one more move with a matter that stinks this much. Ah, Rishal-sama. How kind to say such words to me. Molari. Molari, calm down. Yasudet. Huh? Don't make nasty sounds while I am soaking in the afterglow. Yasudet. I will kill you. Molari. Rishal-sama is still nearby. If you want him to hear your moans, then be my guest. Yasudet. No way. Molari. I move away from there in a way so that I don't make any sound. I am aware that I acted in a way so that they would trust me, but it seems like they have grown dependent on me in a way I didn't imagine. It is cute, but how should I interact with them? I can't tell such things even with my eyes that see through talent. Now then, I really should call him. Rishal. It is certain that the resident of Yugura's planet has been seriously injured by Serais. In that case, the one involved in this matter is most likely someone like the Taizu King. The wise king should have made a suitable plan. No, it is possible that man is already involved. I should have lied about giving him treatment and sent an assassin. Rishal. There have been a decent amount of people I have wanted to kill, but the amount of people I have wanted dead are limited. The eyes of the resident of Yugura's planet are similar to mine, but it is not those of an illegitimate. The talents of the illegitimate that are comparable to those of Yugura would be superior to those of other talents, but those eyes are ominous in an indescribable way. I must not lower my guard until his death is confirmed. I see, so brother has safely recovered. That's great to hear. Haku. I was told the details of brother from Mekdoik and was relieved from the bottom of my heart. He is someone who I must overcome if he were to become an obstacle to Brogestaff. But even I can tell that's not the time. Also, if brother were to die, Sis and Wolf would be sad. But to think Serais-sama was doing something like that. Ha! Maseta. You were a priestess of the Kiwama branch, Maseta. Wait, Does that mean you were a subordinate of Sarai's? Haku. What a late question to ask. It is true that I was working under Sarai-sama, but in terms of factions, I would be under Yuko-sama. I was simply in Kiwama because I wanted to do mainly Morgana work. Maseta. Is that how it works? Haku. It is. That's why there was no call to me. All the Yugara church clergy aside from the disciples of Sarai-sama must be panicking right about now. Maseta. The facilities of the Yugara church in Kiwama have been seized by the Holy Knights under the direct orders of Popuparo and the Kiwama army. Maseta might have been locked up lightly if she hadn't met up with me. She is a lucky woman. Enough chit-chat. We are about to arrive at our destination. We might enter the range of detection magic if we go further. Let's check how things are going with farsight magic. Ekdoik. I can't use that though. Haku. Can't be helped. Come on, lend me your face. Maseta. Maseta put a hand in front of my eyes and casted a spell. This sense of distance is making me dizzy. I direct my gaze to the horizon just like that and look at the place where the disciples of Sarai's headed to. There they are, around 30, I guess. Oh, found Sarai's. Alright then, let's. Haku. Wait, our objective is the hideout of Ray 8. If we were to come pick a fight before they show up, they might escape. Ekdoik. Right. Rakura has not gotten here yet, too. Haku. Why did she go buy stuff? Maseta. It must be because of that weird ironclad regulation Comrade gave. Light meals are necessary in a stakeout. Ekdoik. What do we do if we get caught by the smell of the food? Maseta. About that. Well, we should be able to manage somehow with magic. Ekdoik. Isn't it more tolerable than having your stomach rumble from hunger? Haku. That 's.u. Maseta doesn't seem convinced. Well, I do get it. You get the urge to munch on something when you don't have anything to do. Mix and Rakura showed up with food while we were doing that. Sorry for the wait. Rakura. Ekdoik Dono. How's the state of Sarai's? Mix. It feels like they are waiting for something. But they seem to be wary of the surroundings every now and then, so we can't approach any more than this. Ekdoik. We say this as we eat the food prepared. Rakura. Don't go drinking booze, okay? I won't ask you why you got it. Actually, he has already arrived and is ready. If that's the case, we won't be able to do anything. Can you detect the activation of teleport magic, Hakutokudono? Mix. I might be able to do something if it is teleport magic that would harm me. I have the confidence of not being able to wake up even if the receptionists were to be killing each other while I am sleeping in the inn. Haku. That's nothing to brag about. Maseta. But what would actually happen? Instinct-sama would kick my buttle back immediately when a threat to my life approaches, but is there a way for me to put that to practical use? Then, how about this? If someone comes with teleport magic, Mix-chan will stab Hakutoku-san without thinking anything. If we do that, wouldn't it be a dangerous situation for you, Hakutoku-san? Rakura. What's with that unreasonableness? Haku. I see. So we might be able to do it if we create a situation that links to threatening the life of Hakutoku. But then that would mean Mix would be reacting when she sees it. Wouldn't we be able to detect it beforehand if we put it as stabbing him if we notice the teleport magic late? Ekdoik. Isn't that way too unreasonable? It wouldn't be so tough if such empty threats worked. Wait, oi? Haku. Mix silently drew a knife. She is serious. I think the most important thing is to view it as the truth, and so, I will seriously think of it in that way. Mix. Doesn't that mean I would get stabbed if I don't detect it? Haku. No worries Desuzo. If it doesn't work, you just got to avoid it. Mix. So the stabbing is set in stone? Haku. Why is it that this person is so bloodthirsty despite both of us being Morgana adventurers? Maseta. I don't feel any intention from Maseta to stop them. Instinct-sama, can you do it? Can you do it if you try? I will suffer unreasonable violence, but can you stop it? Okay. Looks like it is coming soon. Haku. I directed my gaze at Sarai's and the others, and saw faint light. And then, there were two strangers in the source of the light. Instinct-sama seriously detected it. Stab. Mix. Ouch. Haku. A knife stabbed me on the side. This girl. She seriously stabbed me without hesitation. Instinct-sama, why didn't you warn me of this one? Are you telling me I knew it would be coming, so I should have avoided it by my own power? sorry. My hands just reflexively. Makes. So you really were prepared to stab me by reflex. Haku. I thought I had to be serious or it wouldn't work after all. I will cast healing magic Desuzo. Makes. Anyways, now there's no worries about letting them escape. Let's go. Ekdoik. Wait a moment. At least wait until the healing is over. Haku. Right, it is a light stab wound anyways, so let's treat it later. Makes. It is as deep as a thumb though? Haku. That said, the other side will most likely move at once. Can't be helped. I shall vent this resentment on that bunch. I close the distance while unraveling the chains and activate detection magic. 34 people. The ones we must not let escape from here are the two illegitimate and Serais. They reacted to my detection magic and their eyes face this way all at once. I confirmed that the two that appeared are the close aides of Rishal that Duvalieri told us about before. TCH, assassins really came. The numbers are 5. What should we do? Don't ask me. Oi, Serais, these are the guests you invited. Deal with them until I finish preparations. Understood. All hands, prepare for battle. Bite time. Serais. The people around ready themselves for battle, matching the order of Serais. It seems like everyone is decently skilled, but they are not on a degree where I would consider them troublesome. But they would be able to buy enough time for the teleport magic if we were to deal with these numbers without any thoughts. In that case, the aim is solely the teleport magic user. I unleash the chains and go straight for the teleport user. But the attack was blocked by the barrier the man by her side casted. Targeting me all of a sudden. You are thirsting too much for a woman. Molari, concentrate on preparing. Don't order me. I will kill you. Molari. According to Duvalieri, that barrier is far sturdier than the ones Rakura casts. It should be safe to assume it will be hard to break them from the front. The people around finished preparing their attacks by the time I dealt my first strike, and activated offensive magic. Defend, avoid. No, jump further in. I avoid the attacks of the enemies coming from both sides by jumping in. The only one I can't avoid is the enemy at the front. But the knife of Mix that flew from behind has already stabbed him. The aim was deviated because of the knife, and the spell passed by above me. Ekdoik Dono, here. Mix. I grab the knife that Mix threw and confirm its shape. I see, so that's how it is. I tied the knife at the tip of a chain and attacked the woman again. You don't learn. No, this is. The man came to the front just like before and casted a barrier. But the chain changed trajectory faster than it clashed and burrowed into the ground. It seems like the barrier of that man is extremely sturdy, but there's no traces of the ground being split when it appears. In other words, the barrier is not placed at their footing. I had the chain burrow, have it appear by the feet of the woman, and activate the spell set in the knife. The knife was activated by mana and exploded, scattering smoke. So he undid the barrier on the spot, and both of them took distance. Ekdoik. The shockwave of the explosion wouldn't have reached here if he had kept the barrier. The man must have acted swiftly after noticing what we were attempting. Beyond the cleared away smoke were the two glaring at us, unscathed. Oi, don't touch me with your dirty hands. Molari. Looks like we don't have the leeway to take our time preparing the teleport magic. Yasudet, your barriers are only tough but are full of holes. Put them up properly. Molari. It is not like I can't but. Molari, your super long-distance teleport magic requires you to be in direct contact with the ground, right? Protecting you just for the sake of it when you can't use teleport magic would have no point. Yasudet. TCH, then don't protect me. Let's kill them quickly. Molari. I can feel the killing intent of the enemy. Looks like they plan on wiping us out rather than escaping. I can easily guess the techniques they specialize in. But how would they move if they switched to the offensive? Alright, die. I felt killing intent from behind the moment the woman called Molari disappeared from in front of me. Molari's swung knife was closing in right before me by the time I had turned around reflexively. I used my arm wrapped around in chains as a shield to protect my neck. Teleportation magic. Wasn't there a casting time restriction? Ekdoik. I can use it instantly if it is me alone. Moreover, at a short distance, I can fight well enough if I don't have to look after dead weight. Molari. In that case, teleporting Rishal-sama normally was, Yasudet. Don't lump Rishal-sama with you people. I have to activate it with utmost care when carrying him. Molari. Closing the distance freely is troublesome, but I am sure now after receiving the attack, Molari's pure fighting skills are not that high. It should be safe to say she is on the same level as Hakutoku. But considering the fact that the talents of the illegitimate can all be used for battle, she is by no means an opponent I can lower my guard on. In that case, I should target Yasutet first. I unleash my chains and try to attack him. You are prioritizing me over Molari. Huh. Just for your information, I am stronger than Molari. Yasudet. Just when I was about to change the trajectory after confirming the activation of the barrier, Yasudet stepped to the front and grabbed the chains. The chains are imbued with the effect of cursing and poisoning the ones who touch it, but there's no sign of those having been activated. Yasutet pulled them just like that in one go, and forced me to go right by his side. Judging from how he carries himself, it seems like he will be doing physical combat, but no. Wait, taking on this attack would be bad. I cut off the chains and stabbed other chains to the side. My body stopped just a few ways before Yasudet, and his fist swung at empty air. The chains that weren't touching him were smashed into pieces. It is not just an attack that has magic imbued in it. This man has clad that sturdy barrier on his arms. No. On his whole body. That attack just now had far more range than what it looked like. Judging from the fact that he grabbed the chains coming at him without any difficulties, it should be safe to assume he has quite the skills too. Oi, who did you say was stronger than who? Molari. It is an objective statement. Yasudet. Alright, I will kill you later. Molari. An opponent that's hard to catch. An opponent that's hard to injure even if you catch him. I see. This is not going to be an easy one. Chapter 211, that's why, just fight. It seems like the setup of Egdoikdono ended up in a failed attempt, but we managed to confirm the cards of the illegitimate thanks to that. The woman called a Molari can use teleport magic instantly with the limitation that it can only be her in a short distance. The man called Yasutet is a martial artist that can cast a barrier around his whole body, allowing him to do both defense and offense. Mix-chan. What should we do? Rakura. It seems like those two are quite skilled just as Mr. Friend predicted. Rakura Dono. Deal with the man together with Egdoikdono. I will deal with the woman after reducing their numbers. Mix. The subordinates or Serais that missed their first attacks were already readying their second one. We have to incapacitate them first or we won't be able to fight properly. I wanted to leave them for later, but let's prioritize the ease of action for everyone. I grabbed 8 colorless with both hands and threw them at the same time. What are you? 8 thrown colorless in total, landing straight into the bodies of the 8. This colorless that was manufactured with transparent crystals instead of metal is technically a first-timer killer. It is hard to follow with the A's unless you have a pretty decent amount of skill. All of them have paralyzing poison coated on them, so they won't even be able to stand up if it pierces through them. This might have worked on Molari, but if I am to believe the guess of Mr. Friend, it is possible it won't. Next, I bring out 2 blasts and throw them to the ones at both sides that are trying to cast magic at the same time, and activate explosion magic. This time, even if they can see the knife and have the time to react, it is hard to avoid it since it will explode below their feet. Hakutoku Dono and Masato Dono. Please go to Serais. Mix. Got it. Haku. I confirm through the smoke screen of the explosion that the enemies are okay. They stopped their attack and deployed a barrier. I augment the mana strengthening on both of my legs and jump to the right side while still in a low posture. I ignore the ones that have a barrier up and go towards one of the enemies deep in, slashing at him with a knife exclusive for close combat. Dance. From the back, scurrying around. The one that had put up a barrier noticed me and tried to cast magic, but that spell dispersed in the weaving stage. I threw a seal knife that has a magic seal stone when I passed by so that it would fall on top of the barrier after all. I didn't let that opening escape and used a simple throwing knife gouge to the top of his knee. His reaction time against gouged should be dulled even if it is visible thanks to the curtain of smoke. 11 with this and .12. Mix. I amplify the mana strengthening on the parts of my body I am using to throw, and do a powerful throw the second gouge towards the left side where the one other person with the barrier is in. Gar! It landed. He really did undo the barrier because some other person had been attacked far away and decided to snipe me with magic. The smoke cleared up and I used the time to confirm that the three I got couldn't move because of the poison, close to half of them in one go. Be careful, that woman is outstanding in battle. We can tell that. Wait, could she possibly be the Blade of? I am sorry, but I don't like that nickname, so I would like you to not call me that. Mix. I threw Metal Bringer in a way so that it gets behind the man shouting. An attack that doesn't aim at the target directly, but he must have thought there's some trick to it. He couldn't help follow the knife with his eyes. I activated the spell imbued in Metal Bringer the moment the gaze of the man faltered, and all the knives scattered around aside from the colorless were sucked into the direction of that man. Aga! This Metal Bringer has a spell imbued that draws in specific metals at a set range. Most of the knives have that metal embedded at their tip. My bag and clothes are special in that they don't get affected by mana, so it would only draw in the knives, the already used ones. Phew! This should be enough culling. Now then, I shall now concentrate on my main objective. Mix. I direct my gaze at Molari. Molari must have been observing my moves. Our eyes met. A knife user, huh? You must want to face me. Fine, I will murder you. Molari, a foul-mouthed one. How about speaking in a more respectful manner? Mix. You are not one to tell me. Speaking in such a weird dialect. Molari, mew. It is not like it is weird though. I ready my dance and observe their movements. It seems like Hakutokudono and the others have entered battle against the subordinates of Sarais behind me. I should be able to concentrate on the enemy in front of me with this. Then, let's see what you've got. Here I come, Desuzu. Mix. Molari readied her knife and ran straight here. She is not using teleport magic, most likely because her surprise attack teleport was seen. She must have thought that I have some sort of countermeasure since I am coming out to fight her myself. I take on the knife of Molari and we slash at each other a number of times. She really is used to battles with knives. I would be above when it comes to a pure contest of strength. Let's begin from when she uses teleport magic. TCH. Superhuman strength. Molari, I am from Taizu after all. Mix. I see, so you are that Mix, the one that's said to have wiped out the Jesva bandits. Molari. Oh, a nostalgic name. Was there a close friend of yours there? Mix. No. They were a bunch I was planning on murdering eventually. You saved me the trouble. Molari. The name of bandits from the Kiwama region being mentioned here must mean that Molari is from Kiwama. Her knife fighting style is self-taught. But there's a mix of styles that are often seen in the Kiwama region. That works for me. If you don't plan on coming, I will go. Mix. The moment I repelled the attack of Molari up, I threw a gouge with my open hand using only the strength of my wrist. I think she can avoid it judging from her skills, but I was waiting for that. Mix. Molari disappeared the moment the gouge was going to land. Her not being within vision means that I match my movements and throw the one other gouge I was hiding in my arm towards the back. I knew this was coming. Molari. I felt killing intent from above and I swiftly stopped the attack. I managed to defend just in time. I managed to stop her knife, but she unleashed a kick on the air while at it. It landed pretty nicely on my head. I feel dizzy. Desuzu. Doing a super clean fighting style. Did you think I would fall for that? Molari. I don't think there's anything super clean about setting a trap though. Mix. It seemed like you were trying to stop me from taking distance again by scattering magic seal stones behind you though. You are too naive. Molari. Oh, you noticed? Mix. Teleportation magic activates with you as the center. I thought that it would be possible to hamper her if magic seal stones were to be scattered around her feet, but she managed to notice the small grains of magic seal stones with her sharp eyes. But with this, it should be safe to assume the guesses of Mr. Friend are almost all correct. You apparently can't properly adjust stuff like the coordinates of the teleportation spell. If that's made possible with the talent of an illegitimate, there's a high chance her talent is outstanding space awareness. I was honestly surprised that she would be able to notice the grains of magic seal stones near my back though. But if that's the case, she would notice before teleporting that I have thrown a knife at my blind spot by predicting her teleportation. All smiles despite being kicked. What an annoying woman. Molari. You are green if your emotions move in the middle of a battle is what I was taught. Makes. Molari's fighting style is to teleport by matching my techniques. The simple kind that showers attacks on me from my blind spots. Teleporting within my vision wouldn't be any different from just a quick dash anyways. I can deal with it some way or another if I move faster. Making a face as if saying I am blessed. You are really increasing my desire to murder you. Molari. Naira's was the same. I would like to not bring in anger I don't remember inviting. Well, she is disgusted at me, so let's utilize it. That hurts. Is Rishal treating you that badly? Makes. Die. Molari. Molari showed up right in front of me in an instant and tried to stab my eye with her knife. I stopped that with dance and throw the gouge, but Molari was already gone from my vision by that time. Her position is behind me. Kortu desuzo. Makes. ? I grab the thrust coming from behind with my open hand. I let go of dance and grab the extended elbow of Molari. It seems like your knife technique is self-taught. But your thrust that aims at vital points is reminiscent of the ones often seen in Kurama. The aggressiveness of going for an attack right after an attack is nice, but it can be dealt with using bare-handed techniques if you know the direction it is coming from. Makes. Stopping a blade with your hand. Are you insane? Molari. Knife users often grab the bladed side after all. It is natural to have protection to blades with your gloves desuzo. It would still get through if I were to stop it straight with my palm though. Now then. Makes. I strengthen my grip and break the elbow of Molari in one go. She won't be able to control a knife with this arm anymore. You. Molari. I would like you to be grateful that I at least didn't tear it off. To be honest with you, a very important person of mine was hurt because of you people. Even I have my own thoughts regarding this desuzo. Makes. I put strength in my other hand and bent the knife I was holding. If Mr. Friend hadn't come out alive, I wouldn't have been grabbing the elbow but the neck. I throw away the knife that was already not in the hand of Molari, and punch her stomach. She let out a yelp and collapsed powerlessly just like that. One down. Now then, what about the other one? Makes. Mix really is dangerous. She incapacitated more than 10 people in an instant. When speaking of Morgana's dangerous people, Mix would be the one at the top, just like how the trop dangerous within the adventurers of Ryodo are Pashiro and Garista. Intruding. Let's clean up the remaining ones. Hakutoku. Hey, Hakutoku, the enemies are mainly fighting with magic. You will just be an easy target if you jump in carelessly. Masata. No issues. Hakutoku. I would obviously be careful if they were all on the level of Rakura or more like, I would run away. But I have already grasped how strong the people around are with detection magic. The only ones I have to be wary of here are the two illegitimate and Serais. I rushed in by myself and tilted my center of gravity to the right just when the opponent had set the target and was going to use it. I switched to the opposite direction the moment the enemies were about to do a barrage of shots. This feint alone is enough against a bunch that are not used to battle. The casted spells were shot at the opposite direction, and I jumped into range without issues, smashing my tonfas onto them. I then grabbed the guy that lost consciousness and was about to fall. Heave-ho! What? The enemy was flustered at how his ally was thrown at them all of a sudden and couldn't deal with it in time. He can't shoot him down with magic. It is either stop him with a barrier or catch him. You can also move back, you know. Whichever the case, you will just be done for anyways. Oh, bounced him off with a barrier. That looks painful. You are heartless. Haku. I stand in front of the barrier and laugh lightly while looking at the unconscious guy at my feet. Putting up a barrier is basically making a wall. In other words, my attacks don't reach, but it also means his spells won't reach me. There's two options here: undo the barrier and shoot a spell, or maintain your barrier and have your allies attack. I could smash the barrier together with him if I am allowed to do it, but I don't really want to consume my mana here. You bastard. Ooh, so brave. Here you go. Haku. What he chose was an attack with magic. He undid the barrier after he finished casting, so you could say he is skilled, but is weak against provocations. I kick up the guy that's at my feet and bring him to the front. Man, it is nice that the clerics are also prim and proper, since it is really easy to deal with you. You are merciless towards evil guys, and yet, you are kind to your friends. Haku. I sneak below the guy I kicked up and smash my tonfas on the other dude. Also, The defense of their bodies is low because they rely on barriers, making it easy to deal with them. This degree of power. Sis and Wolf would be able to take it on with a totally normal face. Masetta also arrived by my side soon after, and I am now in a spot where I can see the face of Serais clearly in between several people. What a messed up battle style. Masetta, I would like you to describe it as being used to fighting. Oi, Serais, are you going to just watch behind the small fry? When are you going to wield your strength as an archbishop if it is not now? Haku, you insolent. Right, looks like there's the need to do that in order to get through this. Serais, oh, so he has taken the bait. We have defeated more than half of the small fry including the ones Mick Scott, but there's still the other half left after all. We would be dividing our forces if they were to run away while we are reducing their numbers, and even if I call them small fry, the power of their magic is good. If Serais joins the battle, the small fry who can't coordinate with him can only watch over. That basically means we would have dealt with the small fry. Well, the rough part is that, even if we defeat Serais with this, we would have to keep energy to defeat the remaining small fry though. Serais-sama, why did you do something like this? Masetta Noitch, asking the obvious. It is to maintain the order of the world. Serais, that person is fighting for the sake of the people. He may be working together with demon lords, but he is doing so for the sake of an even more peaceful world with no conflict. Masetta, as expected of a disciple of Yuka, you only speak of the surface-level beauty, but don't think of the mud and rocks settled in its depths. What's the point of a world for the people created by relying on the ones that have perpetrated serious crimes and are not even people anymore? The peace in the world of humans must be maintained by humans. Serais. But, Masetta. Sorry, but please leave the questions for later. Haku. I cut in because I felt like this would get long. Considering that we also have to capture the illegitimate, we don't have the leeway to just take our sweet time talking. You. Masetta, where are you standing? Serais is already someone we have to capture by force. The time to persuade with words went away a long time ago. What? You telling me you have the speaking skills to lecture Serais and turn him into a new leaf? I will leave it to you if you can. Haku. Right, this is the time to fight. Serais-sama, I will be stopping you regardless of circumstances. Masetta. Then, I shall fight back. That's the path I have to take. Serais. Now then, fighting is good and all, but there's a lot of dangerous ones when we go all the way up to archbishops. They are all monsters that can subjugate uniques by themselves. I could tell that he is a dangerous opponent to fight, more than holy knights, since the moment I checked him with detection magic. This man has quite a lot of actual combat experience, but it is not like he has superhuman strength like Sis. If I had to draw a comparison, I would say he is the type that has mastered magic like Rakura. I have to first think about how to create an opening on him. Chapter 212, that's why, it won't end. Molari went to where Mix is. In that case, the one I have to deal with is only Yasutet. But how should I win against him? Judging from the sensation of the chains, the toughness should be higher than that of Rakura's barriers that specialized in defense. I had a hard time getting through even the barriers of Rakura, and even if I try to create an opening on him, this man can attack even with a barrier still on him. What's the matter? If you have no intention of coming, I will go to you. Yasutet was coming straight at me. Considering how he has a decent amount of martial arts skills, I have to avoid this being brought to close combat. I have to accurately grasp the reach of the barrier around him first. I make several chains float around myself and get ready for the attack of Yasutet. The right fist. Is 2 fists long. The same for the left side. Ekdoik. It looks as if Yasutet is faintly floating. He must have a barrier even below his feet. I can get a rough measure of the reach by calculating the height of it. The thickness of the barrier covering his whole body is most likely the same. You have moved to observing. You are a calm man. Yasutet. That goes the same for you. Ekdoik. Yasutet is attacking while aware that I am sizing him up here. That means he has leeway to observe his opponent even while attacking. I will just stay at a disadvantage if I continue watching like this. In that case, I should fight back soon. I sway my chains to and fro after avoiding the punches to see whether I can restrain him with chains. I avoid his punch narrowly and move at that moment. even though there shouldn't have been any issues with the distance I grasped. The attack that I thought I avoided landed on my stomach. The chains that I had wrapped for defense were smashed to pieces, and the remaining impact I couldn't mitigate reached all the way to my organs. His range increased. I forgot that Rakura can also change the shape of her barrier while still activated. That means Yasutet can also change the size of his barrier by his own will. Egdoikinism, I will help out too. Rakura. Yasutet was blasted to the back at the same time I heard the voice of Rakura behind me. It doesn't seem to be a new technique. It must have been the usual slicing barrier magic. The fact that he wasn't sliced and simply sent flying back means to think there was someone else who could attack with barrier magic. Yasutet. Yuwa, he is completely unscathed. Rakura. Yasutet gets up while cracking his neck. I can't see a single injury. The slices of Rakura can even sever the body of Devuliri. This means the barrier clad on the body of Yasutet is tougher than even the body of a great devil. Rakura, how does that man called Yasutet look to you? Egdoik. The toughness of that barrier is abnormal, but being able to maintain that toughness while changing its shape is beyond that. Maintaining the barrier alone already uses a decent amount of concentration. Rakura. Right. That man really does have the talent of concentration as an illegitimate. Egdoik. More importantly, that punch seemed like it hurt a lot. Are you okay? Rakura. No issues. A few of my ribs broke, but I have already done emergency treatment with healing magic to a certain degree. Egdoik. I should be able to recover completely if I don't move intensely for a while more. But he is not a soft opponent that would wait for this. I have no choice but to wrap this up with just some quick healing. So your special skill is more about how fast you cast it rather than the sturdiness of your barrier, huh? It is difficult to avoid it continuously, but it is not an attack that I can't block. Yasutet dashed and swung his fist, but Rakura casted a defensive barrier to block it. The barrier managed to stop the punch, but it cracked with just that attack alone. Baraguirin and Devuliri managed to destroy it, so in terms of pure strength, it is better for us, but being able to crack the barrier of Rakura which wouldn't budge at all against my attacks is already monstrous enough. Yasutet tried to strike from above right after, but Rakura recasted the barrier to block that attack, and then, she landed an offensive barrier onto Yasutet the very moment she undid it. Yasutet was sent flying back a fair amount of distance, but he didn't fall this time around and stood his ground. No good. I don't think my attacks will be able to get through that barrier. Rakura. But that goes for the enemy too. Or maybe not. Egdoik. I feel like Yasutet still has more power reserved. He cracked the barriers of Rakura just by punching normally. There's a high chance he can get through them with a single big move. How about the eyes of blindness that elevate the sturdiness of matter? No. Even if Rakura can block the big moves of the enemy with a barrier like that, it would be difficult to get through that defense of his. No matter how sturdy you make the blade of your attack, if the speed at which you unleash it is the same, the sharpness of it won't change much. I might be able to seal his movements with my chains, but I won't be able to harm him as long as he has his barrier up. I can't get the sealing effect of the 6 towers of binding unless I can touch the enemy directly. Our stamina will be drained intensely if we use the eyes for a long period of time, dragging us into more and more of a disadvantage. There's no end to this. Let's change my form. Yasutet. The shape of the barrier around his arms changed as he changed his stance. Just a few moments ago, it was like a bigger fist covering him, but its shape is now like that of bladed knuckles. His aim is most likely not to smash but to pierce. Be careful, Rakura. The shape is that of breaking through one point. He is coming to pierce through the barrier. Egdoik. I will be fine, but what will you do, Egdoikinism? Rakura. I have no choice but to manage somehow. Egdoik. Yasutet jumps in. It is hard to tell who he is aiming for when we are this close to each other. I take a bit of distance from Rakura and get ready for the attack. He is aiming for Rakura, huh? If a defensive barrier is no good. Rakura. The swung punch of Yasutet snapped upwards. I see, so she received the attack with a slicing barrier. Even if she can't slice him with it, a barrier that can send Yasutet himself flying should be able to block the momentum of his swung fist. Moreover, it wasn't only one attack. She did 3 attacks in that instant. It is only possible because it is Rakura who can do fast and precise attacks. Not bad. But it was careless of you to not put up a defensive barrier. Yasutet. Mercura? Egdoik. Mercura's body bent. Yasutet had extended the tip of the left leg's barrier at the same time as his right fist was struck away. He unleashed a kick that had longer range than a spear. This is bad. Mercura doesn't have chains as defense or an increase in defensive capabilities with mana strengthening. If she were to get hit with a kick that can destroy a barrier, I was waiting for that. Mercura? The body of Yasutet floated after he forcefully unleashed a kick once his right arm was struck away. Mercura did a barrier attack from below and lifted the body of Yasutet. Egdoiknisn. Let's do this. Chains on me and that person. Mercura. Got it. Egdoik. I wrap the chains round the body of Yasutet over the barrier, and have the other one grabbed by Mercura. Mercura continued attacking 2-3 times from below, bringing the body of Yasutet higher into the air. It may not be possible to destroy his barrier with this, but the impact of it can send him high in the sky. The body of Mercura is also pulled to the sky because she is tied by a chain. A pointless attempt. Yasutet. No, it wasn't pointless. You cracked the bones of your neck the first time I sent you flying, right? You may be able to block the attacks from outside, but you can't mitigate all the impact from falls. Mercura. I confirm the conversation of the two through the chains. Mercura didn't stop her attacks against Yasutet and brought him far above the sky. And then, they arrived to a point where they looked like grains from the ground. I noticed what Mercura was trying to do and place countless chains on the ground. Yasutet is maintaining the barrier in order to block the attacks unleashed on him, so he can't deal with other spells, and so, Mercura began to attack from above now. The body of Yasutet naturally began to go down, and accelerated as she added more strikes. Mercura didn't let go of the chain and is falling together with Yasutet. You won't be coming out unscathed from this either. Yasutet. Yeah, but you are alone while I am a duo. Mercura. Mercura won't come out fine if I mistime it. Judging from how fast the two are falling. I calculate the direction to the most minute details, and shape up the chains below my feet. Now, Mercura, let go of the chain. Egdoik. The moment they were going to be smashed onto the ground, I wrap the deployed chains onto Mercura to absorb the impact, lower the hardness of the chains to the very limit, and expand them. As for the chains on the landing point of Yasutet, I entangle them to the ground and increase the hardness to the very limits. Mercura was sent flying from the impact of Yasutet's fall and I catch her with my body. Are you okay, Mercura? Egdoik. Somehow. Mercura. She has barely received any damage from the fall, but the arm she was using to hold onto the chain and follow the accelerating Yasutet was in a pretty bad state. My blood drained when you got hit by that kick. Egdoik. I could tell with my eyes that he would be following up with another attack when I struck his punch away. That's why I deployed a barrier on my whole body like the type the Night Summers of Taizu use. It is far more brittle than your regular barrier, but I couldn't read where he would be aiming for, so I couldn't do a concentrated defense though. Cough. Mercura. Mercura coughs out blood. Even her organs might have been damaged from the kick. I lay Mercura on the ground, wrap chains round her, and cast healing magic. Yasutet moved his body and switched from facing down to facing up. It seems like he is conscious, but I can tell he is severely wounded. Blood was flowing out from his head and was heavily injured to a degree incomparable to that of Mercura. His whole body is most likely not in a good state either. You lose, Yasutet. You must be close to your limit even if you have mana left. Egdoik. What are you saying? My barrier hasn't been broken yet. That woman can't fight either. Then, I still have a chance to win. Yasutet. Yasutet staggered his way up. His barrier was still present and the fighting spirit in his eyes has not been snuffed out. But he most likely doesn't have the energy to use high-proficiency martial arts anymore. No, it is over already. Mercura has taught me the way to defeat you. I am enough to defeat you who can't even move properly. Egdoik. I wrap my chains round Yasutet from all directions. The barriers of the Yugara church are fixed in space, so I can't lift them up. But the barrier of Yasutet is deployed around himself. Yasutet doesn't have the strength remaining to break through the chains that are lifting him up. I have no intention of holding back just because you are weakened. I will slam you down as much as it takes, until you undo that barrier of yours. Egdoik. I control the chains and throw Yasutet towards the sky. And then, I drew him to the ground in one go and slammed him onto it. I can tell through the chains that the barrier is still there. I throw him again and slam him, twice, thrice, 4 times. The impact of it is lower compared to what Akira did, but I did this over and over. And then, at the 13th time, I confirmed that the barrier of Yasutet had been undone. Ha. Finally, Egdoik. I cast a paralysis spell on the chains wrapped around the bare skin of Yasutet, considering the possibility that he was simply pretending to be unconscious. He would have been able to tear himself away from the restraint of the chains if this had been a one-on-one. I might have been able to throw him up like I did just now with the chains created from the true eyes of blindness, but my eyes wouldn't have been able to keep it up until his stamina ran out. We somehow managed to win. Egdoikanism. Rakura. I might have lost without you here, Rakura. Egdoik. It is honestly an appalling way of winning though. Rakura. In the end, we couldn't break the barrier of this man in a conventional manner. We have fought many strong enemies and won, so it would be a luxury to worry even about the way we win. Egdoik. How are the others doing? I looked at where Mix is and she has already restrained Molari, waving her hand over here. Hakutoku is still in the middle of fighting. But even if I want to go help him out, the subordinates or Serais are heading here, seeing that we are injured. We must regroup with Mix first to deal with them. Chapter 213, That's Why, up here. It seems like it is not possible to get promoted in the Ugara Church just by being a personality. You also need the strength to stand at the front for the sake of the weak that are threatened by monsters, as expected of an archbishop. His basic skills are way beyond that of your average cleric. It is dangerous though, Maseta. Hakutoku. What? Maseta. I grab the back collar of Maseta and move her away, and just as I did that, the ground she was standing at was gouged out as if a great sword was smashed onto it. An invisible attack. This is different from the crystal knives that Mix used to deal with the small fry. This is a blade of wind from wind magic. The power is impressive, but the time for activation and landing of the attack was pretty fast too. It is a bit slower than the barrier magic of Rakura, so I can avoid it in time after my detection magic detects it, but it would be a bit difficult with the reaction speed of Maseta. I heard from Rakura that you can use offensive magic with your barrier magic still up though. Haku. It is not sturdy enough. The barriers I put up are not strong enough to block high power spells. Maseta. I did hear that her arms and legs were sliced off through the barrier. A hit of Serais' magic would certainly be heavy. It wouldn't lose to a Knight of Taizu though. Then, try to be better at avoiding. Haku. It is an attack I can't see. I am using detection magic to deal with it, but there's several feints mixed in, and I can't tell which one it is. Maseta. That's true. Haku. Serais is launching several blades at once with time intervals. He is sending them while thinking about the places where we might avoid. It is unbelievably hard to avoid. You can tell the direction with detection magic, but Maseta is worse than me in detection magic. The time it takes her to react after detecting it is bad. Do you have magic seal stones? You don't, huh? Haku. I don't. If I were to carry such stuff around, I would fail when using magic on the fly. Maseta. They are difficult to work around with unless you train on the level of the Knights of Taizu after all. Mix might have, but there wouldn't be any point if I were to shout out loud to borrow some. In that case. I will come out to the front, so please shoot your magic from a bit further behind. He won't have the leeway to shoot attacks at you if I am on the front. Haku. Is such a half-hearted plan going to work? Maseta. Serais is stronger than me in terms of raw power, but it is not like I can't win against him. What's needed in order to fill up the difference in those areas depends on how much the factors around me roll in my favor. Haku. It is natural for the one with more strength to win in a fistfight, but if there's a chair nearby, the result is not set. That's basically how a fight works. What's needed next would be how well you read your opponent. In those fronts, it depends on how well you comprehend your opponent like brother does. I will try to be careful to not hit you, but don't get hit, okay? Maseta. It would be easier to avoid if you don't hold back. Don't pull back any punches, got it? Haku. I spin my tanfus around and run towards Serais. He has barely spoken a word since the battle began. It is hard to deal with the types that go silent when concentrating since they barely lower their guards. Well then, allow me to go in. Haku. I avoid the wind blades flying my way and go deep in. My attacks should be able to reach after 2 more steps. But it won't work. Instinct Sama alerted me to stop. The moment I obediently stopped, the ground 1 step in front of me rose up as if it had exploded, and a small wall was created in front of me. No, it wouldn't be accurate to describe it as a wall. This is a gate for the sake of sending me flying. He would have gotten me in the air, and would have shot a wind blade that would hit me for sure when I can't move. His mana is seeping into every part below his feet. Then, how about this? Haku. I put my left arm to the front and set my hidden trump card. The impact should reach Serais with this degree of an earth wall. You are telling me to stop? Okay. TCH, I can't do simple attacks either. Wait, you? Haku. The earth wall exploded before I could take distance. Making the earth wall created a blind spot for himself after all, so you didn't forget about crushing any follow-up attacks by using an attack with a wide effective range. Serais blocked the explosion with his own barrier. Wind blades were being made behind him even within that time. Gotta concentrate on evasion here. Haku. The wind blades that were on standby assailed me all at the same time. He is purposely leaving an escape path in the air. The bait is so obvious, but I can't evade anywhere else, so there's no choice. I jump and avoid the wind blades, and so, you would obviously aim for me when I am hanging in the air. Haku. I control the devil on my right arm, stretch it, and grab the ground. And then, I return it to its original length in one go, evading the following blades. A normal human would have been done for with that just now, but I am not normal, you see. You control a monster. A truly disgusting right arm. Serais. Is that so? It is an irreplaceable right arm for me though. Haku. The fire shot by Maseta passed by above me, matching my evasion. Good aim. But Serais blocked it without issues using his barrier. No, is this a fusion of several spells? The fire of Maseta is sticking to the barrier of Serais and continues burning. It is most likely the type that you put a certain amount of mana and it continues to burn until that mana burns out. This is a pretty nasty spell to use against the ones of the Yugara Church who can't move while they have their barrier up. Alright, with this, won't work. Haku. I was thinking about jumping in, but I jumped to the right with the warning of Instinct Sama. A wind blade came flying with the assumption that I would dash forward. He shouldn't be able to see because of the fire though. He has some good instincts. The barrier was covered in fire and continued burning, but it is slowly extinguishing. There should still be mana left, but he must have used some sort of spell to extinguish it. He can use multiple spells at the same time. That makes me jealous. I step back for now as Maseta shoots more spells, and return to where she is. It really doesn't work. It is the strongest one within the spells I can use though. Maseta, don't be so discouraged. It is a pretty interesting spell. I managed to see a path to victory thanks to that, you know? Haku. Really? I honestly don't see any openings on Serais-sama though. Maseta. The power of the spells is high. Our attacks are being read and can't reach him. We would be able to break through this with brute force if we had power on the level of Sis. But I can only do petty tricks. But it will be a fatal petty trick against him though. Please spread that fire around so that Serais can't evade. There's no need to aim for Serais. Haku. Got it. Maseta. Serais had extinguished the fire we shot before and resumed attacking me. I should be able to avoid attacks coming from long range. But if I approach him, I have to obey the alarms of Instinct Sama or I won't be able to react to them all. That said, I still have to buy time until Maseta finishes setting things up though. Haku. Serais can attack Maseta too if I am at long range. Maseta can barely avoid attacks from that range, so I have to make those attacks concentrate on me. Let's shake him up as much as possible. Haku. I dash in just like before and jump backwards. The moment I get close, the timing at which he creates an earth wall really is perfect. I would have died 2 times already if not for the warning of Instinct Sama. I take even more distance so that I don't get caught up in the explosion of the earth wall, and go in once again within the cloud of dust. This time it is not a step to the back but a diagonal step to the front. Okay, I will step back. Ka, you can deal with that too? Haku. The earth wall that showed up was even bigger than before, and he predicted that I would read where the earth wall would show up. I wouldn't be able to win against him. When it comes to gambles in battles, I admit defeat here. Hakutoku, here I go. Maseta. Yeah, please do. Haku. Maseta finished weaving her spell the moment I moved back, and she casted a fire that spread widely. The fire split just before Serai's and spread in a circle as if surrounding him. Serai's had put up a barrier and is shooting wind blades calmly. But it is about time I warped that composed face of yours. This works fine, right? Wait, what are you doing? Maseta. I ignore Maseta, who is shouting from behind, and jump into the fire. I have deployed a Taizu-style barrier around my body, which I learned by watching. But the fire is sticking to my whole body. Damn, this is hot. My magic arm is as hot as having a heated up cloth on top, I'll have you know. But this is good. Haku. I finish setting things up while running inside the fire. It seems like a Maseta created this spell to have it stick onto the barrier of the opponent, which can even take away their vision. But that's what's great. Not being able to see what lies on the other side of the fire means that Serai's can't see my whole body burning. He would only be able to tell from the footsteps, but he can barely pick up sounds because of the barrier he has up. I stop inside the fire and direct my left arm towards Serai's. There's still distance, but as if I care, I will shoot my hidden trump card from here. Goo. Haku. I blow the fire away and destroy the barrier of Serai's. The power is enough, but the range isn't. The impact of my hidden trump card didn't reach Serai's. Miscalculated the distance, huh? Serai's. But that's why I managed to destroy the barrier. He knew the range of my hidden trump card. Then, he wouldn't think about me shooting my hidden trump card from outside my range. I miscalculated nothing. What's going to reach you isn't my technique, but the one of Maseta. Haku. What? Serai's. A ball of fire the size of a human head rolled towards the feet of Serai's within his breaking barrier. The ball of fire is basically burning from the fire of Maseta, but that wouldn't have much power. But what about the volume inside of it? It is inside the range of your barrier. Haku. The fire from the exploding ball of fire enveloped Serai's. The ball of fire was actually a part of my right arm devil. I scooped out the fire and wrapped the devil around it while I was running through the fire of Maseta. Normal fire would burn out soon after in an airtight space, but the fire of Maseta continues to burn until the mana in it remains. I gathered a whole lot and condensed it, so it is enough to burn you. No matter how used to battle you are, you haven't fought while burning, right? I unfortunately have experienced it once when a drunkard spilled strong alcohol on me. Haku. Serai's was extinguishing the fire clinging onto him using his magic, but he has no leeway to read moves like that. I shall enter the range of my Tunfus, which I have wanted to do for so long now. I don't know how to extinguish them, so I can go punch you without hesitation. Haku. I smash the Tunfus onto the stomach of Serai's. This sensation. He is pretty decent at mana strengthening too. Who knows how many attacks from my Tunfus I would need. In that case, my right arm. I am giving you my mana as food, so I will have you work your share. Just kick his ass. Haku. I simply transmitted my desire to defeat the guy in front of me, and my right arm devil changed in a ridiculous way. The devil in my right arm answered my desire, transformed haphazardly into things like horns, claws, and teeth, and pierced through the body of Serai's. If I can't make it transform with precision, I just have to let the devil do as it pleases. Gadotha. I strike the head of Serai's, who bent his body with my Tunfus. Serai's was smashed onto the ground and couldn't move. I don't think he died, but well, sorry if he is. Haku. Don't try to act cool while burning. Maseta. A powerful impact came from right by the side and I was drenched by the time I noticed. So cold. Ah, Maseta, huh. That's such a rough way to extinguish it, oi. Haku. It is water for the specific use of extinguishing those flames, I'll have you know. More importantly, jumping into those flames. Are you insane? Maseta. I thought you should at least have a way to extinguish the fire. Haku. What were you planning on doing if I didn't? Maseta. No, I was pretty sure you did. You are pretty skillful and careful. I thought you must have prepared a way to extinguish the fire when you were training how to form those flames, since it would be bad if it were to cause a fire. Haku. That's true, but do the burns not hurt? Maseta, it hurts like hell. I need healing. Haku, okay. Maseta casts healing magic on me. Ah, it is seeping in. It feels as good as taking a bath after a long while. But you are impressive. You managed to defeat Sarai's-sama. Maseta, what are you saying? I managed to defeat him because your magic was amazing. It would have taken my all to just buy time until Egdoik and the others came to help out. Thanks. Haku, is that so? I will leave it at that. Maseta, no, it is exactly what it is though. Wait, I forgot. The subordinates or Sarai's. They have already been wiped out. Oi, Hakutoku, it seems you are done here too. Egdoik, defeating a former archbishop, impressive. Mix. No, you guys not only defeated the illegitimate but also finished cleaning up the small fry. Haku. I was concentrated on my battle against Sarai's, so I didn't see my surroundings at all. I am truly glad they are strong. I don't even want to think about the possibility of an illegitimate cutting in while I am battling Sarai's. According to Egdoik, Sarai's is still alive. We tied him up with ropes just like the illegitimate, and put a lock on him that has a magic seal stone embedded. We also use a paralyzing poison. They are merciless even towards heavily injured people. The chains of Egdoik are enough for the subordinates or Sarai's, so they are just lying about. The Kiwama soldiers are going to be retrieving them. But well, we have safely accomplished our objective with this. Rakura. Right. By the way, I heard that Diuvilieri would come as reinforcements though. Egdoik. Mew. Now that you mention it. He didn't show up. Did it take more time than expected? Mix. It is weird that Diuvilieri didn't make it in time. Did brother ask him to do something else? But it is weird that there was no call from brother regarding that. We could have stretched the fight with the anticipation of Diuvilieri's assistance after all. Hey, isn't someone flying here? Maseta. Everyone directed their gaze at the place Maseta was pointing her finger at. The shadow of someone flying at incredible speed. Oh, that's Diuvilieri. What? So he was late in the end, huh? Despite being so uptight, he is unexpectedly. What's the matter, Diuvilieri? Egdoik. It can't be helped that Egdoik is agitated here. The whole body of Diuvilieri who landed in front of us was cut everywhere, and there's less parts that are fine than ones that are injured. If he were a human, it would be a mystery how he would be alive. You seem to be done here. There's no time. We have to hurry and retreat. Diuvilieri. What do you mean by that? Mix. Explanations later. They are coming. Diuvilieri. Being able to fly makes me jealous. You can travel fast without having to move your legs after all. Wait, Molari is one thing, but even Yasutet was defeated? Crap, Rishel is going to scold me. Long orange hair reaching all the way to the waist, a soft expression that you can't feel any tension within a battlefield. A single man holding a blood-stained sword in one hand was standing a few ways ahead of Diuvilieri. Even an idiot like me can tell that he is the one that cornered Diuvilieri to this degree. Instinct Sama is kicking my back insistently to an abnormal degree, telling me to run away. After all, I use detection magic by habit and check the man in front of me. Everyone, run away. That's bad news. We can't win even with all of us together. This guy is on the same level as Yugura. Haku. I can tell just how strong someone is as a knight, adventurer, or cleric by touching their mana with my detection magic and can grasp their special traits and inclinations. I have seen this man once before. It is the same quality as the beings with incomprehensible power, the mana of the one in the Hero's Index in Kyuama, Naraya Yugura. Chapter 214. That's why, keep it moderate. You sent Arcriel. I don't know about that, Rishel-san. It is just in case. There's a high chance there are really skilled ones within the people chasing after Sarai's. Rishel. Ray 8 looked at me with a baffled face. I understand what he is trying to say. Using Arcriel would be like using one of our trump cards, and it is not a method we can just utilize thoughtlessly. Arcriel is the one with the highest fighting capabilities within the illegitimate that I have found. What he is the talent of battle. He is a battle genius that is comparable to Yugura, who overwhelmed demon lords as a hero. Nectohl said that he could fight on even grounds against Yugura if it is with the condition that it is a pure battle. Sarai's is a desirable talent, but it is too premature for the world learn about his existence. Ray 8. It is not only for the sake of Sarai's. Molari and Yasutet are important talents for me, too, especially Molari. Her talent has outstanding versatility. You should be able to understand as someone who has acted together with her, right? Rishal. Well. Teleport magic is convenient when our headquarters are not known. Ray 8. Taizu, Gani, Megis, and Kiwama are searching for us. The reason why they couldn't even grab a foothold of us is greatly due to the teleport magic of Molari. The possibility of being followed remains no matter what if we go by foot. Losing Molari would hurt us greatly in our future actions. Right, you hate choosing trump cards before your enemy. Rishal. Depends on the trump card. Arkril's strength is overwhelming to a point where everyone has to admit it, but it is not like it is all-powerful. Ray 8. I agree with that. Not giving the enemy leeway to deal with you is important. But Arkril is not a one-time use card. They won't be able to carelessly take actions if they learn about his strength, right? We can obtain the ability to keep them at bay, so it is not all bad. Rishal. You could say that. But I personally think sending him alone is an issue because he is. Ray 8. The door opens as if cutting off their conversation. The one that showed up there was Arkril himself. He is showing a big innocent smile as usual. I am back. I just got back. Rishal. What? You are here too? Ray 8. Arkril. Of course I would be. I am not the type for physical labor like you after all. I would like to avoid battles as much as possible. Ray 8. What? You are still bothered by the fact that you lost to Archbishop Yuka? Arkril. I am not. It is true that I let my guard down, so I admit my defeat. There's no next time though. Ray 8. So you are bothered by it? Arkril. And so, Arkril, how did it go? Rishal. They got away. Arkril. Ray 8 let out a really heavy sigh. My head hurt a little too. Give a detailed report. Rishal. I headed to the place I was told. When I did, a single humanoid monster in butler clothes got in my way. It was pretty strong. Arkril. A monster in butler clothes. Those words reminded me of the subordinate of the purple demon lord I met in Kiwama. It is most likely that one. A great devil that is far stronger than your average unique. It really is just like him to be unscathed even after fighting that. So that monster bought them time. Rishal. Yeah, he regenerated immediately despite me slicing him over and over. He ran away just when I was thinking his mana to regenerate would run out. I arrived at the location where I was supposed to regroup with the others when I chased after him. Everyone had been defeated though. Arkril. Does that include Amolari and Yasutet? Rishal. Yeah, being able to defeat even Yasutet is pretty impressive, right? That's why I was eager to fight them, but they threw a whole ton of crazy stuff like poisonous smoke. And when I cleared away the smoke, everyone had run away. I just caught a glimpse of it, but there was the Blade of Annihilation. Arkril. Mixed Taizu really was involved just as I thought. But considering her strength, even if she can defeat Molari, it wouldn't be as smooth against Yasudet. It should be safe to assume there were several skilled individuals there. And so, you came back with your hands completely empty. Ray 8. Don't come at me like that. Ray 8. I did pick up Serais and his disciples, you know. I hid them close to the national borders though. Arkril. What about Molari and Yasutet? Rishal. They got taken. Some exquisite technique. Arkril. The problem Ray 8 mentioned was that Arkril has nothing in his brain aside from fighting. He would be a legendary warrior that could be even stronger than the Scarlet Demon Lord if it is in a straightforward battle. But he is stupid and inflexible. It is my mistake for thinking that Yasutet could use you effectively as long as you managed to regroup. Rishal. We should have at least made him go together with Molari. He was on a different mission, so it is a difficult thing to ask though. Ray 8. What? I headed straight there once I finished the mission, you know? Arkril. I don't expect you to deal appropriately with sudden happenings. They are probably around the Kiwama castle. Rishal. Right. They are either going to interrogate them or be worried about us trying to rescue them and move them to either Taizu or Gani. Ray 8. Those two have received special training. I don't think they will say anything that would be detrimental for me. But then, should I march into the Kiwama castle? Arkril. Please don't. The unity between the other countries will strengthen if we were to attack a country from the front. The country we are currently in might even cooperate too. Rishal. I see. Arkril. Rishal-san, I will tell Nektoha-san. Please go retrieve Serais. Ray 8. Yeah, counting on you. Rishal. Ray 8 exited the room with a face as if saying he didn't want to stay here any longer. Ray 8 sets minute schemes in all places, so his compatibility with the personification of tactless honesty, Arkriel, is terrible. As for me, I am used to being in a party with idiots like Gradona. The spectrum of his idiocy is different, so it is hard to say I have complete immunity to it. So I will be on standby for a while then? Arkriel. Right. We will have you rampage when the chance comes, so rest your body. Rishal. Sorry, Rishal. I increased the amount of work you have. Arkriel. Don't worry, I am used to it. Rishal. Arkriel is making an apologetic face, but I can easily tell that his intention here is to apologize early or he will get scolded later. People like this don't improve from just mere scolding. I would like to avoid using my energy pointlessly. Anyways, you have changed, Rishal. You talk like that to me, Ray 8, and Necto, and yet, you speak super kindly to Moari and the others. Arkriel. A matter of standing. Necto and Ray 8 are people that walk in the same path with me, but Moari and the others are ones that come together with me for my sake. They are working under me with the resolve of becoming cornerstones for the path I am aiming for. I have accepted that resolve and would use their lives like tools at times depending on the situation. In that case, I should at least do my utmost to speak to them in as humane a way as possible. It is my way of showing respect. Rishal. I would like to think of a way to rescue them if possible. But when that's not possible, I will have to resolve myself to abandon them. That doesn't feel too good. You don't seem too kind to me though. Arkriel. It doesn't feel like you would crumble even if I tried to use you to the ground after all. Rishal. I see. Arkriel. After regrouping with Egdoik and the others in the Kiwama castle, I confirmed the details of what happened with them. At the time when Egdoik and the others were fighting Serais and the illegitimate to secure him, Duvalieri ended up encountering a person calling himself Arkriel when he was trying to group up with them. Duvalieri thought he was reinforcements sent by Ray 8 and his group due to the strange atmosphere he had, and entered battle to prevent him from getting to them. Arkriel's strength could only be described as unreal. And in the stage when Duvalieri had barely any energy left to escape, he switched to regrouping with Egdoik and the others. They were done with battle at that time, and Duvalieri proposed to escape from the pursuing Arkriel. They all agreed to escape, entered preparations, and Mix and Egdoik were the main ones utilizing several methods to escape. Duvalieri placed the illegitimate into his stomach after Mix scattered smoke bombs. They took as much distance as possible until the smoke was cleared, and I dug a hole to hide. He didn't use detection magic despite the use of the smoke bombs. We hid for a while, and then dug all the way to a settlement in Kiwama. Egdoik. We only managed to secure the two illegitimate. Sorry. Haku. There's no need to lower your head, Hakutoku. If you were to fight against an opponent that can injure Duvalieri one-sidedly, there would have been casualties. I did predict the teleport user would be coming to enable the escape of Serais. Also the barrier user that is always accompanying her. But according to Hakutoku, a guy on the same level as Yugura showed up. That was outside expectations. Duvalieri is currently sleeping in a room of the castle. His wounds are serious, and he is exhausted to a degree where he can't heal himself properly. There's the need to call Purple to perform direct treatment to him. And so, Hakutoku, in what realm do you mean when you say he is on the same level as Yugura Naraya? In what realm, you ask? It is the same as the Yugura that I felt in the Hero Index. It is pretty dangerous. Haku. Is he on the same level as a hero, as a warrior, as a mage? There's a lot, right? Wolf is on the same level as Yugura when it comes to the amount of mana alone after all. So that's what you mean. Wait for a moment. I will try to remember. The amount of mana wasn't on the level of Yugura. The danger of that man was his danger as a warrior. Haku. A warrior, huh? In that case, he is an illegitimate with the talent of battle or something. If there's the ability to generate mana, the ability to detect danger, the ability of spatial awareness, it wouldn't be strange for there to be an ability to adapt in battle. Ray 8 and his group have quite a lot of pawns. But well, there's a lot of things to think about here. Brother, your expression is lighter than expected. Haku. There's no doubt he is someone we have to be wary of, but it is not to the degree of being despairing. No, it is despairing. Even Duvalieri couldn't match him. Haku. If he were completely on the same level as Yugura Naraya, you geese would have been wiped out right then and there. The reason why you guys managed to escape was because he didn't have the ability to chase after you. It is natural to think that the moment the smoke cleared and Arkriel noticed that Molari and Yasutet were gone, he would have moved to try and get them back. He would have swiftly found Egdoik and the others hiding nearby and corner them. What are the chances he purposely let us go? Haku. There are limited reasons why someone would let their enemies escape despite an absolute advantage. Either you have something to get from letting them escape, or there's no reason to kill them. They already know about our forces, and just a bit of thought would tell you that you would be escaping to the Kiwama castle, so using you as a source for information would be pointless. He obviously has a reason to defeat you since you have taken his comrades. Then, does that mean that he only has the brains for one thing alone like me? Haku. Probably. Even so, I think his other abilities are pulled up as well since his talent is battle. Pulled up? Haku. This is the natural progression, but abilities that resemble the talent you have are easy to raise. For example, Hakutoku, your strength isn't only your ability to detect danger. There's also your ability to analyze your opponent using detection magic, right? Wolf also doesn't only have her ability to generate a high amount of mana. Her fighting techniques to utilize a lot of mana are also pretty high. If he has the talent of battle, his abilities that assist in this will naturally be at a high level, too. However, Arkriel having pitiful degrees of ability in pursuing his enemies means that he is incredibly strong against enemies that challenge him from the front. But there's a chance he is weak against attacks from the back. Well, he must have pretty high specs, so it would be pretty hard to corner him in battle. I see, he had quite a lot of mana too. Him being able to catch up to Diuvilieri when he was running away was also because of that, huh? Haku. He probably isn't intelligent either. If he were an intelligent guy, Ray 8 would have happily acted together with him. I suddenly feel he is a kindred spirit. Ah, but wouldn't an idiot come marching in here? Haku. I think he will be consulting with an intelligent person after retrieving Sarai's. Rishal and Ray 8 would definitely stop him. Well, that means it should be fine for now. Haku. What must be avoided the most for Ray 8 and his group is to not let their hideout be discovered. The reason why they used Arkriel was most likely because they wanted to avoid losing Molari, who enables them to do so by using teleport magic. Their miscalculation was that he encountered Diuvilieri before getting there. They managed to avoid battle against him thanks to Diuvilieri buying time, and succeeded in capturing the illegitimate. I gotta have Purple tell Diuvilieri some words of appreciation later. Mix and Rakura showed up while we were talking. Molari and Yasudet still have the paralyzing poison in their system and can't talk, but we can do the preliminary preparations. I asked Mix and the others to do this, but it seems like it will be difficult judging from their expressions. Mr. Friend, those two don't have magic seal stones embedded in their heads, but their resistance to mind manipulation magic is extremely high. Desuzo. Mix. So it is not possible to charm them or brainwash them. Huh. They seem to be subordinates of Rishal, so they probably have fitting amount of training. Must have. In that case, we are only left with physical interrogation though. Mix. I feel like they will have an even higher resistance to that. The two of them seem skilled, and I feel like waiting for Diuvilieri to recover and reading their memories will have a low chance of succeeding. It makes me grieve just how ineffective the interrogations of this world are. Well, a certain someone would spit out all the information before being tortured though. In that case, what about the interrogation Counselor Sama did to Ray 8-san before? Rakura. That's something I can only pull off when I have a certain degree of prior comprehension and knowledge. It is not suitable for attempts at asking blindly. Well, let's try doing what I can. Also, I can't switch to me. I am not in a state where I can corner someone mentally. Even so, nothing will progress if we don't do anything, so let's do what we can. The next day, I head to the prison cell where Molari, who is not paralyzed anymore, is in with Mix. She has a restraining tool with a magic seal stone embedded, and her arms and legs are locked and fixed in place tightly. The only thing that's free is her head. This feels immoral on a lot of fronts. Yo, you really took care of us before. I heard you were seriously injured, but you seem energetic. Molari was glaring at us with bare hostility. I feel like she would bite me if I were to get close to her. Yup. A lot happened. Leaving that aside, I was thinking about having you tell us a variety of things. There's nothing to tell you. Buzz off. Molari. There should be a lot, right? There's nothing. Molari. She is making a face that's saying what's this guy talking about? I feel like Mix is also making a similar face behind me. Well, just answer what you want to answer. First question. As I said, there's no way I will answer. Molari. Do you have any food you hate? Huh? Molari. Food you hate? We have no intention of killing you since we have captured you to obtain information. It is natural to know those things if we are going to be bringing you food, right? The poison in the eyes of Molari was somewhat gone now. Her wariness is still there, but it seems like she has forgotten to put killing intent in them. Are you joking around? Molari. I am super serious. I wasn't even given food when I was captured by you guys. I want to show you the difference in treatment of our prisoners, you see. And so, today's menu is apparently vegetable soup. What do you want to do? Just do what you want. Molari. You are the one that can make requests though. Then, put some meat in. A large portion. Molari. Alright. She bit. She is in the conversation now. This is the first step. I don't know how large of a portion I can make it, but I will tell them. Also. Is this place not cold? Do you need a blanket or something? Give it. Molari. She seems to be baffled by what I am saying. It is about time for her to be thinking that it should be okay to talk to me if it is to improve her current state. I shall arrange it so. By the way, Molari, you definitely wouldn't say anything inconvenient for Rishal, is that correct? Obviously. Molari. Then, I will ask you unrelated stuff. At the time when I was caught in the base of the Scarlet Demon Lord, were you the one who attacked me? It wasn't me. It was Yasudet. Molari. I can't say I respect that way of answering. Shouldn't you have answered with Rayata even if it was a lie? Yasudet has been captured too. There's no assurance I wouldn't vent my anger at him for what he did to me, right? I don't care. Molari. Pitiful Yasudet. Well, I am not thinking about getting back at him though. Probably. Now then, I have a general idea of what kind of person Molari is after talking to her personally. It should be safe to assume she has absolute loyalty to Rishal considering this and the conversation of before, but it seems like she doesn't have that much camaraderie towards the others. Such people never leak the most important info. I should slowly shave away her wariness, but I feel like it would take time. Alright. That's the end of today's interrogation. Thanks for your cooperation. Are you looking down on interrogations? Molari. I hate violence. If you want to be punished, the most I can do is tickle you. You must be looking down on it. Molari. No, your armpits seem to be a weak point of yours. Arg, just disappear already. Molari. Ah, this girl has weak armpits. Well, I doubt she will spill the bins with tickles, so I won't do it though. I exited the cell and analyzed her in detail, thinking back on the conversation I had with Molari and her changes in expression. Mr. Friend, that was a pretty anticlimactic interrogation. I thought you would do a variety of things. Mix. It is good for the first time to be moderate. She even moved me elsewhere after all, even though you suffered afterwards. Mix. The reaction of Mix. It seems like she has quite the pent-up anger for what happened to me. Thanks, Mix, for having that much of a grudge for me. That alone is already relieving enough for me. It may be for you, but it is not for me though. Mix. It would trouble me if the hostage were to get injured for just aimless interrogations. There's no issue if it's just like touching though. Mix. I tap the head of Mix lightly and smile with an evil face. You have quite a bit of freedom in your schedule today, so you can do as you please. Don't try to coax her into anything though. I can't really see where this is going though. Mix. Right. I could tell from the reaction to the conversation just now, but it seems like the armpits of Molari are a weak point of hers. I see. Then, I will go let off some steam. Mix. Well, there's no issue in Molari hating Mix. It would overall improve her opinion of me after all. As I said before, keep it moderate. Chapter 215. That's why, let's settle it. I don't know just what kind of attack it was. The attacks of the man called Darkreel had no style, and it simply looked as if he was swinging his sword randomly. But all those attacks easily sliced up my body, and slashed any attacks. It would be bad to have this man fight the others. I thought this and stood in front of Darkreel as much as possible, and continued taking on his sword. Is there anyone within our group that can match that man's swordsmanship? Even Ilias and Wolf would, Deviliri. What crossed my mind was the bodyguard that exists behind Marito. It might be possible for him, but his position is more restricted than mine. It would most likely be difficult to confirm that possibility as long as Marito isn't attacked by Arkriel. Ah, it seems like you have regained consciousness. You are Deviliri. I reacted to the voice and opened my eyes, and there was the young girl that my lord researched magic together with in Taizu, Nodrikitranlis. Further in, Nas. Looks like you were beaten up pretty badly, my lord. Deviliri. I can tell what they were doing just from looking. They are treating my injured body and supplying it with mana. I heard you were defeated really badly, you know. That's why I called this girl that excels at using mana to help out. This girl instantly agreed, you know. Purple. You have my gratitude, Nodrikitranlis. Deviliri. Just call me Nora no Da. This is a good opportunity to treat a devil's body nano Da. Nora. I see. It would be great if it helps you a lot. Deviliri. Nora's technique was truly great. She would adjust her own mana in order to not repel the mana of my lord while treating my body. You apparently fought a man that was on the same level as Yugura? Purple. Calling it fought wouldn't describe it correctly. I simply got hit one-sidedly. There was almost no way to get a chance of winning. My apologies. Deviliri. There's no need to apologize. You know, Deer managed to accomplish almost all he wanted to do thanks to your decision. There were no casualties from our side. I think that's enough of a contribution though. Or could it be that you wanted to face an enemy you couldn't win against and run away pathetically? Purple. No. Deviliri. You properly achieved what you wanted to accomplish, Deviliri. You survived as the servant that protects Big Sis. Purple. So that's the biggest achievement Nano Da. Nora. Oh my. This girl gets it, huh? The things I can do would get extremely limited if you were to die. It would be practically as if turning me useless in Deer's eyes. Purple. That's right. What's most important to me is to protect the standing of my lord. In that case, my decision was not incorrect. These injuries are not a mark of my defeat, but proof of my victory. I am jealous of Big Sis. Purple. There's rarely any servant who would be as devoted as you know Da. Nora would like one too. Nora. Right? But I won't give him to you, you know? Purple. I don't hate stealing, but the opponent is bad no Da. Nora. Oh my, there's no love in it, so you could try on that front instead, you know? Purple. I don't really understand what they are talking about here, but it seems like the relationship between my lord and Nora is good. This is most likely a great thing. Nora. I would like to recover as soon as possible. It may put a burden on you, but I will be counting on your help. Deviliri. Leave it to me no Da. But the body of a devil has a complicated structure here and there. It is completely different from a human no Da. Nora. It must be because I am in the form of a human. You most likely will be able to grasp the structure a bit better if I return to my devil body. Deviliri. My body structure has become complicated because I have changed from my original devil body into a humanoid form. I should return to my great devil form if I want Nora to heal me efficiently. I use the little mana that I have gotten back and undo my human transformation. Repulsive? Deviliri. No, Nora personally likes this form better Nano Da. Nora. You are a peculiar one. Deviliri. My lord demanded her own servants to be neat and clean. We great devils changed to prim and proper humanoid forms due to this. There were some who returned to their original forms when they fought, but I have no intention of undoing my humanoid form if I am to fight as the servant of my lord. I thought the appearance of a devil would be a symbol of disgust and fear in the view of humans. Is it okay to touch you for a bit no Da? Nora. Yeah, you can do as you please. Deviliri. Nora nervously touched my body. But it is not from disgust and fear. It feels like she has other emotions in it. I don't know what emotions those are, but I feel as if it is a bit similar to the times when my lord touched that man. Now then, next is Yasutet. It seems like Mix is having fun with Molari. Let's bring Ilias and Wolf who seem to be free. I could do it by myself, but he is someone who would kill me instantly with just a motion of his head. I went to a prison located at a separate underground facility, and Yasutet was retrained just like Molari. They must have considered his combat capabilities. The restraints were a bit sturdier than Molari's. Yasutet, right? You took care of me before. Yasudet didn't glare at me and was simply watching me silently. It seems like he plans on thoroughly following the warning of Ray 8. Great to see that they evaluate me awfully highly. It seems like you don't want to talk. I don't really mind. I will be speaking, so just talk whenever you want to. Your illegitimate ability is concentration or something like that, right? Molari's would be something like spatial awareness, but it seems like there's a lot of troublesome people in your ranks. The most troublesome one personally is the observation skills of Rishal. It becomes a strong weapon the more they see the capabilities of the enemy, allowing for a wider range of strategies. It is close to my comprehension. If we include his experience as a famous adventurer and a guild master, he should be pretty skilled himself. I honestly think it was a pretty big mistake to have met him in person. The one who is doing the most work must be Rishal with his ability to see whether someone is an illegitimate. Ray 8 is well. Him being a spy suits him best. By the way, do you know a demon called Nectar? There's no response, but I can tell mostly by his reaction. The reaction of someone who knows but is acting as if he doesn't is different from a reaction of ignoring it. After all, I could dig things out just like I did with Ray 8 before. But what I should be doing right now is to comprehend Yasudet. Let's wait for a bit more before going on the offensive. No intention to react, huh? Then, how about a harmless question? Was it you who attacked me from behind when I was captured? It was Ray 8. Yasudet. Oh, this is the first time he spoke. I see. So you really are that kind of guy. It seems like the evaluation of me wasn't wrong. I see. I have to thank him some other time. That said, I feel like we were the ones who did the physical altercation first, but well, it is like asking what came first, the chicken or the egg. Right. I spoke about this with Molari just now too, but do you have any likes or dislikes in food? If you don't have any, I think you will be given vegetable soup. Do you want to get meat too? Just like Molari? Do as you please. Yasudet is not giving any requests at all and only answered my question once. I did some other harmless talk too, but he showed no reaction. I exited the cell and stretched. Well, this is how it goes on the first day. Shizu, what can you tell from a conversation like that? Wolf. Molari and Yasudet have pledged loyalty to Rishal himself. Molari seems to be solely loyal to Rishal, but Yasudet shows signs of being conscious of Molari. It is more a sense of camaraderie than love. Wolf. You can tell. Ilias. When I asked Molari who attacked me, she answered with Yasudet. That's most likely the correct answer. But Yasudet answered with Ray 8. This is a lie to tell me it wasn't him and consideration towards Molari, so the hatred isn't directed towards Molari. Also, when I said Molari wanted meat, he answered with do as you please. His emotions must have been swayed a bit after learning that I spoke with Molari. And it seems like Yasudet doesn't like meat that much. I somewhat feel like you are drawing conclusions though. Ilias. You shouldn't observe only the voice. The trick is to observe how the other party reacts to what you say and the small changes these create. Yasudet is trying to not react to his very best, but his ears are listening. If the meaning of the words reach his brain, the body reacts no matter what. The moment I brought out the name of Molari, Yasudet was more conscious of what I was saying, so he didn't miss anything I said. Now I just have to do the necessary procedures to comprehend them. Wolf couldn't really see any differences. Wolf. I see. Then, for Yasudet, you should be keeping an eye on how he breathes. For Molari, it would be the blinking. There's some minute differences when they react. You were even seeing stuff like that? Ilias. You can't stop blinking and breathing after all. If you are conscious about not wanting to react, the recoil of it creates such physiological responses. If I could, it would be even better to be able to tell their heart rate. The speed at which their heart beats. Let's bring Egdoik along when the time comes. Egdoik should be able to measure their heart rate through his chains. Well, there wasn't much need for that this time around, so I should be able to manage somehow. Shizu, you are more gentle than usual. Wolf. You could say that. Ray 8 targeted my life, but those two are more like pawns. I do plan on being relatively gentle with them. You won't turn into the cold Shizu? Wolf. Cold? Huh. I think the me has his humanity in his own way though. It can't be helped that it would look like that from an outside perspective. Huh. But as expected of Wolf, she properly noticed. It is normally the turn of me in these situations after all. The state of that one seems to be tired from the stuff with the Scarlet Demon Lord and all that. I will switch when it is seriously necessary. Wolf likes both Shizhas a whole lot too. Wolf, that's great to hear. I plan on moving as me for the near future. This one is easier to imitate, so watch closely. Yes, I probably can't imitate it though. Wolf, I don't want her to imitate you too much though. Ilias, it is good to see you both being honest. After that, we regrouped with Egdoik and Purple, and received the report of the state of Kiwama's surroundings. It seems like Ray 8 and his group are still not showing any visible movements to get Molari and Yasutet back. Leaving aside Yasutet who specializes in combat, they should want to get back Molari who uses teleport magic. They should have difficulties with stealth now that the pivotal Molari has fallen into our hands. How did the interrogation of the two illegitimate go? Purple, the required contact for comprehension is done. Now all that's left is to go on the offensive. How is it going with Devuleri? I have provided him with enough of my mana, you know. He should be able to fight once his own mana and wounds are healed, I think. Purple, there's no need for him to fight though. So we are basically waiting for Nora to finish the treatment. I would like to give her a bit more time as equal maidens though. Purple, well, there's no need to hurry things. Treating a great devil would also be a good experience for Nora, in a lot of meanings, right? Purple. Then, I should concentrate on the comprehension of Yasutet and the others. I have worried the others a whole ton for the mess up of acting by myself after all. Let's settle things smartly in order to make up for that. Chapter 216. That's why. Negotiate. There's things I have to do while my friend is interrogating the accomplices of Ray 8. Sharing information to the representatives of the other nations as the Taizu King, and deciding our plans forward. Because of such circumstances, I am currently having a meeting with Pope Uparo using the communication crystal together with the Ghani King who for some reason is staying in someone else's country. I can immediately think of the reason why. But just thinking about it is stupid. And so, we managed to capture two of Ray 8's accomplices, but Serais and his subordinates were retrieved by them. According to the reports of our ambush, traces of them were gone after they have moved close to the national borders of the Ghani side. Marito. This one mobilized the soldiers of my country once I was notified by this and searched for them, but couldn't find them. I also searched using the simulated world, but with it being this hard to find them, we should consider that they have used some sort of special method. Gold. Fumo.ic. Did you obtain any information from the illegitimate that you captured? Uparo. We still don't know anything in detail, but it seems like they are connected to a subordinate of the Green Demon Lord, a demon called Nectohul that attacked Taiza in the past. Marito. My father was a wonderful king that utilized his intelligence for the sake of the people, but Nectohul left a deep scar in the monarchy of my father. According to Naira, it was an arbitrary invasion by Nectohul after being ordered by the Green Demon Lord to chase after the bodyguard currently behind me, but I should pursue that topic in the future. The issue here is that I don't have any intention of forgiving that person. A former archbishop is connected to a demon. How saddening. Uparo. Be sad once things are over. Serais is a criminal that has broken the promise of the Yugara Church to maintain non-aggression towards the demon lords who claimed neutrality. It is finally time to raise the forces of the nations and bring the organization of Ray 8 down if they have taken in a big criminal like that. Marito. I agree. But the number one priority of the Yugara Church is to have Serais pay for his crime. Uparo. It is not like Pope Uparo is the one seeking this. The Yugara Church's archbishop has committed a crime. Now that this reality has been made public, it wouldn't be a good example for the whole world if they were to do nothing about Serais, an issue peculiar to organizations. Marito. You also wouldn't be able to leave it be if someone from the royal family were to be a criminal. Megis and the Yugara Church will be providing their full cooperation. But I would like you to provide us with information of Serais with utmost priority when obtained. Uparo. Even with personal feelings aside, Pope Uparo, I trust you. I plan on answering that request of yours to the best of my ability. But you are saying here that's not enough, right? Marito. There was the matter with the Purple Demon Lord after all. Taizu. No, it would be better to say this is the style of that man. There's no shortage of people who don't see that in a good light. We have placed Dracura Sulf as a monitor, But there's a lot of people who only know her infamy. Yuparo, so you want to increase the eyes on him. I understand how you feel, but it is the wiser option to avoid trying to restrain him. Marito, the reason why my friend is interacting with Pope Yuparo in a friendly manner is because he judged Pope Yuparo to be a reasonable person. If the pressure of the Yugara Church were to increase, they would become a hindrance. I don't know the line he draws to tell when he would be disappointed in a relationship. I plan on being careful about the selection of personnel. Please tell this matter to him too. Yuparo, I will. But I won't persuade him. Is that okay? Marito, of course. If there's the need to, it is my duty to be the one doing the negotiations. Yuparo. The call ended and I sigh. My friend will most likely accept the demands of Pope Yuparo. I would like to decrease the things that might become a burden for him as a friend. But there's a limit to what I can do too. In a sense, you could say it is easier to act as a friend for the Gani side since the king is the one doing the direct administration. Marito, Nfufufu, realizing it just now? In the first place, this one isn't here for the sake of surveillance, ya know? Gold, right. Yet is an even more carnal reason. Marito, wanna fight? Gold, I am not in a position to say anything about other countries in regards to restraining him. I am most likely putting an extreme burden on him compared to Gani and Kiyama. I should end this conversation here. The one who would be at an advantage if we were to compete here would be the Gold Demon Lord. About the fact that we can't find them when searching in the simulated world, we should assume that Ceres has escaped to the Megis side through Gani. Marito, right. It might simply be that the closest place with the least guarded national borders was Gani though. Gold, Ceres escaped from Megis in the first place and moved to Kiyama. It is hard to think he made an U-turn here. The group of Ray 8 must have guided them, but if that's the case, their hiding destination would be Megis or Serend. Marito, the way they erased their traces is not normal after all. There's the possibility they just made it look like that and it is actually Kiyama and Torin. Gold. There's the possibility they have other teleport users, and some new illegitimate with some sort of special magic. Can't you think of any method that would match what Yugara uses? Marito. There was no bottom to Yugara after all. It would be easier to search for things he couldn't do. Gold. It wouldn't even be strange for there to be someone who can move between spaces like the colorless demon lord does. There would be no end to it when you begin thinking about it. There's no choice but to wait for my friend to draw the information well. Marito. That's basically what it comes down to. But to think you wouldn't even bring out snacks for a guest, it really shows your mettle as a king. Gold. Right back at you. You did the same thing in Gani. Marito. She has been walking around Taizu naturally without a care in the world just because the other demon lords are not in the villa, but shouldn't I be doing something about that as a king? For now, let's give her some snacks and kick her out of my castle. Yo, you doing well, Mola? Fu are you? Molari. I showed up at the cell of Molari, which has become a daily activity of mine in this 1 week. And she was trying to intimidate me real hard here. I passed by Mix who had a satisfied face, but just how much did she do? It is fine since there's no external wounds though. Calm down, calm down. I simply came here to talk. That woman. I am going to kill her. I am definitely going to. Molari. Now. I put a hand on her shoulder to calm her down, but Molari quivered hard at it. I felt as if my hand would be bitten. So I hurriedly pulled away. She must have gone hard. Ilias was on the verge of attacking Molari there, and so, I left her be for 5 minutes. Molari managed to calm down somehow in that time and I resumed the talk. What's your business this time? Molari. I was thinking it is about time to make a serious negotiation. You don't mind listening at least, right? Negotiation? Do you think I will accept? Molari. Who knows? But there's worth in trying. It is a matter that involves Rishal. The expression of Molari turned somewhat cold from her dubious look the moment I mentioned Rishal. It seems like she gets serious when it comes to the person she is absolutely loyal to. That's great. This will make things easier for me. Speak. I have no intention of accepting though. Molari. I was thinking about giving you a certain condition. It is. I told the details of the deal to Molari. She was listening intently to it as if to not let a single word escape. I told her as much information as I could without any lies. You don't need to answer me immediately. I plan on making the same deal with Yasudet. I don't care which one of you accepts it. But, Molari, I think you are the one who can achieve this with certainty. That said, if one of them were to accept first, the other would be done for. The two of them will most likely accept this. I waved my hand and was about to leave the cell. Wait. Molari. Molari called me to a stop. I could tell what answer Molari was going to give me even without looking at her. There's no doubt I am making an evil face right now. It is because Ilias is looking at me with very transparent eyes as she stared at my face. After all, the resident of Yugura's planet. That man is dangerous. It is someone that not only Ray 8 but Rishal-sama considers as dangerous. I must not be swayed by his trickeries. I must accomplish my original intention. Molari, who has pledged absolute loyalty to Rishal-sama, would never betray him. The one that has to be careful is me. I close my eyes, concentrate on my ears, and direct my attention to the sounds of my surroundings. Footsteps. This prison was built underground. Sunlight coming in from a high window and sometimes hearing the footsteps of people walking outside means that this is either the first or second underground floor. Molari is most likely in a different prison. We would need to begin from searching the location of each other first before thinking about escaping. It will take around a few days more to break the lock. I can't use magic because of the magic seal stone, but I can use mana strengthening to a certain degree without being noticed. I can create explosive power for an extremely brief moment with my concentration. It seems like they prepared these restraints while considering my battle strength, but it is fortunate I was defeated before pulling out a big move. I sharpened my senses and grasped the movements of the guards I could hear from afar. I burden my locks, matching the opening and closing of the door that happens when they switch shifts. The lock is beginning to bend even if it is hard to tell from its appearance. They are not using torture. They won't check in detail the locks as long as I don't go wild. The sound of the footsteps. The resident of Yugura's planet. I can hear the walking of the resident of Yugura's planet from the high window. The one by his side is the female knight and Molari. Why is she walking outside? To move her to another cell? They seem to be having some sort of conversation. I concentrate in my ears even further and pick up the sounds. Why are we taking such a long route? Oh well, fine. I will have you keep your promise. Molari. I know. I will keep the promise, but the success of it depends on you. There's no doubt this is the voice of Molari. Promise? What is she talking about? Are you telling me Molari accepted the negotiation? Impossible. The loyalty Molari has towards Rishal-sama is absolute. No matter how faint it is, she wouldn't do something that would put a burden on Rishal-sama. No issues. Rishal-sama would definitely escape. Molari. Escape? Did she just say escape? I can't tell the whole picture with just the fragments of what I have heard, but there's no doubt it is giving me a bad feeling. We can only give you one chance. Don't begrudge me even if you fail. There's no way it would fail. You should be the one who should be asking if a promise like this one is okay. Molari. Rishal is without doubt a criminal that incited the guild advisors to try and overthrow the countries, but the highest priorities are Ray 8 and Sarais. Rishal is a guy with a good head on his shoulders. Even if he were to lose his hideout called Letus, there might be a chance he will continue to act. I personally would like him to act within a safe sphere though. HMPH. Molari. The resident of Yugura's planet is getting information from Molari with the condition of letting Rishal-sama go. Not to give an advantage, but giving the role of Molari herself to have him escape should carry a fitting degree of risks. But with those conditions, Molari would. No. She wouldn't. There's no way Molari would accept with that. If she were to give information to the enemy after accepting those conditions, it would betray the expectations of Rishal-sama. There's no way Molari would accept these conditions. There's no way she would nod to this. Also, about the one other promise, I will have it ready before cornering Ray 8. That one is more important. Can that Gradona and Ban be trusted? Molari. Gradona. The Holy Fist Gradona? Why is that name being mentioned here? Wait, if I remember correctly, Gradona adventured together with Rishal-sama in the past. Yeah. Leaving aside the drunkard Gradona, Ban-san is a serious merchant. He knows the past of Rishal to a certain degree along with the talk about his lover that was separated from him by death. The lover. Of Rishal-sama? Could it be. That just because of that? No. Considering Molari. She doesn't only show respect towards Rishal-sama as a master, But also, it is easy to imagine what Molari would think if she were to learn information about his lover. But is it possible to put that over disadvantageous actions towards Rachel Sama? But the chances are 50-50. I have only heard bits and pieces, but no matter how much your atmosphere resembles that of that lover, having Rachel see you as a woman is— Shut up. I will murder you. Molari, you. But there's no one other than me who understands her feelings. If Rachel Sama were to throw away his current ambitions, and that passion of his were to be directed at her instead, Molari must have at least imagined that before. You will be moved to a room for now, but you will stay locked. There's no way if you were to escape with teleport magic after all. You will be under surveillance 24/7 too. Do as you please. Molari. Also, it really is okay, right? No need to convince Yasutet! It is not that it is okay to not do it, it is just that I can't. Yasutet is indebted to Rachel Sama as well, and his loyalty won't be shaken. I should be enough for information, right? Molari. Why is it that you are always you act as if you understand me, and yet, why is it that in the most important parts it is not only for the sake of Rachel Sama that I continue by his side? Even though you are in something similar to a partner relationship, he simply is of use to follow the orders of Rachel Sama. I alone am enough to let Rachel Sama escape. Molari. The danger will increase though. The Holy Knights of Megis will be coming in, too. It would be better for Yasutet to be there too if it is about combat power. Enough. I will murder you. Molari. Got it. I will improve his treatment a bit as thanks for accepting the deal. I will cut off connections to the outside until the trivial matters are over. Do as you please. Now, bring me over already. I want to sleep on a better bed. Molari. The footsteps of Molari and the female knight grow further away. What should I do? Raise my voice and stop them? But if they were to discover I can hear their voices from this distance, it would be even more difficult to obtain information. Is it really okay to miss my chance to escape? Damn it. I couldn't speak in the end. Even if I were to call Molari to a stop, I can't think of words that would be able to convince her. I have let her do as she pleases until now, so how would I be able to stop her serious feelings? You can hear me, right, Yasutet? I hear the voice of the resident of Yugura's planet. It is a bit louder than before and I can tell he is approaching me. He is right in front of the high window, so I can't see him, but I can feel his presence. It is as you heard. Molari will be helping us out. I don't really want to use the love of someone, but it is a comparatively good thing for the person herself. You bastard. Yasudet. But don't worry, I have no intention of breaking my deal with Molari. I can't make perfect arrangements, but I plan on creating an opportunity for Molari and Rachel to escape. I have no intention of making a promise I can't keep after all. I can clearly hear the voice of the resident of Yugura's planet. This man was aware from the start that I was listening into their conversation and got Molari close. I actually wanted to set things up a bit more carefully, but I wanted to finish things before you broke the locks. Sorry, but I will be changing your restraints to something sturdier. It is better than having you drugged. Right? So you had seen through that much? Yasudet. I am a coward, you see. If there's someone that can easily kill me right in front of me, I will always be on guard about whether there's any cracks in the restraints. Well, enough about that. More importantly, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? What do you mean by that? Yasudet. Molari agreed to the deal for the sake of Rachel. But she had no intention of dragging you into it. It is not like you would be getting in the way of her romance. In that case, Molari simply was considerate about you. Molari was. There's no way. She would always just think of me and Rachel Sama. Even the conversation just now. Yasudet. Molari at least understands that you have pledged your loyalty to Rachel. That's why she didn't want you to do things that would be detrimental for Rachel for the sake of her own objective. If she really didn't think anything of it, she would have thought of using you for the sake of letting Rachel escape more safely. That's true. No, but she should understand that if I were to hear this, I would either be against it or wouldn't yield to her persuasion. That's simply the reason why she didn't try to get my cooperation. You must be thinking that Molari should understand that if you were to hear this, you would either be against it or wouldn't yield to her persuasion, right? This man really is someone I can't lower my guard against, just as Rachel Sama said. He can read my thoughts so easily with just those few interactions we had. Molari must have thought the same thing you did. But don't you think she would go and what of it? There's still the chance I would be able to convince you. That's Yasudet. You are a useful guy, so she would still want to convince you even if there might be no chance, right? But she isn't even attempting it. She didn't choose the option of making me convince you. That's basically what it means. Molari was considerate to not get me involved. Isn't she simply trying to get rid of me since I am a hindrance? No, even if Molari agreed to the deal, she would have prioritized Rishal-sama over everything. In that case, she should understand that it would be more certain if I were to be present. Yasutet, you are of no worth to us anymore, Yasutet. We can't use you as combat power, and there should be barely any new information from you. Molari should know more about the terrain than you. That's why the only thing that we are hoping from you is to not be an enemy. I will let you freely choose from the options I will be giving you. Will you become an adventurer and get down from the stage? Or will you move for the sake of the girl that pushed you away? I think about the options I was given. No matter the path I take, it would make Molari and Rishal-sama walk a dangerous path. But the difficulty will certainly change. But the general situation won't change no matter what path you choose. What you will be feeling from here on will be either guilt or regret. No matter the path I choose, they are not paths I would wish for. However, I have no choice but to choose. Then, which should I take? The answer is obvious. Please let me accompany Molari. I must protect the two. Yasudet. What? You are more manly than I thought. To think you would suffer for the sake of your unrequited love. Don't misunderstand. Those are not the feelings I hold for Molari. Yasudet. So I read wrong. Oh well. However, I will have you answer the same things that Molari did. I will only believe in you and the details of it match. Okay. Yasudet. Rishal-sama, I am sorry. I have betrayed your expectations again. However, I have no choice but to do this to protect you and Molari. The feelings of guilt I will be feeling are nothing compared to the safety of you two. Yo, are you doing well, Mola? Fu are you? Fu are you? Molari. Again? Sorry, I will tell Mix to hold back. The same thing from the other day happened. That Mix has gotten a bad habit here. Well, I think the only one suffering from this would be Rakura though. What business do you have with me? Molari. Don't glare at me that much. I was thinking about continuing yesterday's negotiation. Continue, you say? Are you joking? I refused. Molari. What I offered to Molari was the same thing I had Yasutet here. But the matter of Gradona and Bansan was a bit different. They are acquaintances of Rishal that had formed a party in the past. We might be able to get information of the kind of woman Rishal likes. I have not heard of a dead lover he had. Basically, it was a bit of a lie, as if there would be such a convenient setup like that. Molari clearly reacted the moment I brought out this topic. It is in the end not something certain, so she refused. But what I wanted to hear was how she would refuse, what she would say, and her attitude. My feelings towards Rishal-sama are the real thing. Don't think about pulling me in with crafty bait, was it? Molari told me this from the bottom of her heart. But there's no doubt she ended up thinking deeply about it despite being uncertain information. I managed to comprehend that Molari seriously loves Rishal. That's right. That's why, Molari. Yasutet agreed. Huh? Molari. I already knew that Yasutet was strongly conscious of Molari. In that case, he should be very familiar with Molari, especially regarding her feelings towards Rishal. That's why I inflated the talk a bit for Yasutet, and so, I laid out a tastier deal that could sway the heart of Molari. Of course, I readied a different extra reward for Yasutet, giving him conditions that he would compromise to help out, that is, don't speak nonsense. There's no way he would leak informer, Molari. To think there would be hideouts in both Doran and Serend? And Rishal is currently in Serend together with Ray-8 and the others. Molari looked at my face as if she couldn't believe it. But I managed to confirm the credibility of what I heard from Yasutet thanks to this. Yasutet did. There's no way. Molari, meaning that I was the one who comprehended Yasutet more. Well, you might have been able to think up the same deal though. Even if I were to negotiate with Molari using the same trick as Yasutet, Molari wouldn't have agreed to the deal until she confirmed it was true. You could say Molari is far more troublesome in that sense. That's why I negotiated with Molari first in order to detect in detail what would have been the best conditions for the deal. That alone would not have much impact, so I had Duvalieri, who had finished recovering, use the back of misperception, and had him change into Molari. It wasn't that difficult since it was a brusque conversation, and the reality was that Yasutet misunderstood my conversation with Duvalieri as a conversation with me and Molari. I comprehended in these few days that this is how Molari would respond after all. It took around 3 days to teach him how to act though. Now then, let's continue negotiations. I don't need information anymore, but it is true that having Rishal as an enemy would be troublesome. We wouldn't have the leeway to capture him alive. If we manage to wrap things up in an advantageous manner, I would like you to bring Rishal somewhere to avoid pointless casualties. Our conditions are the same as before. We will provide you the opportunity to achieve this, and I will include stories about the past of Rishal as an extra. Let me think about it for a bit. Molari. Molari has been checkmated with this. Molari thinks about Rishal's safety first and foremost. In that case, she wouldn't do something as leaving it to Yasutet alone. Whichever the case, there's only one path to take if there's going to be danger approaching Rishal. I won't hurry you. You can take your time to think. What you should think about is whether Yasutet alone can get out with Rishal. Molari agreed to the deal that night. I had her give us information to match the information Yasutet provided us as a condition to trust her. We have managed to secure the information with this. Also, if we manage to act as if we are at an advantage, we can deal with Rishal too. But well, I won't be able to avoid having those two hate me once they discover this little farce I pulled though. Yup,